Washington, D.C. are so incredibly immoral and so incredibly abhorrent. And I mean, this just makes the lack of a willingness to place that blame and culpability on Trump by a guest such as this cult member all the more detestable.
I would
But I
really
do
love
agree
to
with that.
share an experience real quick with you that I went through. In Jacksonville, Florida, Memorial Hospital, a 12-year-old girl came in to give birth to her second child. If abortions were good for her, she wouldn't have been in that situation. Why did it happen a second time, first of all? And if abortions were legal then, why wouldn't she have been able to get one?
So you're
That
asking
is
us why it happened a
terrible.
second time? It's because she got raped twice.
Right. But if abortions were for, if she could have gotten an abortion, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't be in there. I'm sorry.
Do you know that
really
there's
got to be
60
specific with my
Do
words
you know
here.
that there are 60 impregnated rape victims that tried to get an abortion and are denied access to service every single day in America? 12 American states have total abortion bans, meaning that not even rape victims could access health care. And because of that, 60 rape victims every single day are denied access to health care. And that includes children like that 12-year-old girl.
Right.
All right?
What terrifies
and here's
me,
the thing, is the only reason why that's happening in America today is because Donald
Mallory,
Trump
thank you for the $3. I have
instructed
not
the
yet. I have
Supreme
not.
Court to
What's good, everyone, here on
overturn Roe v.
YouTube? To make sure to like the stream. Good
Donald
to see
Trump
everyone.
is
I missed y'all so
directly
much.
to blame
Missed y'all so much. Good to see everyone.
60 rape victims per day being denied access to abortion and forced to give birth.
one thing that we all do not even think about today, all the children that are in sex trafficking, they are getting pregnant and having babies. Those babies are going straight towards, guess what? Guess what they're going to be like dedicated to? Those babies aren't going to go anywhere. They're not going to have a social security number. Like why?
I'm so
I don't
confused what you're
understand
saying
why
right
they're
now.
wanting to abort. I'm sorry?
I said I'm confused what you're saying right now.
Okay.
Like I'm so like what?
Can you elaborate on your
I
confusion?
don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what was the point of that.
Well, he's talking
What
about
was the relevance to what Dean said? Do you remember what Dean said? Because I mean, that was such a huge pivot that I can't even remember what Dean just said.
You have to explain things like a good 4 times to her. But I would also like to really thank Michaela. Thank you for the $3 on PayPal. Saudi with a 5. And then Kano, thank you once again for the $20. Then Leonard with the $4 and Evie with a 1. And then also Lisa. Oh my gosh, Lisa. Thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Thank you, Lisa. 400 Lisa W's. Lisa says she liked a video of unaliving protesters to make sure she saves it for future research. Makes complete sense. That's why I let you guys make your determination about what you thought about what she had said. And that's why I then led it directly into a conversation about why she thinks killing fetuses is wrong. Thank you for the $40, Lisa. And then Shayla with the $5 on PayPal. And then Thom, thank you so much
Everyone,
for the
my birthday is on the
$25 over
7th.
on Venmo,
It's on the
saying,
7th.
Spent the day marching in the rain here in NYC. Thom, you're a legend. I actually spent
Jessica,
about
thank you
half
for
my
the
day,
membership subscription.
protesting
Morgan, thank
down
you for the
here in
$2. Thank
Grand
you so
Junction,
much.
Colorado. I actually even spoke in front of a crowd of a couple hundred people and posted a video of it on my Instagram if anyone wants to go check out a clip of some of my thoughts. But yeah, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in my bio. 100% of the proceeds over there. You could also find it in the pin message over on YouTube. And if you are on YouTube, I'd highly suggest you, if you are going to donate on Venmo and PayPal compared to Super Chat. On Super Chat, I only get like 30 to 60% of the revenue. But I get 100% on PayPal and Venmo. But anyways, Parker, honestly, I'd love to pass the mic off to you. I feel like you are probably
I'm really
itching for some
really
debates.
itching for some, bro. I
I
haven't
need
had
to
some in a few
clarify.
days.
I am pro-abortion. I don't know why you're thinking that I'm against.
Okay.
You're the one that wanted to debate me on abortion. I can't make this up. You can't make
Only
this up.
because a lot of people don't know about the a law he passed with the IFE, IVF, whatever. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pass the mic off to Parker.
It's Parker's turn.
But like, Jesus Christ, there's so many things. I'm just going to let
Yep.
Parker say it. But before I do, Amelia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo and AJ with the $10 as well. Everybody, let's get 1,000 W Amelias and AJs. Thank you guys so much for the love. But go ahead, Parker. Although I'm itching to make some points, I bet you're itching harder than I am. So take it away.
Who won the 2020 election? Well, okay. All right. Well, good start to my first debate. Back, everyone. This is incredible. Casey, thank you for the $20 for welcome back. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Casey. Thank you. Appreciate the $20. As well as Gabriella, thank you for the $5. Parker, thank you so much for the $30. They said, happy birthday, King. My birthday's not until the 7th, by the way, everyone. A lot of people were thinking it's my birthday today. No, my birthday's the 7th. And then Jay, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Go ahead.
Bite, you're muted. But Devin, thank you so much for the $20 donation over. Their name is Bite. Bite, you are muted.
Oh, okay.
But then also Devin with a $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Devins. That is DEVYN down below in that chat. Devin says, thank you for everything that you do. You're making a huge impact every day. You give me hope for the future. Devin, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Devin.
As well as Sierra, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. For so glad you're back. Super cool, nice girl. Thank you for the $12 for King. And Gabriella, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'll have to look. Bite the bullet. Who won the 2020 election?
I'm sorry.
Who won the 2020 election?
Biden did.
Why did you just have your literal fucking child whisper that into your ear?
She didn't. I
heard it. I heard your literal child whisper Biden.
Why would I not know who won the 2020 election?
You're asking the wrong person. I have no clue why you don't know who won the 2020 election.
I voted during the 2020 election. I know who won.
I'm just saying, like, that's
who rightfully won. Do you think that it was stolen? Like, do you think Trump's lost the election because it was stolen?
Because of the what?
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
In all honesty, controversial, very controversial, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course it does.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Only because there was a very high increase with immigration and I mean, Kamala really wasn't the best candidate.
Kamala?
I mean,
Wait, so there was a high increase in immigration under Trump's presidency?
I'm sorry?
There was a high increase in immigration under Trump's presidency? Because Trump lost after he was president for 4 years.
No, yeah, I'm thinking about what was happening during. So
what?
No, I don't know what would have. I question it. I question whether it was supposed to be. But you know what? It is what it is. That's in the past now. I'm not going to reflect back on the past. Today is today, and I don't want to sound like Kamala right now. Ew.
Kamala. So again, what you're not understanding is that your view there is like totally incoherent. Like you literally just said there was a greater level of immigration that led to more voters, leading to a steal of the election because of immigration in 2020 comparative to 2016. Which 2016?
Yeah, no, I messed up. Because in 2022, I was thinking 2022 was whenever the increase had went. I believe that was supposed to be.
That was after the election, ma'am.
I was confused. I was thinking differently.
Really? I mean, I really don't know what'd you confuse it with?
What, an election, just an election.
Yeah, so but that happened after. I was asking you why the 2020 election was stolen.
Right. I'm sorry. My time was just off at that point. I don't know how it would have been stolen. I actually have video of a lady who was doing the ballots that said that it was stolen.
Okay.
This video
so
continuously gets
random
taken
person?
off of the internet. I'm sorry?
So some random person just says it. It probably gets taken off the internet because it's misinformation. It's just a person saying it.
She was the one that was actually doing the ballots.
She
physically did them herself.
Really?
What's
her name? What's her name?
I don't know her name, but I still have the video.
You saw it on Facebook? Did you see it on Facebook?
I have the video.
Well, let me ask you the question. Where did you see the video?
I don't know. This was like 2-3 years ago.
Okay. What social medias did you use 2 to 3 years ago?
I use all kinds. I do not stick with one. This is not my.
I bet she was.
I do this. I do YouTube. I go on the internet.
Were you using Truth Social through DuckDuckGo?
Never been on that website. Nope.
You throw on the Wait, you wouldn't use a VPN. You probably think
I would put money on the fact that it was Facebook.
I don't even use Facebook.
I'd put money on Telegram.
No, no, I actually do go on to like.
Do you watch Fox News? Where do you get this information from? I'm actually genuinely serious.
I go to the SEC website. I go to the White House website.
The White House website, the SEC, the White House website. Are you talking about the archives? That's written by the Trump administration.
No, it's not just the archives. It's actually what presidents do.
Well, wait. So do you want to look at the Biden White House archive? Because that one looks pretty good for Biden. How would you agree with that?
Because
the White House.
The very first petition or executive order.
I have a question. The White House, the SEC. Who do you think do they think that Trump or Biden won the 2020 election?
Nobody really knows.
Nobody knows. Really? Like they don't know? Really?
Obviously, Biden stepped in.
No, but like they don't know who won?
Biden obviously won. Was it legitimate or not? No one knows.
No, I'm talking about legitimately. They don't know who legitimately won.
Obviously, Biden won.
Legitimately. I'm talking about legitimately under your view.
I don't understand what you're trying to get out of me because I've already told you that I do not think that it was a legitimate win. I don't think.
I'm asking you about that.
Oh. Okay. Are you looking for a different answer?
Any answer would be great.
I said that I don't think that it was a legitimate win, but he still won. We had to deal with it, and now his.
So are you saying that the judges, the court cases, the audits, the respective like sources like AP News, Reuters, NPR, PBS, they have no clue who won the 2020 election legitimately?
10. Thank you for the $10.
I'm pretty sure they would have counted some numbers, but do you know that Russia and other countries are also involved in the elections?
Really? How so? Can she tell me how Russia's involved in the elections?
Well, I mean,
there's a lot of propaganda, first of all. And yes, they do.
What propaganda is Russia pushing? Can you tell me?
Dual citizenships.
Wait, no, hold on. What propaganda is Russia pushing?
Oh God, it's so stupid.
Well, I mean.
Oh yeah, I agree. What specifically?
Maybe I shouldn't even brought that up.
It's pro-Trump.
That's just.
It's pro-Trump.
It's embarrassing for me to even.
You're actually right. Russia has interfered in the last 3 elections. That's been proven.
And it's
by
to
the
support
DOD
Trump.
And the CIA. Like that's not a conspiracy.
Well, it's been proven, but how can I say it's been proven? I do not have. I don't have evidence.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have evidence from the DOD, the CIA, and the DOJ on top of leaked Kremlin documents. Yes, you do. We have so much evidence. But hey, Parker, you want to see some crazy shit real quick?
Yeah.
Ask this guess if Donald Trump intentionally crashing the stock market is bad.
Oh, okay. Well, I did want to talk about this. Before we do, let me say thank you to a few people. Sid, thank you for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for my fave back. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Pillar, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it, Pillar. Thank you. And Evan, thank you so much for the $50 for you and Dina are patriotic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. No, I don't think we're more patriotic than you, but thank you so much, Evan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Evan.
I want to kick this guess, but like seriously, before you do,
I wanted to talk to her about this specifically.
Just ask her. I'm telling you, ask her.
Okay.
Ask her.
Okay. Bite the bullet. Do you think it's wrong for Trump to intentionally crash the markets?
It is wrong for him to intentionally crash the markets.
Oh, she came around.
But listen, there is a different agenda by that.
Oh, just okay. Like what is he trying to do by crashing the markets?
If you, I want to bring this to your attention because a lot of people don't know this either. If you look at a ticker, U1, UONE. If you go and look at that skyrocketed thousands of percent. It skyrocketed because a black guy was killed in 2021. I'm not sure. I don't remember his name.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm asking you, what is the reasoning why Trump crashed the stock market?
Because it's not just Trump that's crashing it.
It is. It absolutely is. He's the one who did the executive orders.
There are so many.
Do you know? Wait, I just want to go over this for 1 second. Do you know how Donald Trump and the White House calculated the tariffs that other countries put on us? Do you want to know? It is unbelievable. It's not based upon the taxes on goods imported into the country. No, they based it on like trade deficit and like the trade deficit divided by the level of imports. What the fuck? What the hell? Why are you dividing those two numbers to get the amount of tariff? That doesn't even make any sense. What is a tariff? Donald Trump, the White House have no clue what a tariff is. The Trump administration dropped that document. Charlie Kirk dropped that document on X and on Twitter. And they didn't take 1 second to look into the math that they used to calculate those tariffs? Are you telling me they're that ridiculous? Imagine if Democrats did that. Imagine if under any of their administrations, they did something like this. What would be on Fox News? Can you fucking imagine?
After this, can we move on?
What do you mean? What can I imagine for it?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, what do you think would have happened if this happened under Biden's administration? They would have been talking about how he's cognitively declined, how he's literally insane, how he's destroying the country. But no, if Trump does it, then there's some reason that justifies it. He's doing it on purpose to literally create an investor's market. You know what I mean? He wanted to crash the economy so that more people would invest.
So that's a very interesting point of view, and I would like to hear more about it, because from my point of view, it all has to go back towards the Federal Reserves and the percentage and the interest rates that they give to the government.
How is that different with either administration?
We're repeating now. I already went over this with you, Bite. We already talked about this, Bite.
He's asking me a question about him.
How is it
Tanking
different under
the
either
stocks.
administration? They have the same chairman of the Fed under either administration. There's no difference. The reason why the interest rates went up was a counter response to inflation. The reason why they haven't decreased as much was because of the supposed tariffs. But now, because there's been a major crash in the economy, you're right, they might decrease. But that's not for a good reason. That's a horrible reason for them to decrease. That he crashed the markets.
Do you think
Dude,
that
people lost like 10% of their net worth plus. I'm serious. Like literally in like
Barstool-
2-3 days, they lost 10% of their net worth.
The
What do you mean?
Barstool guy, Dave Portnoy, he lost $7 million.
Dude, that's insane. Like, you have to be serious. They voted for Donald Trump because they didn't want to pay 4% on their income over 400K. But then they lost 10% of their net worth in like a few days, and they're not regretting their votes yet.
So,
Can
I
you
mean, some
imagine how
even- some
delusional
even-
these people are?
Depending on their investments, some even more than 10%.
I would
But
love
Annie,
to have
Annie,
more-
thank you so much for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Amber, thank you so much for the 5. Then Linda with a 10 as well, saying, how do you keep a straight face for so long? It's because I'm sick of their shit. Thank you for the love, Linda. And then also Patsy, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Everybody, please show some love to Linda, Patsy, Annie, and Amber.
I'm not happy practically anyone lost their net worth, but Aiden Ross. I heard he lost 25% of his net worth. Good. W. You got what he voted for.
Well, then, if that's the truth, then how is Trump making the rich rich?
Dude,
I mean,
the meme. I've been running this argument since he announced his
It's not
tariffs
an argument.
as a
It's a
troll.
debate. And actually,
I've been running this. Oh, yeah, she got flagged for civic and election integrity.
Surprise.
I've been running this position as a troll ever since he announced his tariffs. That he's going to crash the stock market, and then the Republicans are going to say that it's redistributing wealth from rich people to poor people. As 99% of investors are top of the top 1%. I've been running this meme for like over
That's
a
really
month
funny.
now. Kayla, what's up? Do you support Trump? Also, I don't know. I don't think the life's pushing anymore.
It could
if you're
be me.
I don't know. It's fine though. I mean, I don't care. I'd actually rather just debate with you, even with like a capped live, than not. So,
Bro,
yeah, it's been a couple days.
It's so
I missed you, man.
unfortunate.
I mean, it's also possible that like this is the first life back on this account because this just got off of a 3-day ban. I mean, usually the first life back doesn't perform that well. But if you're one of the 6.6 thousand people in here on TikTok, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Enrica, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. TikTok, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. Enrica, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish.
Disconnected by live creator.
We are going to go and get that next guest up in the box right now. If you are in that queue, make sure that you support the president. We are just looking for some debates as we speak. If you would like to support me, support the studio, keep the daily show, support me, you could find the link to my Venmo as well as my PayPal in the link tree in the bio where I get 100% of the proceeds. And I can give you a shout out, and you could even attach a message to be read off on stream. I apologize for kicking you, Mr. Parker.
That
Do
was
you have
brutal.
moderation access?
I don't think that I do, yeah.
Word. I mean, we got a guest to load in. What's going on, Carrie? Did you vote for Trump?
I would never vote for a monster like Trump.
Based, Carrie, I want to be you when I grow up, okay? I want to be you when I grow up. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Amber loading into the live. Here we go. All right.
Yo, Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for keep up the good work. You are needed out there. Yeah, thank you so much, Kathy. Can we get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $50 YouTube super chat.
And then Sella, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Sella says here again, by the way, it's pronounced Selah. Very beautiful name, Selah. Everybody, please show some love to Selah down below in the comment section. That is Selah. Thank you for the $20, Selah. What is up, Amber? Do you support Trump?
Okay.
All right. Well, she just left. Oh, what's going on with the live? Like
How long have you been live today?
Close to 3 hours, maybe a little over.
Damn, you
but
started
the
late.
viewership is just going. Oh, I did. The viewership is just like going down by like 100 people like every minute or two.
You think it's me?
Probably, or probably not. I mean, I don't know. It's all pseudoscience at the end of the day. Millie, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. Hi, Parker. I do not support Trump, but I've been watching y'all for so long.
Millie, you're awesome. Based. We're gonna go get that next guest, Mr. John, up in the stream. Here we go. All right. TikTok hates Parker? Bro, they do. They're so
Bro,
unfair.
I don't know what it is. I literally left for that long and they still are doing it. Crazy.
Yeah, TikTok hates Parker, man. TikTok hates Parker.
L
We on his
TikTok
ass.
for that one.
We on his ass. Next guest is loading in, guys. Go ahead and spam maggot down below in the chat if you do want to join up. What is up, Dino? Do you support Trump?
Dinosaur? Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes.
Oh my god. Why'd you do it?
Why did I do it? Because I don't feel that Kamala could distinguish herself from the prior administration.
Well, I'm pretty sure that she just straight up says that she is pretty aligned with the Biden-Harris administration. And, I mean, they passed great domestic policy, so I don't see why distinguishment would be super necessary.
I think, if you don't mind me pivoting in this, but I think if we get on terms of something we agree on, then we can have a more prosperous debate. So let's talk about abortion.
So you're not going to respond to what he just said?
Oh, what was your question?
What did he just say?
I'm asking for the question. I was talking.
What did Dean just say to you?
I'm asking for the question. I don't know. I was talking.
You don't know? Okay, that's my point. David, thank you for the $10 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Kathy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much again, Kathy. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Can you ask your question?
Yeah, for sure, man. Once again, the question is, if you're making the statement that the reason you voted for Trump and did not like Harris was because she didn't distinguish herself from the Biden-Harris administration, my response to that would be, I guess it's not really a question as much as it is a response, is just the simple fact that I don't believe that distinguishment would be super necessary. I feel as if she would to run on a continuancy of the last administration, that'd be A-okay with me.
Well-
Because they didn't really pass much bad policy, man. Like the only times I really disagreed with the Biden-Harris administration was on foreign affairs in the context of Israel and Palestine. But even there, I mean, Trump was worse. So, like, what is one bad policy that you think the Biden-Harris administration passed that she should have gotten away from?
I think it was important to move away from an approval rating from a previous administration that was very low. And if she couldn't distinguish herself from that approval rating that was very low nationally, it wasn't going to be well off for her in the election.
So yeah, so you're making a completely different claim here because now you're just indicating us to us a reason why she lost, and actually I might even grant your claim some credence here. They associated her with the incumbency and basically, held to the claim that therefore they caused the inflation onset by the pandemic. That's a fine argument, but I'm not asking you why Kamala Harris lost. I'm asking you why Kamala Harris was worse than Trump. All right, and Kamala Harris having a low approval rating does not indicate how good or bad of a candidate she was.
I didn't necessarily say she had the low approval rating. I said her previous administration did.
Yeah, that does not make her a bad candidate, though, as I believe that the Biden-Harris administration was very successful and very good.
Okay, so what is your question?
Yeah, well, okay. You said that her not distinguishing from the Biden-Harris administration is a bad thing. Well, that'd only be bad if the Biden-Harris administration was bad. So my question to you is, can you name one bad policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed?
I can name the policies that I can name a lot of policies that didn't get passed, regardless of them having House and Congress.
So
and
can you name one policy that they did pass that was bad?
Not necessarily off the top of my head, no. I cannot name a policy that they passed that was necessarily bad.
Oh, so they only passed good policies, and you're still sitting here telling us that that's not what you wanted? You wanted the candidate with a terrible policy, like intentionally crashing the stock market, distancing ourselves from every other country on earth, or advocating for Trump Gaza?
I would like to go on to your argument of Trump intentionally passing the stock market or crashing the stock market. So what is your argument for him intentionally crashing the stock market besides the video posts? Besides
Besides the fact that he said it. No, that is my argument. The fact that he said it.
because if you understand how stocks work, it's the people that don't agree with his policies that will pull out. Trump didn't pull out any
Dude,
money out of the stock market.
no. I'm sorry. There's no way. There's actually no way you're saying this. Are you telling me him implementing tariffs had nothing to do with the stock market declining?
I'm saying that the people that pulled out of the stock market are the people.
I
that didn't
want you to
agree with
answer
the
my
policy.
question specifically. Can you answer my question? Right? Are you saying that that is not what led to the decrease in the stock market value?
Yes, I am saying.
Oh, you are saying that? So you disagree with practically every economist, right? Who agrees
saying-
that it is the case that Donald Trump's tariffs explicitly led to the decrease in the stock market, will lead to decrease in wages. Did you want to know something crazy that I actually learned from a conservative economist? Did you know that service sector wages are actually higher than manufacturing sector wages? So what you're doing, if you want to impose a greater portion of the American public to actually manufacturing services comparative to service sector, right, you're actually going to decrease their wages. Did you know that?
But your argument is that Trump intentionally crashed the stock market, and I'm asking for how, besides his policy, the policy that.
Dude, what? I'm sorry. I can't even take that seriously. Dude, I literally thought about this. I was like, dude, I'm going to be so nice to the people on the live. I can't even take that seriously, dude. How am I supposed to take that statement seriously? Come on.
Parker. So MAGA, from before you left for your trip until now coming back from your trip, has completely reshaped itself.
I was gonna say
110% different.
Dean, I was going to say, I left for 3 fucking days. And you want to know what happened in that 3 days?
MAGA completely.
The entire economy crashed. I was looking at the TV, and I was in Iowa, and on Fox News they had the fucking literal for the day S&P down like 5 to 10%. Insane. One day, because this fucking idiot passes tariffs. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying that on the live because I'm going to get myself bananaed. But Dino, come on, that is ridiculous. You cannot stand behind that. I can't even believe.
Dude, Parker, it's embarrassing. MAGA
That is embarrassing. That is totally embarrassing, dude. Like, please stop doing this to our country. I
If
know
a
you
bunch
think
of
that you're making the country better, but dude, when other countries, people from other countries look at this, they're like, dude, is being smart illegal in America? I literally have seen comments like that. Please, is it illegal?
If people don't agree with the policies that he's passing, if a portion of those people don't agree with the policies he's passing, they're going to pull their stocks out of the stock market, and thus it will crash.
It has nothing to do with the policy agreement or not. It has everything to do with the fact that there are negative expectations for a market in which there are massive tariffs within. They did fucking tariffs everywhere around the world, like practically everywhere.
Why did they do those tariffs?
Because Donald Trump is a lunatic.
We actually don't know. So he's
I actually don't even know.
I want to expand on that answer because it just points out the fact that Donald Trump is even crazier than you might think he is. Because he's announced like different motivations that contradict one another. So one motivation he set forth is he's placing reciprocal tariffs on other countries to negotiate down their tariffs on us.
Yes, and they're not reciprocal.
Another motivation he'd set forth is to like strengthen American manufacturing because the tariffs will obviously shift our reliance more so to American produced goods. But these two ideas that he set forth to motivate his tariffs are contradictory because if, Donald Trump is just a 8D chess master that is really good at the art of the deal and is able to successfully negotiate down tariffs that other countries have imposed on us, then he lets off on the tariffs on them. Well, then all of a sudden we don't have tariffs to protect our manufacturing.
Okay.
And if he wants tariffs to protect our manufacturing, then he's not going to be able to negotiate down the tariffs that any other countries have on us.
Can I ask you a question about the trade deficit?
Therefore, the trade deficit is not a bad thing.
Can I
Wait, before you do, Dean, these are reciprocal tariffs, okay? Those penguins need to be paying the same tariffs that they are making us pay. Those penguins better be paying tariffs.
I understand that a country with only penguins got hit with a tariff, yes, but that's not an argument point.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of shell companies that operate off of that company to kind of bypass restrictions on trade.
It's not
but
imports,
it's so
though.
fucking funny.
It's not. There's zero imports.
It's so fucking funny.
Okay.
Oh,
There are
you
zero
know what?
imports and exports, so it
You
has
know
nothing to
what?
do with it. Yeah, like Dean.
Yeah,
I
you're
know
right.
That makes like that. Even that.
Yeah,
makes no sense.
that island's not exporting anything to us.
Yeah, like what are they exporting?
Yeah, you're right. Smart motherfucker.
It's not so much that the island is importing goods into our country. It's the shell companies that are quite literally based.
Yeah, but they're
quote,
not
unquote,
exporting
on
the goods
island.
from that. They're not exporting the goods
But
from the country.
The tariff works by the company is based in a country, so then the tariff gets applied to that based on the country that is.
Wait, I have a
quote,
question.
But there are
Doesn't
no,
this mean-
but through that country there are no exports, so it doesn't. it
Parker,
doesn't apply
Parker,
to
check
anything.
this. Check this. He's arguing that they could just have the shell company set up in the country. They don't need to actually physically be there to bypass the export. So here's my claim. Doesn't this mean that every other country in the face of the planet could just create a shell company in America?
No, because we don't have. You're not allowed to unless you're an American citizen. You can't buy land unless you have.
Yeah,
you can't-
so
you can't set
Dino,
up your
let me inform you.
corporation
Let me
on
inform
land
you how
don't
that how is you know that the tariff is going to be paid, right, by like to like customs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then what? How are they going to be doing that if there's no exports?
Also, your claim's false.
Through that
You
country.
you could buy land in America as a non-American citizen.
You can't set up your shell company in America not being an American citizen.
Yes, you can. What?
How can you do that?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying that you can't do business in America or
You
set
can't
up
be
a
in
company?
America. A quote unquote shell company in America without being an American citizen? No.
Okay, what do you mean by shell company?
What is a shell company? You know exactly what a shell company is, and I'm saying you cannot
Goddamn.
own a shell company.
He's never going to answer the question, is he? What's a shell company under your?
So there's
how are you
actually-
using it?
A
By the
shell
way,
company is a
there-
company
I
that
just wanna
is
make it
used
clear.
basically, in a sense, to maneuver money.
I
to
just wanna make it
another
clear.
company.
Can you
It
please
is
name-
used to. It's a way of laundering money to some extent, but in a more.
Well, I don't think you
Wait,
can clarify. Go
could,
ahead, Dean.
Could you please name like a single federal or state law requiring ownership to be held by citizens?
It's in the law to be an American
It's not.
citizen
What
to
law?
hold a
What-
shell
what law?
company
What
in
law?
America.
What law? Because it's
Like-
not a law.
Can you tell me a law that?
Wait,
prevents it?
you're the one claiming that there. You're the one. Sorry, you are the one claiming that there is a law.
Yeah,
Dean
I'm
isn't
the one
claiming
claiming
anything.
that
We don't
you cannot
write
have a-
laws to allow things. Like there isn't like some like federal bureaucrat that is allowing Dean Withers to stream on YouTube. And I mean like this is actual common knowledge. All that I would suggest you do.
Michelle, thank you
is
for the
stop
$5.
talking,
Thank
go
you,
to
Michelle.
Google, literally type in.
And Brian,
"We own
thank
an
you so
American
much for the
company without being an
$20 on
American
YouTube
citizen."
Super Chat.
You'll
Thank
have,
you so much. I really
10
appreciate it.
pages of search results affirming that.
Okay, and then.
By the way, Sid
why-
also
then
thank
why
you for
not?
the $50
Okay,
on
let me ask-
Venmo.
Okay,
Thank
I
you
know, I
so
wanna go
much.
back
I
to
really
something you said
appreciate
earlier,
it,
'cause you
Sid. Thank
started
you so
talking about
much. I
trade
really
deficits.
appreciate that.
I have a question.
Morgan,
Do you
thank you for the
think trade
$5.
deficits are
Melody,
bad?
thank you for the $4.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And Najia, thank you so
Okay,
much
so
for the
a trade
$10. And
surplus is
Savannah,
good.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Exports are good. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So I have a question. At what point in American history were we at one of the largest trade surpluses ever?
We were never the exporters. No.
We were at a trade surplus during the Great Depression.
So we were exporting more goods, correct?
We were exporting more than we were importing during the Great Depression. Wow.
So then,
Wow.
how did
Wow,
we
that's
get out of the
great.
Great Depression?
And what was it? Like a world war, right? Anyways, not relevant. Trade deficits are not bad. Okay. The reason why trade deficits are not bad is because a trade deficit is nothing more than a tool for accountants. Okay. Obviously, we're going to have a trade deficit with nearly every other country on the face of the planet. And there's a couple reasons why. The predominant reason is, well, that America is the richest country on earth. We account for 30% of global commerce. Because we account for 30% of global commerce and we are the richest country on earth, of course, we will be buying more from other places than they buy from us. Additionally, we have like 340 million Americans. And when we compare that to a majority of other countries that have less citizens than we do, just by raw data, even if we were not the richest country on earth, we would still expect to be buying more from other countries than they buy from us. I mean, think about Canada. 44 million Canadians, 340 million Americans. You do the math. Who's going to be buying more from whom? We're going to be buying more from them than they buy from us.
So
And
these
that's not a
countries
bad thing.
are flourishing without a trade deficit, correct?
No, when we didn't have a trade deficit, when we were in a trade surplus in the Great Depression, were we flourishing?
I'm asking you how the other countries are flourishing.
When you said
without a trade deficit.
when you said let's make America great again, I didn't know you were referencing the Great Depression.
And then also, you're asking me about how other countries are flourishing without a trade deficit. Who's flourishing the most? Whose economy is the biggest?
America's by volume.
Thank you.
So you're saying we have to have a trade deficit in order to stay
No,
a
I'm not.
relevant
No. Don't give me a red herring. I'm not saying that we have to have a trade deficit. I'm just
Okay.
saying that a trade deficit's not a bad thing.
Are we saying, can we go to a country that doesn't have a trade deficit? Can we become a country that does not have a trade deficit?
I don't know, who
Wait,
cares?
can you tell me what a trade deficit is, Dinah?
It means we are quite literally importing more than we are exporting. That is a trade deficit.
Okay. So, to clarify, what's wrong with us importing more than we're exporting?
Well, what's wrong with us exporting more than we're importing?
For example, that would reduce the supply of oil in the United States for American consumers. If you actually kept more of that oil in the United States, you'd become more energy independent. But what you want is American companies to send that oil around the world, and you want the United States to be less energy independent?
I want us to produce more oil to then be able to export the oil, yes.
Okay, but then it's not in the United States, and it makes it more expensive for American consumers. If you kept it in the United States for American consumers, the price for oil for American consumers would be lower, therefore making us
that is
more
not
energy
true.
independent. But you want us to be less energy independent because you want to export our goods around the world?
Quite literally having a surplus of oil and being allowed to export it does not make us energy inefficient or energy... what was the
Okay.
term?
So to clarify, you want to export as much as we possibly can, right?
I want us to have a increase in production to be able to export these goods, to be allowed to.
Okay. Well, I just
export
want to let you know there will be actually a smaller size of the economy given that these tariffs have been implemented. You know that, right? The economy took a nosedive.
Boom.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and the Atlanta Fed went from projecting 4% growth in our GDP 2 weeks later, negative 2.8. 2 weeks later, negative 3.7. And that's before Liberation Day. In fact, I'm going to see what their projections are now. JP
It's
Morgan.
probably even worse. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. JP Morgan is officially predicting a recession in the fiscal year of 2025. Our economy is shrinking, and that is all because we're trying to achieve this great trade surplus, which, once again, I will make it clear, the last time we had one of these great trade surpluses was when? During the Great Depression.
So every other country you're saying can thrive without a trade deficit except America. Why are we the only country that is incapable of thriving under exporting?
Dino. There being in existence of a trade deficit is not indicative of a bad relationship. Okay, you know that, right?
So why can't we have that?
Wait.
relationship?
Do you affirm or deny that? Do you affirm or deny the statement that a trade deficit is not a bad thing?
I can agree with that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So then
then
why
be
do you want to
quiet.
advocate
Stop
for
talking.
policy that has bad outcomes, such as causing a recession, such as wiping $4 trillion off the stock market, such as redistributing wealth from poor people to rich people, if where our country exists today is at a stronger point with trade deficits? That's not a bad thing.
I'm saying we can be a flourishing country without trade deficits.
Wait, I'm saying that the policy that you are advocating for to get rid of the trade deficits is not making us into a flourishing country. In fact, it's destroying our economy.
Because we don't.
I have a question. I have a
export more than
question.
we import,
Wait.
so
What
are
if
still
we
very much in a trade deficit.
hold up? What if we just produce more and then keep that in the United States instead of just sending it around the world?
Then we wouldn't have a trade deficit anymore, and our country would flourish.
Okay. Well, then you don't want to increase exports.
I do, of course, I do.
Okay, you do want to increase exports. Did you know that actually implementing tariffs like what Donald Trump did on Liberation Day actually led to a decrease in exports? You want to know why it led to a decrease in exports? Because retaliatory tariffs. Countries now have placed tariffs on the United States because Donald Trump did that. Because it was not an actual reciprocal tariff. And it was a bullshit number that Donald Trump and his cronies created to manufacture consent, particularly for massive tariffs around the entire world to get people like you that have low education, low information voting,
Yes,
right, and
okay.
engagement
good
with
debate
politics
strategy.
to literally support it. I'm sorry it's not an efficient debate tactic for you. I'm telling you the truth. And the truth you might not always like. You might not. The truth sometimes, I'm just going to let you know, the truth sometimes is uncomfortable. The truth sometimes is not going to be the nicest thing for you to believe in. But what I'm telling you is the truth because it's going to make you better off. Okay?
I'm simply saying, why can't we in America operate without a trade deficit?
because it's not good economics for America, given that we are the richest country in the history of the world. And it is the case that there are countries around the world, not as rich as us, that produce goods that we want, materials we want, crops and agricultural goods we want and need. Right? And we don't want to
Because
put
they're
massive
not
tariffs
producing
on them
in America.
because it is the case that we want their products because they have a comparative advantage for producing their products. Welcome to a globalized society, a global world where it is the case that we benefit from the products made by countries around the world. And if you want to pay more for the tablet and for the phone that you have, if you want to pay more for the car that you have, if you want to pay more for the house that you have, if you want to pay more for the groceries that you buy at the grocery store, if you want to pay more for the gas that you get at the gas station, well then continue to support Donald Trump because that's all he's doing. He's increasing the prices of your basic consumer products to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. He's fucking you over for the rich, and you're just voting for it. You're like, please keep doing it.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Is being in a non-trade deficit country a bad thing?
It's not a good or bad thing necessarily. It depends on the structure of your economy. Would it be bad to force our economy into that? Yes, it would be bad. Push the fireworks. Because our economy works better when we have trade deficits, right? Because in order to enforce there not being a trade deficit, you would have to stop getting goods that American consumers want to buy from countries around the world that have better materials, better products for the same price or cheaper, okay? There are some goods that other countries in the world make better than us because of climate conditions, because of culture, because of and plenty of environmental conditions.
Is there a way that you can give me to make America not in trade deficits?
Oh, dude, I'm so fucking.
This guy
annoyed.
is like, actually, are you trolling? There's
Hey,
no
hey,
way you're saying this.
Can I take the mic?
There's no way you're saying this.
Can I take the mic real quick?
Yes.
Who's better for the economy, Trump or Harris?
Trump.
So let me make this clear. What economic policy did Kamala Harris run on that was projected to send America into a recession?
Her policies weren't. She had good policies, but her policies weren't better than Trump's. That's why.
So what policy did she run on that would have sent America into a recession?
What policy did? If I'm not mistaken,
you were about to ask me what policy did Trump run on. I'll tell you, blanket tariffs.
Okay.
So now you tell me what the policy of no. Now you tell me the policy of Kamala Harris.
Again, I'm going to say this correctly.
I don't want anything but either yes, Dean, I can tell you the policy and here
no,
it is,
because
or no, Dean, I can't.
That is quite literally forcing a debate. That is forcing.
I'm forcing you to give an answer in which is in the available answer selections. There is literally no other answer to the question, what policy did she run on that would have sent America into a recession, apart from Dean, here's the name of the policy, or Dean, there isn't any policy. So which one is it?
So I didn't read every single one of Kamala Harris's policies that
So you're unaware of any policy that she ran on that would have sent America into a recession?
I know that she tried to give the American people more money in their pocket in a blank check than Trump.
So that's actually false too, because Donald Trump ran on $4.5 trillion to $8.4 trillion worth of tax cuts, disproportionately for wealthy people. Meanwhile, she only ran on $2.8 trillion. So the claim that she wanted to give more money back to the American people is actually false. But the money she wanted to give back to the American people was specifically to low and middle class workers, not the top 3%. Now, back to my question, can you name any policy that Kamala Harris ran on that would have sent America into a recession? Yes or no?
We don't know what policy she would have actually enacted. That she ran on.
You
can run on a policy all you want.
So I'm going to ask you the question once again, yes or no. Can you name a single policy she ran on that would have sent America into a recession?
We don't know how her policies would have.
I want an answer. Is there a single policy you name that was that Kamala Harris ran on that was projected to run America into a recession? I want a yes or a no. Right now you're getting grilled. You could very easily stop getting grilled by just answering the question. You don't know how much you're embarrassing yourself right now. This is a bad look, Dino. I will ask the question one last time. Once again, the bad look is you refusing to answer the question, but that's also a bad look.
I didn't refuse
so once again, yes, you did. The question is,
I
Can
told
you
you I don't
name
know her
a
policies,
single
hand
one
for
of
hand.
Kamala Harris's policies that was projected to run America into a recession?
And I'm telling you,
yes
I
or no?
already answered your question.
So the answer
I
is
said
no,
I did
right?
not read her exact policies.
So the
No.
answer is no. So why would you say that Donald Trump has better economic policy than Kamala Harris when you do know Trump policy that's running America into a recession, but you don't know Harris policy that's running America into a
So why
recession?
did we go into a recession during Biden and Harris's campaign? Why did we go into a recession then?
Great question.
And if
The
you're going to
answer to
just
your
say
question,
COVID, then that's not the answer.
the answer to your question was A, I don't think we technically did go into a recession.
Well, you can
But
rewrite
B,
the
Dino,
definition of
if
recession.
you
but
are
we
the
were in a
definition of a
recession.
recession is 2 financial quarters with negative GDP growth.
In which
If
we
you
did
allow,
have.
if you allow me to answer the question, that would be great.
Wonderful.
Okay? If we did have 2 financial quarters under the Biden-Harris administration with negative GDP growth, it is the case that it was caused by the pandemic, not the policy of the Biden-Harris administration. I would like to clarify the question you're asking me is a pivot. Because my question to you was, why would you say that Trump ran on better economic policy than Harris when you can name Trump policy that's sending America into a recession, but you can't name Harris policy that's sending America, that would have sent America into a recession?
Because yours is a would have argument. Mine is, yeah, he's currently in president, so he can enact his policies.
They were
You
both.
can see the outcome of his
What?
policies.
What?
Wait, can I just let them know that there was 2 quarters of negative economic growth under the Biden-Harris administration, but many economists talked about this because it is the case that there wasn't an increase in unemployment, right? Like if there would have been a massive increase in unemployment if it was the case that we were in a recession, right? That's why they were indicating that that's probably not the best indicator for a recession, and that's why they're revising that indicator for a recession.
But the indicator for a recession is 2 quarters going down, correct?
That was the prior indicator, but that prior indicator
Right, why-
has been revised by
Why
economists.
should we be able
Can I
to
please finish?
change the prior indicator just because?
Why? Because it is the
You
case
don't
that
wanna say we're in a recession.
it's not actually explaining when there's going to be a recession. Because in
If
that
there's a-
circumstance,
yes,
economists
there's a
agreed
dip.
that there was not a recession because there was not a respective increase in unemployment rate.
But many economists did agree that there was a recession. There's a few economists that did agree that we weren't.
How
Who?
about this?
Who?
How about this? Operating off of the definition of recession as 2 financial quarters consecutive with negative GDP growth, there was a recession. However, Parker is basically saying that there's other macroeconomic indicators that were not indicative of a recession. And this led many economists to agree that we should revise our definition of the term recession. But with the way you're using the term, there was one. And I don't mind operating off of that for all intents and purposes of this conversation. All right. What I'm
Wonderful.
asking you is very simple. I asked you, why would you say that Trump has better economic policy than Harris if his would lead to a recession and hers wouldn't? And then your response to that question was to say, well, hers was merely hypothetical because she lost the election. That sentence means nothing. That sentence is shit. That sentence is, quite frankly, dog shit. I mean, wow. I could just say that in 2020, Biden had better economic policy than Trump because apparently Trump's was just hypothetical because he lost the election.
And that's a
Boom.
fine argument.
Holy-
I use the argument.
What?
You're allowed to too.
Oh my
What?
god, dude! I
Wait,
can't even.
So,
Are you
so this
sentient?
isn't, so this isn't even exclusive just to economic policy. Then it applies to all policy. Just the winner of the election is a better candidate because they actually got to introduce their policy. I got a question: who is a better presidential candidate in 2020? Trump or Biden?
The president that won.
And
The
who was
people
a better
wanted it.
presidential candidate in 2016? Trump or Hillary?
The president that won.
And who is a better candidate, presidential candidate in 2012?
The president that won. That's the American people. That's what they wanted.
Phenomenal. So in other words, you just think that the most popular candidate is the best candidate.
Is the way that America wants to go, and that's why.
All
we're
right.
not
All
doing
right. So who was the better candidate, Hitler or whoever he ran against?
it. So if your argument is that their democracy makes,
Oh.
so you're comparing an
Oh,
American
shit.
democracy to Hitler. That's how far out you're going to go.
I'm
No,
comparing a
not only has
democratic
Dean done
election-
it, but the vice president of the United States has also done it. I just want to clarify.
Okay.
So your current vice president also compared the current president to Mustache Man.
Okay.
Okay. And also, they were a democracy. That's why this is a perfect explanation, because it is the case that literally Hitler got into that particular position because democracy was absolutely caving out, right, by anti-intellectuals and by propaganda and by getting people to accept only a certain set of information. If you control the information that people are engaging with, then you can effectively control them. And if Donald, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead and finish.
And if Donald Trump can literally control what information people in MAGA are taking into account, regardless of what is actually considered true, he can effectively control everyone within MAGA. And since he is going to be the basis for truth in plenty of these scenarios, because whatever he says goes, and whatever is against him is just fake news, propaganda, mainstream media, conspiracy, deep state that's trying to destroy him, right? For political reasons, because they hate him and they hate this country. Well, then literally, like, you're just going to accept anything he says.
I don't agree with whatever he says. I don't agree with everything he says, and that's false. That's truly false.
So answer my question. It actually wasn't Hitler that won in an election. It was the Nazi Party. Hitler was a legal appointment. So who's better, the Nazi Party or whoever they ran against?
Is there reasons for why they won?
What?
What are the reasons they won?
Does that matter?
Answer my question.
What do you mean? What are the reasons why they won?
Because
We're talking about Nazis, bro.
You're talking about Nazis in a debate about a US president.
The reasons why the Nazi Party won was because, in accordance with the electoral rules of the Weimar Republic, they had gained a sufficient, vote from the Republic to be appointed as the official state party. So, answer my question.
I think that's not what he's
better?
asking. The reason why they won is because of World War I, specifically Germany losing World War I, getting the Treaty of Versailles, right, and literally having to pay massive levels of debt that led to massive famines that existed within Germany, which Nazis particularly used in order to justify, right, them getting into positions of power, because people were disenfranchised, people were looking for strong men, people were looking for answers when the answers did not exist in the people that they knew were starving to death and dying. And that's what they initially used to get into power. It's propaganda, it's bad times.
So who is better, Dino? The Nazi Party or whoever they ran against?
So again, you're comparing a U.S. election.
I'm comparing. Oh, okay. So the most popular party or candidate is only the better candidate in a U.S. republic, not in a non-U.S. republic. See, now this is where your logic is honestly like pitiful at this point.
Our democracies are
just
two different things.
allow me to finish. Honestly, at this point, your logic is like pitiful. Like I feel secondhand embarrassment for you. You have lost the debate, but you can't come to terms with that because you don't know anything about what it means to be a rational person. You are all about being a right person, okay? And to be the self-proclaimed right person, you must deny any fact, any sense of reason, or any sense of logic that disagrees with your preconceived beliefs, okay? You have a preconceived belief that Donald Trump was a better candidate. I shit on that claim. Parker shits on that claim. So now, in order to maintain the sense of self-righteousness, you must rather say that whoever wins the election is a better candidate, because, well, we can't contest that, until we do by pointing out the fact that the Nazi Party won an election in the Weimar Republic in the state of Germany. Okay? And now you still don't want to concede and be like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're right. So then you're like, well, the most popular candidate or party is only the better candidate or party if it's an election in the U.S., not outside of the U.S.
Because our
and now you just
democracies
sound
are two
crazy.
different things. Our democracies are two different democracies.
Wait, Dino. If the Union was against, right, the Confederates in an election and the Confederates won, do you think that the Confederates should have won?
Did you know that the Confederates were on your party's side?
Wait. I want him to answer my question. I'm not. I never would agree with Confederates. I just want to clarify.
And I actually
those are
disagree with that
conservative
claim.
Democrats.
And what you just claimed was historically wrong, but I want you to answer Parker's questions before I demonstrate how it's historically wrong.
Okay.
So again,
Parker's question.
if there was an election, right, and it was the Confederates versus the Union, do you and the Confederates won? Do you think the Confederates should have won?
Why would the Confederates have won?
Because
Because
people
they got
voted
the
for him.
majority votes, correct?
Yes.
Because they ran a better campaign.
So
And they would have won, and
would
America
the
would have been
Confederacy have been
different.
better than the Union?
The America would definitely be different.
No, that's not what we're asking you. Would the Confederate Party have been better than the Union?
The only way to win an election is to get the majority of votes.
But that's
correct?
not what I'm asking you. If the Confederate Party would have therefore been better than the Union?
Are you calling me and the majority of
I'm
people
asking
wrong?
you a question. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, then
So
that's
I'm
fair.
actually, no, I'm calling the minority, 49.9% of voters who voted for Trump in the election, wrong. 51.1 voted against Trump. But anyways, so would you say
how
that
did he
the
win then?
Confederate Party? Would you say that the Confederate Party, because to win in the Electoral College or popular vote, you don't need a majority of overall votes? Come on, you just need the most compared to the other candidates. Now, going back to the question, would you therefore say that the Confederate Party was better than the Union? I want a yes or a no. You absolute spineless fool.
Did they win? No. So clearly they weren't better.
You spineless
question
fool. Parker's question was if the Confederate Party were to run against the Union in a free and fair democratic American election and the Confederate Party were to have won, would the Confederate Party be better than the Union?
In America's eyes, in the American people's eyes?
No, I'm
yes.
asking,
In your
I'm
eyes.
asking to you. I'm asking to you.
No, you're trying to solo me out, but I'm not the sole person.
I'm
that votes.
asking you. I'm talking
We're-
to you.
are-
If I
we're
wasn't
debating
trying
you.
to solo you out, I wouldn't be talking to you right now, Dino. Do you want to be back in the comment section if you don't want to be soloed out? We'll put you right back there right now. So answer the damn question right now.
You act like that's a
Dino,
bad thing.
are we, so just to clarify, this isn't a debate between Dean Parker and Dino. This is a debate between Dean and Parker and Dino, who's representing 49.9% of the country. So you're not
I don't know
debating
where
your
he's getting
views?
that statistic, but he would know.
Are you debating your views or not?
If he got 49%, how much did Kamala
Dino,
get?
are you debating your views or not?
Yes, I am, of course.
Okay, so if you're debating your views, then you're not debating the views of anybody else, only yours. So in your view, if the Confederate Party beat the Union in a free and fair American election,
In a
under
free
your
and
view,
fair
once
American
again,
election.
would the Confederate Party therefore be better than the Union?
Would I be the sole person voting?
No, you are
Okay.
not the sole person voting. You're
So is that-
voting in a free and fair election. I'm asking you, if the Confederate Party were to have won, would the Confederate Party be better? You absolute spineless fool that is embarrassing yourself so badly in front of over 10,000 people. You are making no goddamn sense. You are contradicting yourself every single time you open your mouth. And quite frankly, I'm an environmentalist and I'm getting to a point where I now want to kick you because the carbon emissions exhibited by you breathing out when you speak words is wasteless and it's nonsensical and there's no point to it. It's only further aiding and abetting and destroying the fucking ozone layer. That is how absolutely useless, absolutely meaningless your statements are. Okay? So
Now this-
get your act together
this
and
is
answer the
why I don't
question.
agree with
So
the left
if
on
the
debate.
Confederate Party beat the Union in a free and fair democratic election, under your view, would the Confederate Party therefore be better than the Union?
If the American people voted for the Confederate Party, then clearly that's the direction America needed to go.
So America would have needed slavery. Got it.
That's the comparison you can make.
No, you did not just say, dude. This is this. Okay, I have a question. If Hitler was born in
But
the
you're
United,
running
wait,
on
li-
what
listen.
Your
If-
entire
hold-
argument
hold on.
runs on what ifs.
On
not an
hypothetical,
argument.
hypotheticals attest to the logical consistency of your perspective. Is that
So
wrong?
you're
Is it wrong for us to like debate your positions?
You can debate my position.
That's what we're
not
doing.
with what ifs.
What?
Okay, so-
this
so
isn't
you
just a
don't-
what if. Do you know what the point of what we're doing right now is? We're
So
testing.
Yes, you're
we're
trying
testing.
to contradict my statement.
We're testing
Of
your
course.
argument. Logically, that's all we're doing.
So
Of
let me.
course.
So you didn't pass third grade, right?
I think I passed a few more grades than that.
Okay, well, you used hypotheticals in your third grade math class to better understand the world around you, so why can't you in a debate with Dean and Parker? Are they just too scary for you?
Because your hypotheticals are going on a democracy that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Your
I
hypo-
don't- I
don't
literally
like
don't
this
get
our
it.
democracy to Hitler.
Dino,
I don't like
I feel like you're telling the truth. I feel like you're saying, when you say that what we're saying doesn't make sense to you, I understand that because I don't think anything makes sense to you. How do you function in society?
Genuinely.
How do I function in society?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want
Leave the
to
membership
strive to
subscription.
articulate my points to you.
George,
but you
think of
guys
the
don't-
50 at NMAX.
Your banner behind you says
like you somehow figured out how to like get a phone and download TikTok and make an account and join our live, but you can't reason your way to the conclusion that just because a candidate wins the race, it doesn't mean they're better, and you stick to your guns and it ends up leading you into being a Confederate Nazi and then you stand behind that, and then you act as if we're the crazy ones. You
But
act as if we're the
they're
bad faith
acting as
debaters.
if a person won in a fair
Wait,
election.
do you have
if a
anybody at
candidate
home with
won
you
in a
right
fair
now? Is your
election,
mom home? Is your dad? Obviously, you don't live on your own. Is your mother or father home, sir?
Wait,
I do live on my own. Thank
No,
you.
you-
oh my God! If there was a democratic election to do a mandatory vasectomy for Dino, would you support it? Like, no, we democratically voted as a country to like do a mandatory vasectomy of Dino. Like,
This
would
is
you
where your
be like that's
arguments
good? Would you be like that's good?
This is where your political debate has gone.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
you
is a
can't
great
answer this
question,
question. This is the
Wait, hey,
defeater.
wait, Parker, ask me the question real quick. I just want to demonstrate to Dino how easy hypotheticals are. Do it.
Yeah, Dean. If there was a democratic election to literally force Dean Withers to have a mandatory vasectomy, would you agree with that position?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
Dino, your turn.
So you're asking me if there was a election to get me to have a vasectomy, would I agree with it?
Yeah. If everyone voted in the United States, literally every person voted to forcefully sterilize you, would you support it?
If everybody voted to deplatform you, would you be okay with it?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Your turn.
No, go ahead. Your turn.
So I'm allowed to say no to this.
Yes.
Okay. What does that
Congrats, you
prove?
just
So are you going to
contradicted
say
your
no?
What did it
Are you
prove?
going to say no, Dino?
I said no. What does it prove?
It proves that you have a completely illogical, inconsistent standard of truth now, because we were able to reduce you down to saying that the only reason Trump was a better presidential candidate than Kamala Harris was because he won the election, which means you think populist support through democratic elections generates the best possible outcomes for society. Meaning, under the hypothetical that Parker just provided to you, the best possible outcome for society would be you getting a vasectomy, but you're now denying that that's the best possible outcome for society, therefore denying your only argument that you've been able to instantiate insofar as our conversation.
No,
that Donald
because the
Trump is a
only
better
thing that
presidential
supports your
candidate than Kamala
argument
Harris.
is a very, very outlandish hypothetical.
Oh,
That's the only thing that supports your argument.
The only thing that supports your argument is an internal contradiction within Dino's worldview. That sounds base to me, man. The only people that don't understand logic, don't understand internal contradictions, don't understand hypotheticals are people with the abstract thought of a toddler. Quite frankly, that's the truth, Mr. Dino.
You quite literally
I had to say
go
it.
to
I
a
had to say
very
it.
far out hypothetical to prove your point.
No, it's not a far out hypothetical. The point that we were demonstrating was that it's not a democratic election in the United States that indicates that there's a better candidate or a better policy.
Then what does? Then what does?
Can we just
Then
be
what
honest?
does?
It was a far out
Like the
hypothetical.
policy supported by the particular candidate, the character of the particular candidates, right? Those are main things that you would take into account, the policy and the character of the candidate
Okay.
that you would support in order to be able to
So
identify that.
why did Trump win the election then?
Because
if that is the only thing that
because
matters.
people without good reason attributed inflation to the incumbent president.
Thank you, Brian.
That's the
The
main
previous
reason.
incumbent president, correct?
Yeah, like the incumbent administration, which included Harris.
Okay. And my previous point was that she could not differentiate herself from that.
That's your point, but you don't base your point just based upon how society voted. You base your point on like what's relevant to Dino. Okay, so can you tell me what's relevant to Dino other than just like, oh, people
Not
in
how you
society
said
voted
that.
for this, because that's clearly not a good reason.
Isn't-
Like the only claim that you can make here would be like that you think the Biden-Harris administration caused the inflation caused by the pandemic.
Yes, but the only point you can come to is that inflation caused that.
What?
The only point you can come to is that
What? No, what? That doesn't make
My
any
fault.
sense.
The pandemic caused that. The only point you can come to is that the pandemic caused that. You can't tell me that the policies failed them.
Wait, we're not going to say that the Biden-Harris administration policies did that if it didn't do that. We're not going to
But-
lie to
but
you.
you
We're going to
can
tell
tell
you
me-
what is the
Why
what is
would
the
we lie?
likely reason that there was inflation, and that was
You
because
can
that happened
continue to
globally. Dino,
backpedal
Dino, we're not backpedaling anywhere, right? That's literally why inflation happened globally. Africa,
why would we-
Asia, South
why
America,
would we
Central
lie?
America, Europe, everywhere around the world experienced this level of inflation.
Yeah, like when we tell you that the pandemic caused the inflation, we're just reiterating truth. Because that is true. That is a true claim.
The pandemic itself cannot cause the inflation. The policies passed to prevent the pandemic or make the pandemic lesser among the
That was
American
such a ridiculous
cause
position. The reason
inflation.
why
She's
that was
actually-
it. No, hold up. The reason why that's a ridiculous position is because the reason why you would have had to implement the policy in the first place to counteract the response of the pandemic is because the pandemic exists.
I'd actually
So
say
you
that Dino's
enacted
Dino's like 50%.
policies. You
Dino's like
enacted policies that
50%.
did not
No.
work.
Dean, let me
Under
give you an
my view-
example to show you how he's not. Like the the imposing of vaccines, right? Are you saying because people die of the vaccines or get negatively impacted because of the vaccines, right, that's going to be like more people that were affected? No, you're going to acknowledge that was less than that would have happened through nature. Does that make sense?
Okay, but I'm also not going to force people to take the
that's like, okay,
vaccine if we're
here's my
approach
thoughts.
That's the point.
Here's
See?
my thoughts.
Go ahead.
It's not worth getting into, not with Dino.
No, just I'm clarifying to the audience, right? So if you like in the same way that I was just mentioning, right? The pandemic, right, was naturally going to occur, right? So there's nothing that we did to cause that. We're only trying to respond to that. So anything caused by the policies that we're trying to do in response to that is a byproduct or something that we didn't want to happen as a byproduct of our necessary response. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Vaccines
you are
necessary
right.
response to save people's lives.
Yeah. Therefore the pandemic still caused it.
But
Okay.
should
Yeah, it
you
was
be
definitely a
allowed to
pandemic.
force those
Yeah,
vaccines
smart
upon
man,
people
smart
that don't
man,
want
smart
to
man.
take the vaccine?
Don't pivot.
It's not a pivot. It's the same.
It is. It
the
is a
same-
pivot. It is a pivot because we're arguing that the pandemic caused inflation under Biden and Harris.
And I'm-
that's
and
what it's
I'm
about forcing
saying
the vaccine
that
on people. Forcing the vaccine on individuals has nothing to do with the claim.
I'm
The
arguing that the
pandemic
policies
caused.
that they
that the
enacted
pandemic-
did not
that the
reduce the
pan-
inflation, did not help the inflation.
Actually, it
Wait.
did.
Can I ask him a question? What policies did the Biden-Harris administration pass that caused inflation?
Social distancing is a policy they passed.
Social distancing, didn't that happen under Trump's administration?
No,
Trump was literally president when they started implementing that.
no.
Wait. When did that happen? What year did that happen?
That happened 2021. Biden was already
No, it
president.
happened 2020 when Trump was in presidency.
No.
Yes, it did.
Yes, that's why we had the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years in
No.
April of 2020. Yes, go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We had the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years in April of 2020 at 14.8% because of social distancing policies and orders for people to stay at home. Yes, businesses shut down and people stayed at home and people became unemployed because of social distancing policies under Donald Trump's administration in 2020. If there was no social distancing policies in 2020, then why the hell was there a level of unemployment clocking in at 14.8% in April? Tell me why. Why did that exist?
Why did that exist? Because people didn't want to go outside. The mandate was not imposed until 2020
People just didn't want to go outside. Why?
because the pandemic. It
The
was
pandemic.
not
And during the
policy in
pandemic, I have a
2021.
question. During the pandemic, did we do social distancing? Because I remember that I literally was not able to go to school because of social distancing in 2020. Because I graduated high school in 2020. So please tell me how, when I was engaging in social distancing in
make this
2020,
shit up.
literally when I was graduating from high school, how that
Dude.
was in 2021. Please tell me.
Parker, you can't make this shit up. On March 28th of 2020, the Trump White House extended a executive order requiring social distancing measures throughout the end of April in 2020.
You cannot make this shit up, dude.
No.
You can't make
Do
it
you
up. You can't
do you
make it
want
up. Dino, please.
Do you want my source, Dino? It's the CDC Museum COVID-19 timeline on cdc.gov.
Okay.
So you're wrong.
Okay. I will take that. But I will also state that I still don't believe that the policies they enacted during the Biden and Harris
What
administration,
policy did the Biden-Harris administration pass that caused inflation?
it was the lack of policy.
Lack of policy? Really? So the lack of policy. So are you saying that we had to respond to the pandemic? Are you saying the pandemic caused it? Wow. You ran us right into the point I explained. Secondly, as it relates to this, what policy? Actually, so they didn't pass any policy which led to inflation. The inflation caused by the. I thought you said it was the policy that caused the inflation.
The policies that they enacted during that time were not.
I thought you said they
warranted.
didn't have policies that they passed. I thought you said it was a lack of policies.
It was a lack of good policies. Let me reword
Okay,
that.
lack of good policies. So what bad policies or lack of what good policies?
Okay, what policies did they pass that you think were a good idea?
I like how he
helped
just
the
like
inflation?
I like how he asks me a question instead of
No,
answering
because
mine.
if I don't know the policies
after
correctly,
you
but
answer
guys
Parker's
do.
question,
You guys do.
one moment, after you answer Parker's question, then I think we need to go into like more general conversation of what can a presidential administration do insofar as executive order policies to reduce inflation. Because like I'm thinking about it, like really like the only tool that could be used by an administration to reduce inflation would be a tool to either reduce supply of a good, or what? Like cause a recession? Like I think the only way that a president could reduce inflation is to cause a recession. And like 90% of that burden is going to fall on the Fed to adequately manage interest rates. Like the only policy that can be implemented like maybe also like furthering supply of a good. Like I don't know, like dropping restrictions on trade, approving more like drilling permits. But they did all those things. They did all those things. So like, what should they have done that they didn't do to reduce inflation?
They did all those things.
Yeah. So which one policy that they should have done that they didn't do to reduce inflation? Tell me.
What policy should they have done?
That they didn't do to reduce inflation. Yeah. I honestly, Parker, we should have started with this one because
I already asked him this question, by the way.
You did?
Yeah.
You asked me what policies they should enact? This is why I'm not a politician.
That they
though.
should have done that they didn't do.
But you guys are saying that the way that they went about it was good.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the U.S. Underwent the quickest rebound from negative implications onset by the pandemic, such as negative GDP growth or inflation, compared to any other country in the G7 because of their policies, such as the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Remit Mexico. Jesus Christ, I'm brain rotted, etc. I mean, I think that they did great, and I think the fact that you were like dead silent when you responded to that question just shows that your belief that they didn't do enough to prevent inflation is nothing more than gibberish propaganda. They did it better than anyone else in the world, but apparently they didn't do enough. But you can't name what they should have done that they didn't. You're just a brain-rotted propagandist shill for the Republican Party. How does it feel
Cult
to
member.
be a robot?
You're literally just a robot cult member.
Yeah. Like, you know that the RNC just looks at you like a good boy?
But I don't
Seriously,
listen to
seriously. The
everything
RNC, Trump, and MAGA, they look at you and they say,
But I don't
"Good
agree with
boy."
everything he does.
They look at you and they say, "This is a really
if I were to
good
run,
boy."
I'd run for the Republicans because they've got the dumbest group of voters, I tell you. Incredibly dumb. You've never seen them. They believe everything that's on Fox News. Every single thing that they see, I promise you.
Yeah.
If I ran, I would win in numbers never seen before. Tremendous numbers, big numbers.
You can't make your own decisions. You trust Mr. Daddy Trump to make them for you.
But I do make my own decisions.
No.
This argument means nothing to
When
me.
you build your beliefs, you scroll on Facebook for 5 minutes and look at.
I don't have a
Donald
Facebook
Trump,
account,
And what
so make
Donald
that
Trump,
make sense.
sorry, Telegram. What Donald Trump
I don't
posted
have a
on Truth
Telegram
Social,
account, so
and then
make
you're like,
that-
okay.
Truth Social?
I don't have a true social.
Donna, let me just ask you this question. Where do you get your news from?
I get my news from anywhere that normal Gen Z get their news from.
I asked you a question. Where do you get your news from?
I mean,
Do you want me to name websites?
Yes. Tell me where you get your news from.
I get
Right
my
after
news
this.
from every major news source out there.
Like?
Fox, CNN,
Fox, CNN.
ABC.
You do not look at CNN or ABC. You just look at Fox. I knew it. I knew he was going to say Fox.
Of course I say Fox. It's one of the main newscasters. What else would I say?
What else do you say? AP News, Reuters, NPR, PBS? Like any actual
Okay.
reputable media source, not like Fox News, who literally in a defamation lawsuit
But I
for
said
$780 million.
But
Right.
I like
I feel like
how
I- do you get- I-
grind
good
on that
question.
one, but you don't
Do
say
you
anything
get
about
your
CNN.
information-
The fact that I also watch
They
CNN.
didn't have a $780 million lawsuit, which they responded specifically by saying no reasonable person would believe this as a defense for their legal policy.
So you're saying no other news agency on the left has received a lawsuit?
Not that much. It was the biggest lawsuit of a media company
Do
in
you
terms
get
of
your
defamation.
do you get your news from Gunther Eagleman and Cat Turd on Twitter?
Who is that?
You know exactly who Gunther Eagleman and Cat Turd are.
I don't, because I don't have a Twitter
Yes,
either.
you get all your news from them.
But this is you implying you know things
You-
about me when
I
you
do.
don't, just
I
based on a
do.
political
Stop
debate.
lying.
No,
Stop
I
lying.
actually
It's being
genuinely
propaganda.
believe him. The only information he ever receives is from TikTok and literally Fox News. Like that,
I
I
bet
actually
OM.
do believe that. And
OM.
OM, I
But
guarantee
I
he follows
told you
OM.
I watch CNN and
Well, I have a question.
ABC.
Have you
That meant nothing.
do you follow older millennial?
No.
I'm surprised. I actually genuinely am surprised. There's no way.
I
I-
gotta. By the way, I gotta hop off here in like the next 5 minutes. Just thought I'd let you know.
What about Alex Jones?
No, never watched him.
Really?
No, not Joe Rogan either. I don't.
Newsmax?
No.
No. What the hell do you? Where do the people
Like,
around you must watch
where
that
does this-
shit?
No.
It's definitely the people around him.
Yeah.
No,
there's
because
way.
my girlfriend is a far left liberal.
Dude,
What?
save her.
Get her on the mic right now.
She does
Save
not want to be on the mic
her.
with you guys, though.
She doesn't
She
exist.
doesn't. She
Let me
doesn't.
guess.
What do you
Let me
mean?
guess. She goes to another school.
What do you mean? She probably
No,
watches
she,
us.
she lives in the apartment with me, actually.
Okay, then
goes
like
to another
get her
school.
on the phone.
She goes to another school. Bar.
Hey, babe, can you just say hello?
Wait, yeah.
Hi guys.
Wait, why are you with him?
How much do you hate your boyfriend on a scale of 1 to 10?
We have a lot of political debates.
I bet, but like you know, like he holds some crazy views. We just try to talk. We talk to people every day, right? I talk to people. For
It was
hours.
actually my idea for him to come on here. I begged him to come
I had a
on
feeling.
here.
I had a feeling. I was like, there's no way.
Can I be honest with you real quick?
Of course.
Your boyfriend is one of the most insufferable people that has ever been on my life.
You don't think I don't know that when we have political debates?
I mean, like I think we're saying this like we genuinely mean it. I actually like out of the people I've talked to, I think he's the least willing one of the least willing people to change their minds and to believe something different because of the type of information that he's willing to accept.
You know what? I don't care about what I'm about to say. I'm just gonna be honest, bro. Don't respond to this. Just keep it to yourself. Do whatever you want with this information. In fact,
No, Dean.
I'd probably just say don't respond at all. All right. The way your boyfriend has acted in this debate, all right, it's likely not just the way he debates Dean and Parker, but probably the way he carries himself in any disagreement, argument that could ever exist. And these character attributes only become more pronounced the older you grow, as you become more dogmatic the older you become. Compare the open-mindedness of a 70-year-old to a 15-year-old. The 15-year-old will be more open-minded 9.9 out of 10 times. So these behaviors, they will only grow more solidified the longer you two are together, and the worse conditions will become for you whenever there's any disagreement. Not even just referencing politics, I'm talking interpersonal discussions. Okay? And I mean that. I mean that very seriously. Keep it in mind.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to go back to Dino?
Yeah, we can talk to him.
Thank you.
Okay, so what did that discussion prove? You said I'm going to
It didn't prove
be
anything.
a worse person later on.
Can I actually like I have a few questions I want to talk to you about.
Do you guys think I treat my girlfriend poorly? Is that it?
Likely.
We're just saying that like you're not probably going to be likely to take into account criticism from that degree because of the different types of beliefs that you've been propagandized to believing. That's not to say that I think that you can never change. I just think that like right now, the way that you view things is so bad for being able to like actually critically think. And that's really important towards interpersonal things. It's important for politics. I mean, the reason why he says that is because it's not just something that is applicable to politics.
Also, I'm gonna be the odd man out here. I may even get some shit from the chat on this. I also think it's possible that in the day-to-day life with you and your girlfriend, politics just never come up, and you guys just live your life. Maybe you take her on dates and you do nice boyfriend things for her. And I don't know how long you guys have been together, but maybe there hasn't been opportunities that have created themselves for disagreement, even outside of politics. And maybe like you're perceived as a good boyfriend that does good boyfriend things. The point that I was making is that this changes over time. Disagreements happen. They are natural. In fact, when disagreements don't happen in a relationship, it's likely not a good one. Okay? But when those disagreements start happening, shit's gonna get rough.
Yeah, but you're saying we don't
for
have
you.
disagreements, and you think we don't have disagreements when we very much do, and we argue about politics very often.
I'm not even just talking about politics.
We argue about daily life
You
often.
could disagree with somebody on politics and be super stern-headed and then just kind of forget about it 20 minutes later. Especially like privileged people, right? Especially privileged people. But I'm not even really talking about politics. I'm talking about interpersonal disagreements. I'm talking about things that are like might happen a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. I mean, that's all I'm gonna say. I don't really want to say any more.
So we don't argue every day, but we definitely do argue sometimes. And I think we have a very civil discussion where neither of us yell and we both get our points across really easily.
Do
So,
you ever concede your points? Have you ever admitted you were wrong?
of course, on many occasions I concede that I'm wrong because we have a genuine
can we go
discussion.
through that on that? I just want to prove that that's probably not true. Like let's
Do
just
you want to talk to her about it than not
no,
me?
I'd rather talk to you about it because I think
Okay,
that
go ahead.
yeah, because I think that the issue is with you. It has nothing to do with her being held accountable for this. It has you being held accountable, particularly for the way that you act. Okay, so we're just addressing like your beliefs and what you're willing to take into account in terms of actual information because of the different media sources that you see as valid. You don't see mainstream media like AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, or any of those to be valid sources. You see valid sources to be Donald Trump, right, and literally Republican Party sources.
No,
Otherwise,
because
you
I
wouldn't
also view my
believe the
girlfriend as a
insane
very
shit.
valid
Hold
source.
on. I just want to clarify. Wait. Then, does she think that Donald Trump intentionally crashed the U.S. economy?
I don't know her view on it now.
Okay, so
I mean,
I'm
say
guessing she
we-
probably agrees with that position.
I don't know how I feel about like like advocating for explicit vocal disagreement between them for the sake of her.
Okay,
But it wouldn't be a vote. It wouldn't be an argumentative. It would be a debate. It would be whose points are better, because that's how we hold our arguments. We don't yell at each other. We're normal adults.
I think all
I'm just saying if
is,
like you see them as a source, right, then you'll accept the information, right?
Sure, but you can debate the information as well.
Sure, of
Just,
course,
just
of
because
course,
she's
but
a
like
good
I'm
source does not mean
yeah,
she's
that's
getting
the-
all of the right information.
Hey, listen, this is what we're doing right now. Okay, well, then let's clarify. What sources do you see to be valid?
Hmm?
What sources do you see to be valid?
I told you that my majority are CNN, Fox, and CBS.
So you accept that Trump lost the 2020 election.
Of course.
Okay. You accept that he was lying about the results of the 2020 election. You agree that he pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th because they did his bidding, right?
Okay.
You agree with that? So would you vote for a candidate that literally went up to a prison and opened the prison cells of people who have violently assaulted police officers for fun?
But that's going off the point that I believe that he incited a riot.
No, I'm not even referencing that. I'm
Police
referencing him.
corruption.
I'm referencing who he pardoned. I'm
Okay.
not even referencing anything else. I'm just referencing that Donald Trump pardoned people.
Both parties pardon people, though.
No, but
And
I'm
that doesn't-
not violent offenders. Not
That
people.
doesn't mean
not,
I agree with
Wait,
them.
I'm talking about violent offenders. Isn't the whole reason you want immigration laws to like prevent like violent crime from occurring? And if that's the whole reason, then why would you support a candidate that explicitly released like and intentionally violent criminals into the country?
Why would I agree with the pardons that Biden did either?
What pardon of a violent offender was there?
oh my god.
I would have to literally look up the people that he pardoned. I don't know them off the top of my head.
None of them were violent offenders.
That's not true.
Well, then give me a single source that indicates otherwise. I'll put money on this. He did not
I would-
pardon a violent offender.
I would honestly love to have like talking points to actually go back onto a debate with you two, because I do genuinely think you guys have relatively good debates. You guys are headed and minded well, and I do respect the points that you guys say. Like, I'm listening to the points you say, regardless of if I'm going to change my opinion on those points that I have. You guys argue well, and I give that to you. And I would like to have like an actual debate where we both have a few topics where we can go into and we all have the specifics of that information. That would be like you arguing points that I don't know, like which people specifically he pardoned. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I would love to debate that argument.
Okay. Well, but again, like you're making a claim that Biden did pardon violent offenders without any evidence, without any research. When I'm telling you,
knowing
I've
that.
done research, there is no evidence of such. And I'm giving you evidence that there is the case that Donald Trump intentionally pardoned people who pled guilty, admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. He pardoned those people. So are you okay with him just releasing violent criminals like that?
I think he pardoned those people due to how long they were incarcerated for.
Okay, wait. You think that they weren't incarcerated long enough?
I don't think that was.
Wait. No, you think they were incarcerated too long for violently beating
Did,
police
did
officers?
they get their trials?
2 years. for
Yes,
trying to kill a
they were
cop? Yeah.
convicted.
I'll give you a very specific example. There was this guy. His name was DJ Rodriguez. On January 6, 2021, DJ Rodriguez responded to posts by Donald Trump calling for a protest to fight at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. DJ Rodriguez then showed up to the protest to fight. All hell broke loose. Then DJ Rodriguez tried to kill a police officer. In fact, DJ Rodriguez was able to get that cop's stun gun from him, beat him up, get him on the ground, and then drive it into his neck. DJ Rodriguez was then later arrested for this crime. DJ Rodriguez then had the cop testify against him in court. Oh my God. And he pled guilty. From January 6th until the day he entered into jail, there was around 2 years.
Okay.
When Donald Trump pardoned him, he had been in jail for 2 years. At that point, Donald Trump referred to him as a victim of political prosecution and a true American patriot.
Okay. See.
And that is something I disagree with a lot.
Okay. You're going. So now I actually have some information on the people that Joe Biden did pardon and the offenses that these people did in fact commit. So you can't tell me that they were all not felons. You cannot tell me that these people were all good people.
I asked
Dude.
which one was a violent offender.
Let's see. Violent offender?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically violence.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so no other crime matters except violent, correct?
I didn't even say that. I just asked you if there was any violent.
Okay.
Is your answer to that question no?
There's a lot. He pardoned a lot of people. It was not a short list of people that he pardoned.
Okay. So
Not gone through all of them.
yeah, and it seems like you can't mention a single one that was violent.
I'm seeing a lot of people that were imprisoned. I'm seeing.
For non-violent drug crimes, yeah.
So those drugs are okay.
Um,
You shouldn't do the time for committing a crime.
no, those people that were pardoned for those offenses, yeah, they absolutely should have been pardoned. It should be legal federally. The fact that it's considered a Schedule 1 DRUG is unbelievable. It is
Okay.
absolutely unbelievable that in some states in this country, people are literally convicted of crimes for that. That's insane.
Oh, and then also, I do just want to clarify that a lot of these individuals were sentenced and imprisoned a long time ago, and
Okay.
the laws that they broke had much stricter sentences and punishments then than they do today. And
Beverly
it is
Canty.
unequivocally unfair to have somebody serving like 25 years in jail for like using or selling small portions of the MDRUG. And that is obvious. And it unequivocally does not compare to Donald Trump pardoning DJ Rodriguez.
Okay,
To
but
compare the two is
to-
nonsense.
it's allowed to be compared because they're both pardons. They're both presidential pardons.
Yeah, but I'm
compare
saying that one pardon should be a red line and is very obviously hypocritical when you also claim to be a member of the party of law and order. And then the other pardon is justified, makes sense, and not hypocritical with other party/candidate messaging.
I'm trying to look at what you guys would consider violent crimes.
Violent crimes.
No, I'm looking through the pardons right now to
Okay.
justify.
Nat,
that
thank you for the
none of them
$20
are violent.
super chat over on YouTube. Nat says their problem is a cult member will never admit that they're wrong.
Well,
Because that would mean that everything they believe for their entire life has been a lie.
well,
And this would mean he
equally
voted for a
stance-
Nazi.
Your guys' stance don't want to change either. You guys don't want to change your stance
Oh,
at
The
all.
only
I've
reason I
changed
hold
my
the
stance
stances I
plenty
do
of
today is
times.
because I've admitted that I
What
was wrong.
stance did you change?
Yeah,
On Donald Trump
I
specifically.
yeah, I used to be a Trump supporter.
Okay.
Okay, well that's a pretty fucking big one, isn't it?
Bro, dude, if you want to see the stances I've changed, like, they're so, like, I don't know, man. Just go look at my name on Twitter.
Okay. Then I agree. Then my stance is proven that I believe you guys are good debaters, and I hold that dearly to you guys. Like, you guys are debating your points, and I'm trying to debate mine, regardless of how much knowledge I have on the actual topic. You guys clearly have far more knowledge on your given stance, and that's fine.
I know you view it that way, but like when you view it that way, like it seems like what you're doing is you're using that as sort of a deflection to not fully critically analyze your position that way. Like we brought up
What do you think
real
of the
like
gym gun?
legitimate critiques of your position, and it's like I feel like that's almost like an anti-intellectual response because it's like you don't want to address it right now.
The thing is, I want to have an intellectual response, but I don't have the points that you guys are bringing up to back it. So how can I have that intellectual response with you guys?
Well, then wouldn't you say that your prior points were wrong and that it is the case that you have best reason to believe what we just said?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I am a bit over this conversation at this
Yeah, go ahead.
point. Dino, any last words?
I mean, not necessarily. I think you guys are doing a good job of what you guys are doing, and
Appreciate it.
I'm glad somebody is out there trying to debate the right wing, because we also do need to be tested on what we think is right versus what you guys
Yeah.
think is right.
One last comment. This is for you. If you concede every single position you hold that we've debated you on, you'll be a better boyfriend.
But I don't think that's true, because I don't think that has any merit in my relationship.
Keep it in mind. That's all I'm going to say. Keep it in mind. Have a good rest of your night.
Appreciate it.
All right. I guess one last like breakdown about that. Like, I think like the reason I was so like concerned about like the boyfriend and girlfriend dynamic there was because, you know, like every time we try to counter his belief with a point, well, we'd be like, but X, Y, Z, and then just kind of go into baseless, miscellaneous reasons why he was still right. And I mean, that gets applied in relationships all the times. Girlfriend has a problem with boyfriend. Boyfriend justifies his actions. Girlfriend's like, well, what the hell? This is obviously unjustifiable. Gives the reasons why. Then he just points towards some baseless shit. And I mean, like, you know, even like as my job, as like a political debater doing this for 4 hours a day, I am supposed to prove other people wrong with facts, reason, and logic. But like a consequence of that is like critically examining the issues to the best of my ability and trying to find a way why they're wrong and I'm right. And there's been like moments, even with my girlfriend, where she's had to say, Dean, you're doing the debate thing, snap out of it. And I had to like sit back and recognize, you're right, I'm sorry, and be conscious of that to have a happy, healthy relationship. So I feel like kind of taking that line of thought in like a drastically worse manner, and applying that to a relationship, it just produces very bad outcomes. And I mean, I just know that from my own relationship. It's been such a critical and important part of my relationship when any disagreement pops up to be conscious of the debate mode. Anyways, Parker, if you want to go live,
Yeah, we're gonna get off.
yeah, I'm gonna get off. It's over 9 here.
All right, but I will go on to this account live. So I hope you have a good night, bro.
Yeah, bro, you too. I appreciate you for joining up.
All
as a
right.
co-host.
All right. It was fun. It was fun.
Glad Parker get a real job. Yeah, I'll send everybody over here in a minute. I'm just gonna.
It says live eligibility restricted. Appeal. Why did it restrict it? That's so weird. Why did it do that? This live is we detected suspicious activity that violate our integrity and authenticity policies. Bro. Yeah, I was limiting Dean's stream because of that. That's really unfortunate. That's so brutal. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Tomorrow, everyone, I just want to let y'all know I will not be live. Again, I will not be live tomorrow. I'm sorry. It's been a bit. I will be back on the 7th, which is my birthday. And I will be on the daily debates again tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, the 7th. So, Just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know. Been super busy. Are gonna be super busy here this April. Lots of stuff planned. Lots of stuff. Just letting everyone know. All right, we're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates. Should we try to hit a restart actually? Because we have a restriction. Should we do that? Because the appeal doesn't hit right away. Or actually, you know what? Or should we just leave it? Yes. All right. I'm going to do it real quick. Actually, no, it's not the worst time to do it. Never mind. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. We're going to stay. We're going to stay. I was like, worst time to do it. Dean's already sent people in. Push the cap. Push the cap. Well, what's up, everyone coming in from Dean's stream? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Good to see everyone. Good to see everyone. I missed y'all so much. I missed y'all so much. Appreciate the good evening. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What's good, everyone coming in from Dean's stream? We got a restriction on this live, which is very unfortunate, but we'll try to live through it. We'll try to live through it. We'll see what we can do here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. I'd appreciate if everyone went over to YouTube. How? TikTok just doesn't like me. It says integrity and authenticity. So it's like ridiculous. So I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. I might just hit maybe I'll just hit a restart. You know, that could just be the move, but I mean, I might just leave it and throw up my second account or throw my main account. Najia, thank you so much for the $1. I did say thank you. You must have not heard me because I did it over on YouTube. Jesse, thank you for the $2 for happy early birthday. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Clarice, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Jesse, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Ayana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.11. And Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Are you on YouTube? Yes, I am. Someone said, Parker, the push is good. I don't think it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. The reason why I know it's not good is because of the, what's it called? The live restriction. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, I don't know what the point is of that. All right, we're just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because, gosh damn it, he's pretty damn funny president, man.
I just talked to you.
I talk-
Not this guy again? Okay, all right. We'll go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Help send it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why'd you do that?
Because I believe in his policy around Iran.
Around Elon?
Iran. The country of Iran?
Sorry, Iran. Okay, yeah, so what specifically about it? The fact that he said he wants to bomb it?
No, that he has a maximum pressure, essentially, campaign against them, such as he did in 2018.
Okay. But like, how do you feel about his policy now and saying that he wants to bomb Iran because they're not upholding the nuclear deal that he pulled out of? I can't hear you. You're out of the app. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes,
Cool.
everyone.
I would say that a lot of the time he does a lot of bluffing. The
Oh, really?
way
Did
that
he bluff with the tariffs?
No, but I do believe that in terms of the Middle East, typically he has a very hardline approach that I'd say in some ways is better for us as America and also for the Iranians themselves.
Okay, so please tell me how it's better for Iranians themselves, for like them to be threatened to be bombed
Okay,
by the U.S.
so I know what you're trying to do. Let me speak and let me actually face you with the facts, okay? First thing I want to ask you about is what do you think about the JCPOA?
Do you want to address what my question is first?
I understand what you're trying to do, so I'm going to ask you a question first. Do you know what the JCPOA
No.
is? You don't know what it is.
I'm not answering any questions until you answer my question.
Okay, repeat your question.
So you didn't listen to my question?
No, I did listen to your question.
Okay, so then I
see
don't
what
need
you're
to.
trying do.
I don't need to repeat it, right?
What you're trying to say is that him bombing, or that him saying that he wants to bomb Iran is not actually bluff. Correct? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm asking you how it's better for Iranians that the United States is threatening to bomb them.
That the United States is trying to bomb them or claiming to bomb them?
Threatening to bomb them.
Well, it's not. I'm saying that
It's not. The United States did not threaten to bomb them. Didn't we just talk about that?
No, I'm saying that even though he's saying that, he typically bluffs.
Okay, did he? Okay, so
Okay.
you keep saying
Can
he
you tell me
typically
a
is it?
time-
But
Hold on.
even if it's a bluff, is it okay for the United States to threaten that they're going to bomb Iran?
No, it's not okay.
No,
And I
okay.
can
So
see
then
that.
it's horrible foreign policy, right?
Do you agree that just one statement does not make up the entirety of someone's foreign policy?
Oh, tell me what makes up for it.
The JCPOA. You're not answering
Which he
my
pulled
question.
out of?
Yes. Can you tell me what's wrong with the JCPOA?
Wait. You think?
No, hold on.
No. I want
Answer
you to
my question
no,
first, because I understand what you're doing as a debater. I'm telling you straight up.
What's
tell me
what's wrong
with
that we're not in it?
Yes, tell me.
Because it is the case that they were limiting like Iran from producing nuclear weapons or investing particularly in research and development, right? In things relative towards making nuclear weapons. And now they're closer towards
you
making
agree?
nuclear weapons because Donald Trump pulled out of it.
Would you agree that there is another form of domestic terrorism that Iran acts in that at this point is more important than just their nuclear weapons? Do you know that the
Okay.
JCPOA does not actually cover ballistic missiles?
I'm confused what that's relative to.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Do you think that it's okay for us to put across any type of policy that doesn't fully cover an actual issue with another country?
Say that one more time. Sorry, I apologize.
Do you think that it's okay for us, as the United States of America, to pass or enact laws that essentially limit another country haphazardly without actually covering other issues of domestic terrorism?
So do I think that we needed to address more things with the nuclear deal?
Yes.
Then why wouldn't we do another deal? This is for nuclear weapons. So
Well, that's exactly the thing.
So then
Trump
clearly, so you're just saying that
hold
there
on.
should be another deal? Are you increasing or decreasing the likelihood that you're going to get a deal by threatening to bomb them? Tell me, which one? Threatening to
going
bomb
back
them
to
and
the same
tariffing
point.
them. Is that going to do very good for
I see what you're
negotiation?
trying to do. You're going back to the same point. Hold on. Do you think that we should include clauses for ballistic missiles? Do you think that's an important thing? Do you know what happened only a year ago with the Ukrainian flight coming out of Iran Khomeini Airport? What do you think caused that terrorist attack?
Not the nuclear deal.
No, exactly. A ballistic missile.
Okay. So you say you want more than this deal. Are you more likely or less likely to get a deal given that you threatened to bomb them? and tariffed their entire country.
Are you also aware that Trump has said that he wants to
No
come
response?
to the table
No
to
response?
restart the JCPOA?
Oh, that he pulled out of? Why'd he pull out of it?
Yes. He pulled out of it because he said himself that it wasn't a full and honest clause. There were sunset clauses that were put in place, which essentially only really limited them to an extent for 10 to 15 years. And there was also only limited limitations.
So it wasn't
because
long
they
enough.
were
So his
still allowed-
issue.
Hold on,
So
hold
the
on,
reason why he cut off the deal is that it wasn't long enough?
You
Isn't
didn't let
that
me
cutting
continue
off the
speaking.
deal,
Hold
making
on.
it shorter?
You think that it makes sense to say that we're going to limit Iran's nuclear weapons, but still allow them to research centrifuges that will allow them to increase their research expansion, still
Can you
allowing
give me
them.
any evidence that when the nuclear deal was in place, that it was the case that there was an increase in their access to nuclear weapons? I would love to see it.
Increase in their access to nuclear weapons? Hello.
Like, sorry, research and development that's like relevant towards them developing nuclear weapons.
The centrifuges. Like I said, if you go and read through the JCPOA, the original copy, before we decided.
Can you give me a single source that indicates that specifically, right? Given that it's relevant towards nuclear energy production. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Can you please
Sure,
give
if you
me?
give me a minute,
Can you
I
please
can
give
go
me a
ahead and
single
pull it
source
up.
that indicates that?
If you give me a minute, yeah,
Okay.
I can go ahead.
All right, nice. All right. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. What's up, everyone? Hopefully it appeals the shit. I don't know why it's not appealing it. It's so brutal, chat. I think it might just be smart to hit a restart. What do y'all think? And I can add them back. Restart. Yo, will you come back and be the first guest?
Sure.
I'll just hit a restart my TikTok real quick. Everyone who's on TikTok, yo, if you want to, come to my YouTube. YouTube's better. I'm telling you, it's way fucking better. Please go to YouTube. I'll be right back, everyone. All right, all right. Yeah, we had 74%. Oh, that's so brutal, dude. All right, there we are. Oh, it did it again, chat. It did it again. Oh, dude. Chat, it just does it immediately. I gotta wait for the appeal to go through. It just does it immediately, chat. It restricts it immediately. Every time. YouTube is so much better. Chat, every single time I hit a start on the live, it just restricts it because it knows it's me. And I can't go on my main account because I have an account ban warning. So I'm risking a permanent ban on that account. Chat, I don't know what to do. Iridium, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And a bit for nuclear reactor and a whole lot for weapons. Yeah, so so then wouldn't they have to provide me evidence that they were closer to enriching it? Or wait, would it not even be? It wouldn't even be useful if they have if they don't have other stuff, right? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Akano, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for happy early birthday, Parker. Also, I'm so sorry for your loss, Paul. Pal, thank you for being a voice of reason among. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Akano. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I am doing pretty well. Yeah, I am doing pretty well. What is your YouTube channel? It's Parker Get a Job. We'll give them a second to join in. There we are. We're still restricted. So what were you saying?
Hello.
Yeah, what were you
Can
saying?
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So one example. Let me see. Would you want me to put it in chat, or can I just
You can just tell me the
state the
title.
reason?
Tell me the title.
Okay. So on the 2009 to 2017 state archives under SPI Iran JCPOA index, there's a page from the U.S. Department of State Diplomacy and Action on their Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, essentially a follow-up on the JCPOA and what they've found, any statements of the presidency of Iran, and essentially anything.
What's the title?
It's the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Like under their section, their update,
I'll have to look it up
under
one more time.
statement on the 1-year anniversary
Hold up. You said what? Joint what?
the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action.
Plan of action. And then what is the other identifying information?
The
This is
statement.
wait. When was this created?
It's in the archive, but the actual JCPOA was.
Wait. You're
on
not.
2013.
You're not giving me the title. You're just giving me the name of the thing. You're not giving me the title.
Of the website is
Yeah.
the JCPOA,
Yeah,
but the
I asked what's the title.
statement on the 1-year anniversary of implementation day of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action.
1 year of implementation. And is this from the White House?
Yes,
Oh,
it's from the U.S. Department of State.
okay, there we go.
Yeah, a press statement in 2017 by John Kerry.
Okay, and where does it say this?
So essentially, it does mention that that Iran has shipped out 90% of its enriched uranium, right, and dismantled 2/3 of its centrifuges. But outside of that, what it doesn't mention is what happens to the other 1/3.
Oh, okay, so they did limit their access to centrifuges, just not enough. Okay, so you would like them to do more. Well, then why don't you try to do that more without, like, actually, like, doing that, without getting rid of the deal? I don't understand why you'd have to get rid of the deal. Wouldn't you just
The
want to, like,
reason why I
reform?
think
Wouldn't you just want to negotiate and reform on top of the deal?
I can answer that for you. So the reason why I think it's good that he originally repealed the deal is because the state dynamics and in general our foreign policy, when he was previously president his first term, is way different than I think how it is now, right? We're talking about before Qasem Soleimani had passed away, which was assassinated under Trump's reign, which did amazing things for the Iranian people, essentially dismantled their hardliner group.
Didn't
Would
that,
you
like,
agree?
increase the likelihood of conflict between the U.S. and Iran?
Yes, but would you agree that that was helpful for the Iranian people?
So I don't think that, like, Soleimani was a good person. Obviously, I think he was a bad person. But what you're not understanding is that threatens, right, war between the United States, right, and Iran. Like, especially when Donald Trump's threatening, like, literally, like, bombing Iran, and that's not good for global peace. Okay, so I don't think that's like a good thing that you're going to be saying in terms of foreign policy.
But my question is,
Wait. Did you say Trump's reign?
Yeah, like during his time.
Do you think Trump is a king?
No, I don't think he's a king.
How do you feel about him saying he wants to do a third term?
I don't like that. But again, we're gonna go back because I know that you're deflecting.
No,
okay?
I was just because you said reign.
Curious.
I was just curious because you said reign.
Just a choice of words. I don't think that he's a king.
Interesting.
Okay, but again, going back to Iran, why would you think that Kamala would be better? Kamala would be better for Iranian foreign policy than Trump would.
Yeah, reduce global conflict.
Okay, so why do you think
and tariffs and no tariffs
on Iran?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you think that that's a good thing?
Because it's good for trade. Makes
Why
trade more
would you
efficient.
want to trade with Iran?
Because they have goods we'd want.
Like what? Can you name one?
That's just how the market works.
Can you name one?
Can I name a single good?
Yeah, can you name a singular good that would benefit us that we aren't already getting from another country?
Oh, that we aren't already getting from another country? How am I supposed to know a specific good that we're not getting from another country? Because I could clearly...
asking you. The same way that you ask everyone on this live, I'm asking you.
That's an impossible
think of
question
one?
to answer. I can tell you a good that we get from Iran. We get oil from Iran.
Yeah, okay. We get oil exports. Do you think that Iran is our main supplier of oil given our relations?
I don't think that they're necessarily our main supplier of oil. I also don't think how this is a response to what I'm saying, because I'm telling you that, again, there are going to be certain things the market determines, right, is going to be efficient for us to get particular goods from, and that's why Americans are buying those goods from, right, companies in which produce it in Iran.
Okay, let me think. Or no, let me
Are
think.
you
Let
saying
me-
that, like, they shouldn't be allowed to?
No, but here's what I will say. Right now, The one thing, like you mentioned, that America wants to do best, or most people in America want to do best, is maintain world peace. Can we do that? Can we do that realistically if we are supporting dictatorships and regimes?
Oh, okay. Please apply this to your own view for 1 second. Just take a 1 second to apply this to your own view. Just think about this for a second. Donald Trump, what happened to his support for Putin? He's literally he's giving Putin more power. Okay, he's literally supporting dictators. He said he wants to be closer to Putin in Russia. Dictatorship, who literally fucking murdered Ukrainians
So here's my
and
thing.
stole their land.
If Kamala was president, my apologies. If Kamala was president, do you believe with the AIPAC money that she's gotten that she wouldn't support other dictatorships like Israel?
Wait, you think that Donald Trump is less pro-Israel?
No. I'm just saying.
Okay, so Donald Trump is more
would
pro-Israel.
The other party
Wait,
not support other dictatorships? Because you said
wait,
that yourself.
I have a question. Does Iran support, the people of Iran support the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
No.
Did Donald Trump explicitly call for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and then for the U.S. to like own the land long term? Do the Iranian people support that?
Hold on.
Does that create less or more conflict in the Middle East?
You want my answer or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, I can say that honestly and truly. He did call for the ethnic cleansing of Gazan or Palestinian individuals. But who do you think is causing this fight on the long term? Who is giving the military expansion of the Shia regimes and Sunni regimes in the Middle East? Who's supplying the military?
You're trying to again. All right, you're saying, oh, it's Iran that is doing all of this. Okay, a lot of these groups that you're referencing literally, right, had nothing to do with them being created, had nothing to do with Iran in particular, right? Them being created was relative to other factors. You saying that Iran is supporting this, right, is only as a response of the fact that they were created due to external factors in the first place. So you're making this idea or this argument that like Iran is creating these particular groups, right? They're funding it, right? I'm not disputing that they're funding it, but what you're doing is you're granting more power, right, towards different types of groups that are committing these particular actions, right, and Iran to do these types of things by literally supporting Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is not as hard on that type of corruption, and he actually makes it even worse.
Why do you think that Iran supports those other countries realistically? If the dictatorship regime itself is not meant to help its own people, why do you think...
Wait, do you think that has anything to do with the state of Israel?
I think it does.
Okay, so if it has anything to do with the state of Israel, then how is Donald Trump supporting the state of Israel to a greater extent going to be beneficial towards that dynamic?
By isolating Iran.
What? How does it isolate Iran in a greater extent? Wait,
here's my problem.
Wait, I have a question. Do you agree with the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
No, I don't. And I can say that I do not agree. But here's my issue. When both Trump and Kamala, I apologize. English is not my first language.
It's okay.
When both of them take AIPAC money, when they both essentially have shown support for anti-Palestinian protests, have not shown support for anti-Palestinian protests,
Wait, Donald Trump wanted to deport people who were pro-Palestinian protesters.
I'm speaking faster than I can get out my thoughts. When both of them take AIPAC money, pro-Israel, and essentially have shunned the voices of Palestinian protesters, if you have to choose between the two, wouldn't you want to choose the person who's going to isolate the main figure that's causing this issue?
Which is not the state of Israel?
It is also the state of Israel, but I'm saying...
Wait. If you agree it's the state of Israel, then why do you want to support the candidate that's literally directly supporting them more?
Because it's isolating another bigger power within the Middle East.
Okay, again.
Would you agree that Israel...
So I have a question. How is Iran isolated to a greater extent insofar as that you're willing to literally sacrifice more Palestinian lives?
Do you remember the way that he did his maximum repression?
And also lives from Yemen, right? You understand that Donald Trump, right, also perpetuated a genocide in Yemen too, right?
Yes, but do you understand who's supporting and paying for the Yemen Houthis?
Oh, okay, wait. So again, what you're doing is you're just saying that, like, wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you support, like, the genocide of Yemeni people?
No, I don't.
So then you would agree
The
with
same way
Biden.
that I agree
You agree
that
with
I do
Biden
not
for ending that,
support-
right?
Yes, but the same way that I'm saying I do not support the regime in Iran.
Okay.
But who
okay,
is
but wait,
funding-
you're willing to literally aid and abet in more killing of Palestinians and Yemeni people in order to be able to isolate Iran slightly more. So tell me, what do you get more in terms of isolating Iran, particularly with Donald Trump being president?
The ability to essentially cut down their hardliners, cut down the IRGC, and be able to dismantle the Iranian Republic.
Okay, so how is Donald Trump going to dismantle Iran?
In 2018, when he was essentially in his first presidency, again, he killed Qasem Soleimani, which was amazing for essentially splitting up the faction of hardliners in Iran and helping Iranians who were protesting continue their protests and do so in a manner that essentially made more noise. 2, he had the strict sanctions and tariffs that were put on Iran for their oil exports, as well as also for their essentially general trade with Iran, making it so most American government employees, 1, could not communicate with them, and 2, also could not trade with them in any manner. Essentially isolating Iran to the point where there was more ability for those who were protesting in Iran to actually make a change. Hence the oil protests in 2019, the Mahsa Amini protests in 2022, and so on and so forth.
So essentially, you're willing to risk more Palestinian lives and more Yemeni lives in order to be able to get slight provisions on these types of things, which are not going to lead to the destruction of the Iranian government.
What do you think the Iranian people want?
I don't know. I don't know completely. I don't think that they want Donald. I don't think that they want to be threatened to be bombed by the United States. I don't think that
I don't think that they want to be threatened.
I don't think that they want massive tariffs on their country, right? That hurt their economy.
I don't think that they want their economy to be hurt, but do you think that there is any other way?
I would think they'd want democracy and freedom. I think they
Yeah.
want democracy, freedom, rule of law, maybe a constitution,
Okay, and do you
maybe a
think
court
that-
system, all of which Donald Trump in the United States is actively undermined. Every single one of those, the rule of law, the democracy, the constitution. I can keep going.
So here's my point with that. Think about past Democratic presidents, such as Obama, such as Biden, and the way that they've taken essentially their foreign policy in the Middle East, or in general with other what we consider third country or third world countries, where we essentially try and incentivize them to vote and vote democratically. We attempt to help them with their institutions and so on and so forth, right? Is that what you think would be a better policy for the Middle East? Just a question.
The policy that I think is better for the Middle East, right, is a policy which does not include Donald Trump genociding Yemeni people, like ethnically cleansing Palestinians, right, and owning it as real estate development for the United States, right? I don't think it's better for us to have a candidate that is actively advocating to bomb Iran and put massive tariffs that literally can destroy the countries and cause massive trade wars and economic tension between countries, right? Again, reducing the likelihood of there being any active and long-term peace. I also believe that there needs to be democracy, a rule of law, a court system, right? A constitution that upholds these rights.
And how do you think that's
And if Donald Trump undermines every single one of those here in the United States, how do you expect him to uphold those systems worldwide?
Well, I think it has to start somewhere. Do you not agree?
It doesn't start anywhere. If it's supposed to start somewhere, then you should start with the United States in terms of actively upholding our democracy, actively upholding our court system, our rule of law, our constitution, right? Those things. Okay.
And do you think
you're not addressing that?
Okay, so do you think that Kamala being president? Kamala, I'm sorry. Do you think that Kamala being president would actively ensure those things? And if so, how?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because Donald Trump is the active threat to it. So Kamala Harris being in office would actively make sure that Donald Trump wasn't in office. He couldn't have been able to crash the fucking U.S. economy the past few days, right? Have you seen what's happened to the stock market?
And I do disagree with those things, but I want to hold on.
I think it's a pretty big disagreement.
Hold on. Before we go on to the next point, I just want to mention that almost every voter, regardless of age, typically has one or two main points that causes them to vote or swing a certain way. Would you agree or disagree? Not everyone and most voters are typically not going to be extremely educated on every single topic or may not care about certain topics more than others. For me, what's important is our foreign policy, typically in the Middle East. So I can disagree with the way that he's running the country in multiple different ways, the same way that I would with Kamala.
A lot of people being uneducated does not justify you being uneducated.
But I'm not uneducated. I can agree with you that, yes, he plummeted the stock market, and I think it's terrible. I can also agree that I do think that he's essentially asking for ethnic cleansing in Gaza.
Wait, can you name one good Trump economic policy?
No, because I disagree with his economic policy.
Can you name one?
I agree with him.
What did you just say?
I said I disagree with his economic policy. I agree with
Are you a
his...
single issue voter?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything I could say to you that would convince you otherwise?
If you can tell me how Kamala, oh my gosh.
You could just say Harris.
Yeah. If you can just tell me how Harris would positively impact our relations in the Middle East, specifically in countries like Iran, Iraq, and other Shia dictatorships and regimes, then yes, I can be swayed.
So you'll only be swayed if it is the case that he is better for relations in the Middle East.
Yes.
Okay. How do you classify who's better for relations in the Middle East?
Essentially by whether or not they continue to leave countries in the Middle East at stake with their own democracies, or the ones that are in dictatorship regimes, essentially worse than they already started.
Okay. So again, how do you classify worse? Because you're not classifying worse for Palestinians. You're not classifying worse for Lebanese people. You're not classifying worse for Yemeni people. You're only classifying worse, right? For who? No one. It's worse for Iranians. It's worse for literally fucking everyone.
But
And
you're
like,
not
dude,
telling me how it would be worse for Iranians.
Tariffs, massive sanctions. You literally were arguing that was good.
Yeah.
That you think that's good for Iranians?
Do you think that Iranians would rather have a good economy or a better regime? Do you think that people would rather be killed every day?
How is he, again, he's not going to change any type of leadership in the country.
So why do we continue to have that type of policy with other countries in the Middle East trying to essentially...
No, tell me, how is Trump going to get rid of the Iranian government?
By continuing to have a maximalist hold on their economy, making sure that they're isolated, and continuing to use our cyber defense systems to target leaders who are essentially repressing the people.
Okay, so you want to target leaders that are oppressing people, okay?
Okay.
Do you think Israel is oppressing people?
I do, and I already told you that.
So then who supports Israel more? Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
Who is advocating for the genocide of Yemeni people? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Yes. Donald Trump.
So I have a question. Who's more negatively impacted under a Kamala Harris presidency within the Middle East? Tell me. Who?
Iran.
How?
The Iranian people.
How?
Because she's not going to take a maximalist hold on the Iranian regime. And what's going to happen is essentially what she said is, one, she wants to maintain...
Wait. So better for Iran in general and for the country. So she's good for Iran?
She's good for the Iranian IRGC.
You mean the nuclear deal?
No, the Revolutionary Guards.
Okay, so she's good for their government?
Yeah.
So so you're saying
Government officials. Let me just put a pin on there.
Government officials.
Yes.
To clarify, Donald Trump wants to impose economic effects that primarily impact the people, not the government officials. You know that, right? And when Donald Trump is threatening to bomb Iran, he's not just talking about government officials. You know who's going to be caught in the crossfire of that? Iranian people, okay? If there is a direct war between the United States and Iran, that will hurt the Iranian people economically. That will hurt them in terms of peace. That is, if you're telling me the Iranian people want war with the United States, I'm sorry, but you are absolutely deluded out of your mind.
I don't think that we want war with the Iranian people, but I also don't believe that Iran wants to come to war with us.
Donald Trump increases the likelihood of there being war with Iran. Do you agree?
I do agree. As
If the Iranian people listen,
here's-
let me please finish this point. If the Iranian people do not want war with the United States, and Donald Trump poses a greater threat for them to be at war with the United States, why are you saying that the Iranian people are better off with Donald Trump being a president?
Because of the isolationist response. It has worked.
That hurts their country.
It hurts their economy, but not their ability to live.
That doesn't even make any sense. What is an economy?
Well, let me explain.
What is
like I said, again,
wait, hold on. You cannot tell me it hurts the economy, but it doesn't hurt their ability to live. You don't even know what an economy is.
I said that broadly.
What is it? What is it? No. Hold on. What is an economy?
An economy in what sense?
Just what is an economy?
Economy is essentially, well, if you want to put it clearly, like the GDP of a country, like the trade and exports of a country, essentially how a country is able to maintain themselves economically, right? An economy.
You're using economically in the definition of economy?
Well, what do you want me to say?
It's going to be a market in which there's distribution of goods and services.
Yeah. Like I said, trade, exports, imports, goods and services.
Okay. So yeah, how you distribute goods and services. Yeah, that's how that's the definition of an economy. Okay. So if you hurt the ability to trade goods and services, you're telling me that's not going to impact people's quality of life or their ability to be able to put food on the table for their kids?
It will, but I'm saying...
Oh, well, so that hurts them, right? That hurting the Iranian economy hurts Iran. So to clarify, hurting the Iranian economy hurts Iranians.
You realize I know what you're doing, and again, like I told you...
I'm debating. I'm debating you. I'm sorry, I'm debating.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying, what do you think hurts people more? Their ability
the tariffs,
to
the threat of war.
Their ability to earn money or be shot as they go down the street. Real question.
How is it going to be less likely that they get shot running down the street, given that Trump's in office? Isn't it going to be more likely if there's a greater threat of war? What are you talking about?
Like I said, he killed Qasem Soleimani, which in turn, after the Mahsa Amini protests, made it less likely for women on the street to be pulled and jailed, sometimes killed, by Iranian IRGC officials. Unfortunately, the hardliners were so busy trying to essentially figure out who's going to be the next in line
I'm sorry. Are you telling me that Donald Trump led to more liberal reforms within Iran?
Yes.
Are you telling me those liberal reforms were good?
Yes.
So you agree with liberal reforms?
I do. Like I said, I'm
if you agree, to clarify, you agree with liberal reforms. Who's likely to lead to more liberalism within the Middle East?
I would honestly say at this point, Trump. For the countries that I care about, Trump.
The most diluted take in the world. To clarify, you think that Donald Trump is going to lead to more liberalism?
In select countries in the Middle East, yes.
Not in the United States?
No.
You disagree with liberalism in the United States, right?
No, I agree with liberalism in the United States. But again, like I said, I'm a single issue voter.
Okay, so wait, to clarify. If Donald Trump were to literally get rid of women's right to vote in the United States, would you still vote for him?
No. At that point, then.
So you're not a single issue voter. So you would vote for the other candidate than Donald Trump so long as it protects women's rights, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, Donald Trump literally put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason to overturn Roe versus Wade, which restricted women's rights in the United States, right? And access to abortion. There are women in this country that have restricted access to abortion even after they've been sexually assaulted, right? Because Donald Trump left it up to the states. So that's a restricted access to rights. So then clearly you should have voted for Kamala Harris.
But again, I'm a single issue voter.
Wait, you just said that you weren't a single issue voter when it came to when it came to the discrimination of women's rights. I gave you an explicit example how Donald Trump perpetuated the discrimination of women's rights in this country, and what you're now telling me is that you don't care about that and you are just a single issue voter in terms of
I said
Iran.
broadly over women's rights.
Yeah, but I just gave you an example of explicitly how, again, it was a restriction of rights for women in this country because of Donald Trump.
And then you use an explicit example.
I did.
Yeah, and again, I may or may not disagree with all of his policies, including those on women's rights, including those on the economy.
Wait, but you said if it does restrict women's rights, then you would vote against him, correct?
Yes, depending on the policy.
I gave you an example. I just told you.
Yeah, and under that case, I would still be a single issue voter.
So you don't care about women's rights then?
I do. But again, I think you're deflecting. I'm trying to tell you, if you could give me a valid reason as to why Trump would be better for countries like Iran and the people of Iran outside of just explaining tariffs, because like I mentioned, tariffs and sanctions, okay, when it comes to a person who is essentially being persecuted and either has the choice of making money or being shot, they are probably going to choose the choice of not being shot.
Okay, so I'm just gonna let you know, Donald Trump would lead to a greater likelihood that there would be conflict within the Middle East, not only because he increased military drone strikes in the Middle East, but also because you agreed that there was an increased likelihood of literal war with the United States if Donald Trump was president, right? So given that you do indicate that to be true, wouldn't that put Iranians at a greater risk of dying? Push that mustache.
Wouldn't any form of revolution lead to a greater risk of dying?
So wait, say that one more time.
Wouldn't any revolution lead to a greater risk of dying? Yes or no?
Wouldn't any revolution lead to a no?
Really?
No, because
You don't believe in a dictatorship regime
no.
that
Let me give an example. Let me give an example. Certain revolutions, political revolutions, do not increase violence, and they actually diminish violence long term. Plenty of political revolutions have led to a decrease in violence.
I'm talking about the short term.
Even in the short term, not all revolutions have been violent.
Do you think that the revolution that's happening right now within the United States has not led to more people getting deported?
Revolution in the United States? What do you mean by revolution? Are you referencing violent revolution, or are you referencing political revolution?
No,
because the political revolution in the United States, I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's been any good political revolution. The political revolution that you're referring to is MAGA, which has harmed the country.
I'm talking about the political revolution in Iran. I'm talking about how
you just said the U.S., right?
Well, yeah, because again, I'm talking about foreign policy. I'm talking about how he, as essentially the president of the United States, is able to affect foreign policy and the foreign regime in Iran.
Can you give me any evidence that Donald Trump, right, will lead to, in this next term, a greater liberalization in Iran?
He's already said that he wants to go ahead and get back to the meeting table and talk about the JCPOA as long as it is changed.
Negotiating with Iran after threatening to bomb them does not at all compare to the Harris administration, who would not have threatened to bomb them, and also through with Biden would not have pulled out of the deal in the first place. The ones that were actually negotiating were the Democrats. Obama, Biden, they were the ones who actually got a deal done in negotiation. Donald Trump threatens them and didn't get a deal done. And you're like, oh, he's going to get a deal done. No, the only ones that got a deal done were Democrats, not Donald Trump. So if you think Donald Trump is more likely to get a deal done there, you are not only delusional, right, but you're also completely ignoring every other issue that exists that you literally disagree with Donald Trump on. You are purposefully putting blinders on so that you don't have to recognize all the other people that are disenfranchised by Donald Trump's economic policy around the entire world, not just in the United States, let alone the United States middle class getting fucking destroyed even more than they have been for the past few decades because Donald Trump wants to give massive tax breaks to billionaires after doing the largest tax increase in United States history, which is going to disenfranchise disproportionately lower and middle income individuals. What he did is he raised your taxes, right, to cut billionaires' taxes. That's what he did. And you're fucking just putting blinders on, and you're not caring about it at all. You're acting like that's just not happening. You're like, oh, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. I'm only looking at one thing. I'm only looking at one thing, and it's the fucking hands that I have in front of my eyes. I can only say that. I'm not looking at any other problems that exist. Like, you have to be kidding me. Please.
So you agree with essentially Harris and Biden's policy on the Middle East, correct? Right?
No. No, I heavily disagree with their positions on the Middle East. I'm just saying that they're better than Trump. That's all I'm saying. I have a huge fucking
Do you think that
disagreement.
they were better than Trump in Biden's last term?
That is like the worst thing about the Biden-Harris administration is their position on the Middle East, and yet it's still better than Donald Trump's position. That's how bad Donald Trump's position is.
Okay, so can you
That's
name?
what I'm arguing.
So here's my question. During Trump's current term, has he done any airstrikes, bombings that actually have happened in Iran to date, or in Iranian military personnel areas, such as in?
So okay. So would you agree if Trump bombed Iran more under the first administration that you disagree with his position?
No, I'm trying to argue for your term at this point. I'm essentially trying to figure out. You said that you believe
You're talking.
that in
By
this
the way,
case-
chat. She's only talking about in Iran. She's not referencing Yemen. She doesn't care about the fact that Donald Trump is literally perpetuating a genocide in Yemen. She actively said that that's like going to be okay collateral damage because she cares more
I
about
didn't
like the
say there was
effect
a
on like
collateral
Iran.
damage.
Oh no, wait, I just want to clarify. That's exactly how you were treating it. You were saying that it was totally okay. There were more Palestinians and more Yemeni children were going to die because of Donald Trump's policies because you thought it was going to be better for Iran. Yet I gave you plenty of reasons to believe not only is it worse for Iran, but there are so many Yemeni children, right, and Palestinian children that you are putting at risk because of that policy. And if you actually truly cared about them, then you would not support Donald Trump, who's actively advocating to extend those things, right, and to kill more fucking people and to
So my
control that
question-
land, have the U.S. fucking go colonize that land
So is the worth of
for
one
real
country-
estate development. Jesus Christ, that is fucking horrible.
In the same vein, though, you're essentially saying that one country is worth more than another, are you not? So you're saying that I don't care about
Wait.
the Houthis.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm saying there's way more people, and also it's worse for Iran if Donald Trump is in presidency. Not only is it worse for Iran if Donald Trump is in presidency, but it's worse for every other country in the Middle East.
So you don't remember when Biden and Harris were president in their last term, they had airstrikes in Syria. You don't remember those or the strikes that they did in Iraq and Syria
You're
either?
talking under the Biden-Harris administration?
Yeah.
I'm not disputing that. More under Trump. 400% increase in military drone strikes under the Trump administration.
Harris had also, during the Biden and Harris administration.
Nahal, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chance, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for W. Parker Streamer back. Yo, based. Ark, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And as well as, oh my gosh. Chance with $100. Thank you so much for whoops. Wrong amount. They meant to set $100. Can we get some W's for Chance in the comment section for the $100 YouTube super chat? Holy shit, that is nuts. W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chance. As well as Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Factual, thank you for the $27. Thank you so much for Jesus Take the Wheel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for all of them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all. As well as Kathy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Russell, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brandy, thank you for the $10. And Megan, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. Go ahead. You were saying?
The irony is, you were saying that I didn't care about Yemen or the Houthis. Or I'm sorry, you said that I don't care about Yemen. But the irony is, the Biden and Harris administration, near the very end of Biden's term, essentially hit airstrikes on Houthi positions in Yemen.
Again, you're not listening, right? Donald Trump, significantly more. Biden Harris,
Okay, so
significantly less. Do I disagree with Biden Harris? Absolutely. Is it way better than Donald Trump's position? Absolutely. Come on, you
And
have
do
to have a
you
little bit
have-
more nuance than that.
Do you have the data to back that up, though?
Do I have the date? Yes, 400% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East under Donald Trump's presidency. Would you like me to send you the source on that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Got you. Give me 1 second because it's... Oh my god, my keyboard is still fucked up. I forgot to get a new keyboard. I'll look it up on my phone. You've never heard about this though before? Wait, if I show you this if I show you a source right now, 400% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East under Donald Trump's presidency, will you change your mind?
Perhaps, yeah, if you can show me the source.
Wait, perhaps. No, if I show you a reputable source, would you change your mind?
A reputable source?
Yes.
Yeah.
You would change your mind? You would then say that Donald Trump is worse?
Yeah, if you can show me a reputable source.
that shows that Donald Trump increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 400%, you would then agree that Donald Trump is worse for the Middle East.
Within certain reigns, yeah, like you said, if it's a good source, then yeah.
So yes. So if it's a good source, then yes, you would agree that Donald Trump is a worse candidate for the Middle East.
Yes.
Okay. Because it's literally true. I got you. Right here. Here you are. I got you. U.S. drone warfare and civilian casualties from the Eagleton Political Journal. Rutgers.
You said Rutgers.
Yes, you can find that, or you can look at Chicago Sun-Times, right? 400% increase in military, 3 to 400% increase in military drone strikes.
Let me see this.
You can also find it on, I don't know if you would accept Business Insider or BBC. Would you accept those?
Well, give me a second.
They all indicate that.
I understand that. I'm pulling it up.
And you can get it. You can also get it from the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, which is from the UK. So even better source.
So where under
verifying
the
that information.
Eagleton Political Journal does it specifically talk about the 400% increase?
Yes, I got you. Which one?
The Eagleton Political Journal?
I got you. If you go to the find and you just type 400,
Okay, let me see.
you have to compare the percentage of drone strikes based upon the numbers. So there's numbers. In the first, there's an introduction. You can look at the numbers of drone strikes.
Reading the right journal. You said U.S. drone warfare and civilian casualties for Eagleton Political Journal?
U.S. drone warfare and civilian casualties. U.S. drone warfare and civilian casualties, a comparison of the Obama, Trump, and Biden administration.
So when I'm searching, you said 400, right?
Like 3 to 400%, yes.
Okay.
Because we're talking because you have to add up the numbers and then divide them. That's why I gave you plenty of other sources that give you the calculation based upon certain numbers like that, and also other numbers that come from UK think tanks, right, and various international sources. That's why I gave you multiple things.
So what's your source that specifically states the 400% increase? Is it that Eagleton Political Journal? Because I'm not finding it on there.
Yeah, if you want the math, you can find that under Chicago Sun-Times, Business Insider, or BBC. The title for Chicago Sun-Times is Under Donald Trump, Drone Strikes Far Exceed Obama's Numbers. For BBC, it's Trump revokes Obama's deal on reporting drone strike deaths, right? Which then puts the number within it. All right, by citing specifically the numbers, right, directly from the think tank from UK. And then Business Insider, Trump's Afghanistan airstrikes increased civilian deaths by 330%.
So this is specifically between Trump and Obama.
Yes, that was a comparison there. And then I also gave you one between Trump, Obama, and Biden.
The one between Trump and Obama and
Thank you
Biden.
for the $5. Thank you so much.
State that that Trump specifically had more airstrikes. I can concede between the
Mike,
one
that
that
is a wild take, Mike.
Times, that one does state that Donald Trump's airstrikes far exceeded Obama's, but not for the Rutgers one that you sent.
No, you just haven't read the Rutgers one yet.
So I'm asking you where in the article was
You
it?
have to add up the numbers. I told you have to go through the introduction and you have to read through the paragraphs. If you read to the second paragraph on the introduction, you would see already it's comparing the death rates in terms of civilian casualties. If you look at the title, it tells you it's about that.
Well, obviously I see that. I'm just saying, you're talking about the second paragraph in the Rutgers one, and it essentially just says that
Oh my Jesus Christ.
are in the low thousands.
Would you accept the Rutgers one?
If you give me a second to read it so I can see where...
Okay. Would you accept any of the sources I just told you?
Yeah, I can accept the one that you sent about Trump and Obama. But the choice wasn't Trump and Obama.
Wait, that's what I was saying, though. I was saying Trump... Wait, I'm talking about... I said Democrats.
But I believe that both parties are essentially at this point leaning either far too left or far too right.
Which one is it?
Both.
So
For the Republican Party, I believe at this point that they're way too conservative. And for
just how this is the worst take known to mankind. Saying, by the way, you're saying Kamala Harris was too left wing, while simultaneously arguing that their position on the Middle East was
no, I
bad.
said the Democratic.
Like you're literally arguing a left wing
I said the
position
Democratic.
against them. What's
You
that?
just said the Democratic and Republican Party. So I told you I do not believe that the Democratic and Republican Party stances are agreeing with the majority of Republicans and the majority of Democrats. Would you agree?
In terms of what positions?
Positions on the Middle East.
I mean, it depends on what position on the Middle East you're referencing.
I mean, the one that you're specifically bringing up is airstrikes. I'd agree for both parties, the position on Palestine, and in general, our foreign involvement.
I mean, I wish that the general American public was there, but I don't think that you're right on that.
In what sense?
Like the vast majority of the American public is pro-Israel. Right? Like I think that's just not true.
The vast majority?
Yes, the vast majority is pro-Israel.
Okay.
I would like for it to be otherwise because I think that it is the case that, right, Israel's doing horrible things alongside the U.S. now, who's advocating explicitly to own Gaza.
Well, I don't know. Maybe then I'm just around a lot of people who are pro-Palestinian, but
Yeah, again, I'm pro-Palestinian, and Donald Trump is worse for Palestine. Did you watch the Trump Gaza video?
and I would agree. But I think that there's more nuance to a lot of these situations in the Middle East.
And you're not providing that nuance because you're a fucking single issue voter. What the hell are you talking about nuance? Give me a break. Are you trolling? What do you mean nuance? Oh my god, that is I can't even take that seriously. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's fair if you don't want to take me seriously. That
No,
it is what it is.
no. You heard why I'm not taking it seriously, correct?
I mean, if you want the background as to why I specifically have the view that I have, for example, in the Obama administration, something that I felt was honestly kind of just a fluke was the Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partner Expansion, which, like, to put it shortly, right, it's essentially just saying that we funded and expanded our military presence in countries in the MENA area, mostly in North Africa. So countries like Lebanon, Syria, etc. And
Okay.
while some of the initiatives,
Chat YouTube, is it lagging at all? Because it is lagging for TikTok. Such bad lag. I don't know why it's lagging for people. It's not lagging for us. The only thing that's lagging for me is my computer, bro. If it's working now, though. It's just, yo, dude, this is the worst keyboard I've ever seen because I spilled stuff on it, chat. It's so brutal. No, not lagging? Yeah, it's only TikTok. Okay.
can you still hear me?
Yo, Rodney, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. Biden was literally on a, yeah, that is true. He literally was, yeah. And then, Biden was definitely trying to do more than Trump was, for sure. Yeah, I will try to get rid of that. I have to go to my thing, and it's really not working. I have to go to my YouTube on my computer. Outside of the Streamlabs app. Sorry, you were saying though?
Do you want me to wait a second or?
No, you're fine. Go for it.
Okay. Which essentially did some good things. Okay. It included our job training and vocational programs, which essentially is honestly the best type of counterterrorism in countries that deal the worst with poverty and financial insecurity. But unfortunately, again, when you're giving military governance and military supplies to countries that unfortunately are corrupt and use them in the wrong ways and typically end up using them essentially to repress their own people, I honestly would rather take an isolationist approach.
I don't think you care about any of these issues at this point. Like, I genuinely went through and explained to you how that was completely and totally wrong, and you just said the same thing. You just
What
said
was
the same
wrong?
thing.
Like-
We've already addressed this. I don't know what you want to go back into my YouTube stream and rewatch our conversation, because I'm genuinely like, you can go back and watch it.
I'm saying under the guise of what I just said.
No, go watch back the video, because like I don't want to have to say it again. That's actually, it's painful. It's painful to have to go over the same thing for you just to say the same thing without hearing or actually like engaging with the like what I said truly. Because I disputed every single one of those points. Please go back and watch the video.
I mean, I can. Do you want me to do it right now?
At this point, yeah. Like if you're just gonna keep saying the same thing, I mean, there's no getting to you.
I'm in the same way that you're
Like
not.
you are seriously like actually like not willing to change your positions at all, given any argument.
I mean, I gave you an opportunity.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You're under the illusion that you gave me an opportunity.
If that helps you, then sure.
By the way, that person can keep sending me money. I'm just gonna keep deleting the messages. Mike, thank you for the $10 for your deleted message.
I mean, at this point, I mean, I've already told you I believe that.
Chance, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for standing with Sid to keep the comments safe from Mike. Thank you so much. And Sid, thank you for the $50 for Mike's donos. Are scary. Got to make it a safe space in the donos again. Yeah, thank you so much. Chance and Sid, thank you so much. Don't worry. I've got it on lockdown. Anytime Mike sends a dono, I'll literally just hit him with that. James, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, you should ask him, James. You should ask him. He's just gonna lie and act like it's not because he's scared. She was causing the lag. I'm not surprised. By the way, everyone, if you're on TikTok, I have a restriction right now where literally it's like there's an appeal in progress for integrity and authenticity. It doesn't even think it's me because of for some fucking random reason. So I would recommend go to my YouTube. My YouTube, we have like 2,500 people, 2,600 people there. I'd recommend to go over there. It's way fucking better. You don't have to deal with the lag. There isn't lag over there. I'm just letting y'all know. It's way better. It's way fucking better. You know what's about you? Someone said it's because of misinformation. It happened right when I appeal not approved. What do you mean? I'm on the live. It's me. Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna restart it. What do you mean appeal not approved? I'm literally live. It's me. What are you talking about? I'm hitting a restart. Hey, everyone on TikTok, go over to my YouTube channel right now. This is diabolical. You don't want to have to deal with this over and over again. The lag, the bans, everything. Me having to restart. Go to my YouTube right fucking now. I better see at least 1,000 people go over to my YouTube right now. Okay? I was gone for like so many days, everyone. Please, please do this thing for me. I love y'all. Okay, I'm gonna hit a restart. Cause this is I'm not dealing with that. This said your AI, bro. It's crazy. That's actually insane. Actually diabolical, chat. That's so diabolical. What do you mean? Appeal not approved. What the? Okay. Visibility restricted. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and is restricted from search results as we have detected suspicious activity that may violate our integrity and authenticity. You know what we're going to do? Okay. We're going to hit a quick restart again, and we're not going to put the background on. How about that? How about that? Is that going to work? Chat, it's immediately appeal not approved. I get the banned every single time I try it. Why does it keep doing that? I literally can't use this account if it does that, chat. What the fuck is this talking? Oh my god, dude, I'm so annoyed. I got him. Thank you for another $5 for the deleted message. Thank you for another $5 for the deleted message, Mike. Ask yourself, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Kimberly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kimberly. Thank you. We're gonna remove all messages. I forgot, chat. He can keep sending money to like literally do that. Chat, it's literally so fucked. I don't know what to do. Because how do I get around that? It's doing it because it's me. I actually don't know what to do, chat. IP address. Let me try. I'm going to try something. If it's IP address, we'll test it right now. We'll test it right now. Let's test it if it's IP. Because I'm on a different IP right now. Let's see it. Let's see it. It is IP related. It is IP related. What the fuck? They did do that. Those fuckers. I cannot believe they did that. Wow. Incredibly weird, isn't it? They did IP me. Kimberly, think of it $2. They IP banned me, chat. That's totally an IP ban. Because I literally just proved it's an IP ban. I cannot believe it. I'm actually so surprised right now. I can fix it. I have a way of fixing this. I just literally had to switch. Yeah, so what I have to do is, I mean, let me try hitting a, let me try joining the other thing on my iPad. It could be device, actually. It could be device oriented. We'll test that right now. Give me a second, y'all. I keep hitting restarts. I feel horrible. Ask yourself, think of it $2. Hey, people should just go onto YouTube. That's the place to be right now. Yeah, it is totally IP related, chat. Oh, that is so diabolical. That is so diabolical. Fuck them for that. Do I seriously have to change my IP because of those fucking annoying ass like bans? Are you serious? They IP banned me? Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. No, we're gonna do this real quick. We got this, chat.
All right, so go.
All right. Watch this, chat. It's gonna work. Dude, I hate them. I hate TikTok. TikTok is terrible. TikTok is horrible app. Horrible dog shit app. You know what's crazy, chat? I didn't get the restriction. It didn't happen. The restriction didn't happen. It's IP. They IP banned me. That's how you know it's targeted, chat. It's actually so targeted. That means any account I go on. Yeah, it's IP related, chat. That makes sense. It's not even device oriented. It's IP oriented. Unless it's just not telling me that I have the restriction. Hey, everyone on TikTok, do make sure to tap the screen, share the live. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Because like when stuff like this happens, there's nothing I can do about it. It's actually unbelievable. Why they target you, Parker? I don't know. Maybe temporary? I don't know. It's really ridiculous. Can it be fixed? I mean, I'd have to get new internet, you know? Or figure out some workaround for it. So we'll see. We'll see what I can do for it. Yeah, do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sammy. What were you banned for? I was just IP. Just they don't like me. Ask yourself. They give you $2. They limit VPNs. They don't work at all for TikTok. Hopefully. Maybe that's what I'm doing right now. Abby, think of it, $2. I already got you. Don't worry. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Wacky, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. You what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 35.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
It was just what I felt politically that I aligned with most. But anyways, I just wanted to tell you that I saw recently that you had a tragedy in your life. And I'm not here to debate you, honestly. I just want to say that even though we may be on different parts of the political spectrum, that I'm sorry for whatever suffering you went through. And I respect you for having the guts to come up here as a young man and, speak your mind, whether we may agree or not. I respect that. And I just wish you and your family the best during this time, man. That's all.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the
Even
kind
though
words.
we're not, even though we're not politically aligned, we're still human beings sharing this planet together. So I wish you the best.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Have a great night.
You too.
W them for being nice. W them for being nice. All right. We're going to get some people up here real quick. Do give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dark. Think of it, $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What state do you live
in? Texas.
What time is it?
Hold up.
Everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. It should help get out to more people.
It's going to cut me off if I leave, but it won't let me see on my TikTok. But yeah.
And you could have just looked at it like in literally 1 second. You scroll up on your phone, you'd see it, bro. What are you talking about? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
Come on, bro. That math is horrendous, dude. What are you doing? Dude, what are you doing, bro? Come on, man. All right, chat. I don't know. We're not getting debates now. I have a feeling that I got the restriction and it just didn't tell me. I have a feeling, chat, the restrictions on the account and it just didn't tell me. That might be my little thought real quick. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do, chat? What do we do? I don't know what to do. This is getting brutal, chat. I'm going to keep trying. We'll keep trying to get debates. It's just TikTok is really taking the L. I might even try a different platform to do this on tomorrow or something. Or not. I won't even be live tomorrow. Sorry. One of the next days I come back, I'll probably do this on my birthday. But like the day after that or whatnot, I might just like give up on TikTok for guest requests at some point. Like it's getting ridiculous. I can't even. It's not even functional for me anymore. Like it's actually crazy though. They ban me, but they don't ban Dean. Like that's actually really diabolical. Rabbit, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Rabbit in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, as well as Captain Howdy. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I don't know. I don't know why they ban me, but not Dean. Like that doesn't make any sense. If it's like a MAGA bias, they would ban Dean too, right? You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't just be me. So it's like I don't know what to do. Yo, Thomas, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. All right, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I was like, should we just find MAGA lives, everyone? Like, dude, I just feel like that's not as fun, you know? It's not as fun. Plus, like, we're bringing attention to their accounts, chat. That's the one issue. Is we're bringing attention to their accounts. Yeah, think about that. Yeah. That's the only issue. All right, we'll keep trying to get people. Do give it a second. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much, Jennifer. What's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. You're amazing.
Appreciate
Bye.
you. They were spamming the comment section that I'm scared, bro. They're so funny. They're so funny, dude. They're too funny. They're too funny. I appreciate you. Yo, MM, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much,
I love
MM.
you,
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're him, bro. I love
Appreciate you.
you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. MM, thank you so much for the $20, though. Thank you. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Sarah, I love you.
Appreciate you. He got an impersonation flag. See, the thing is, mine got appeal not approved. So it's like, I don't know what to do. I got it every single time I went on the account. Okay, chat. I don't know what to do at this point. But I'm just going to keep hitting restarts on different shit. Like, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you're awesome. Like, I love you so much. You're good at what you do.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
Come on. Do you really think that you like the account throws me off? I know your voice immediately.
This is my mango mom. You know, God damn. All right, man. You have a great day, man. You looking beautiful today, man. Yeah, man.
I'm like, I honestly, like, I just know you too well, you know? I just immediately know it was them. I've gotten to a point where it's just like, you can't even get around me at this point. Can't even get around me. All right, give it a second, y'all. You know what? Let's just give it a second. Let's just hang out. Give it a second. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Shut up. Get it out to more people. They're trying to make comedy illegal. We can't even make fun of the Trump supporters. They're trying to make that shit illegal. Lol. All right. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Javier, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. We're like 3 hours into the stream, everyone. I want to get at least 4 hours today. Because tomorrow I'm not going to be live, y'all. I just like... I need to get at least 4. I wanted to do more, but like I don't even have a platform I can host on. Nikki, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? I know, right? Najia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Javier, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yeah, chat. It's like it's not sending out on this account. I think it is just not telling me. I'm so confused. I don't get it. I think it's just not telling me. It's not sending out. Add your main. You know what? Maybe we'll just add the main for a second, and we'll see what happens. Priscilla, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right. Do give it a second, y'all. I'll try to join myself real quick. Oh, Athena, I'm down. I'm down. My account's... I mean, but the thing is, I'm going to restrict the page anyway because of my presence. So I need to figure out how to get around that. That's the issue. Hopefully, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for Parker. It's my B-Day tomorrow. Happy B-Day to you. Oh, early also love from Iowa. Yo, base W from Iowa, and also happy birthday. And Olga, thank you for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Olga. Can we get some W's for Olga in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Olga. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Olga in the comment section right now. Chat, it's not account oriented. It's literally my IP. It's literally like any live I join, it's gonna happen to anything. Because it happened to Dean's account. It literally limited his push. So if I'm trying to get an account to push out, it's not going to happen. But like since Dean already had enough people in the live, I just like people stayed. Does it make sense? That's why his live push stopped. It's literally my fault. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Bro, I've already talked to that guy. Even if you join as a guest, yeah, I know. Happened to Dean's account earlier when I joined. So I'll have to figure out a way around it. It's just like they do it to me on every single account. It's like I can't even get around it. It's like I immediately started my lives and I was already getting like integrity and authenticity bans. So it's like, what do I do? It's like you know there's something wrong when it's like it won't even let me push. There's more people on the YouTube, you know? It's like YouTube's just such a better platform. It's unbelievable. It's being pushed out again, I believe. I don't think so. All right. Well, I do have other ideas of trying to get guests that don't involve TikTok chat. And I know that people on TikTok don't like that, but it's just like there's nothing I can do because TikTok is the worst app right now. And for people saying VPN, I've said this a million times. VPNs, it doesn't even push out the live. Like I'll start a live, 0 viewers. Do you have a live agency? I can't have any live agencies because I am on an account that's too old, that has too many diamonds. It's like really weird stuff. Alex, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Boosh. All right, let's try to get this next person up here. I honestly think we're not going to get any debates right now because we're just getting followers. So do give it a second, y'all. And then thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much for having to catch up to Olga. Hello, everyone from Michigan. Yo, thank you so much, MM. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $30 YouTube super chat. Blanky, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Instagram, we can't even get debates on Instagram. That's the issue. Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for happy 23rd birthday. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. My birthday is on the 7th here in 2 days, so can't wait. Can't wait. Sincel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for happy early birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alrighty, chat. I don't know what to do. It's just people who just make new accounts and then just like sit in my guest requests, bro. Like just leave me alone. Like I'm trying to get new debates. Like, why do you just like every day decide to do that? Like, how is it fun for you? How is it fun every day for you to just sit in my guest request to try to annoy me? Like, bro, just do something better. Like, do something productive for the world, bro. Something. If you're going to be here, at least fucking listen to what I say. Don't just like, like sit in the guest box and just like waste time. Like, you're just making the world a worse place. Like, it's just really weird. Like, why are you doing that? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, my bad. I requested by accident.
You're good. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Instant takes a guess now. Yeah, but see, it's just like I don't think it has like quality. I mean, we could try it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you consenting to allow me to paddle you?
Mike, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Mike. Can we get some W's for Mike in the comment section right now? Crazy beginning. Crazy beginning. They said no sound on YouTube? What you talking about? There's totally sound on YouTube. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Alrighty, chat. We'll see. We'll just wait for people. Yeah. I mean, I can just like start blocking people. It's just like it takes a while, you know. Kaylee, the only reason I don't do that is because it takes so long. Maybe it thinks it's fake engagement. I don't know. It's I don't think it's that. It's like 0 followers. It's like, bro, what are you doing? What's the point of sitting in the guest box to do that, bro? I don't get it. You know what? Chat, I don't know what we're gonna do. I've lost faith in everything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48. How are
Did you
you?
vote for Donald Trump?
Well, you and I had a deal before the before the election, and that deal was that I was going to be more open-minded because I was voting for Donald Trump before. And this is the first time I've finally gotten to come up here to let you know that because of everything that I've learned from watching your live and things, I voted for Kamala.
Hey, I appreciate you so much, Charles. That is incredible. That's the whole point of these lives. I really appreciate that. Appreciate you being open-minded. That's a fucking W. That's a big W. I'm gonna follow you, Charles.
It's been a while since I appreciate that. I wanted to get a chance to come up and just let you know that it's been a while since trying to get in here to let you know. But you and I had a deal that I would be open-minded and I would pay attention. And there you go. I voted for Kamala after all.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
And my biggest reason for doing that, now if you don't mind me being honest,
go for it,
is because I'm a man who stands on principle. I have to. And because of him being found liable like he was, you know, I cannot stand for a man who is going to do that. And you know, I don't know if you remember me or not, but I'm independent. I'm a constitutional libertarian, independent person. So I was originally going to go for vote RFK Jr. I was going to vote for Donald Trump. Then I went ahead and was going to vote for RFK Jr. But then he put his weight behind Donald Trump, and I said, well, that's it. I can't do it. I just can't. Because I can't stand behind Trump for what he did. So, you know, and of course, there's a whole lot of other policies that we won't go into that I've learned a lot from you guys and listening, especially to you, you know. But, you know, so anyway, I wanted to make sure to come and point that out and let you know that I followed through with our agreement, and I ended up voting for Kamala.
Absolutely, Charles. Yeah, that's such a W. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being open-minded. Like that really, it means the world. Like I actually can't express it like as I do right now, but like seriously, like these are the types of things I think about like later on, right? When I'm sitting by myself, when I'm alone, and I'm like, all right, what do I find purpose in my life? What do I find meaning in? And like these are the types of things that I truly do. So I just want to say I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you educating us too, you know, because you don't have to take the time to do this, you know, but you do. And I'm going to say you're a lot younger than I am, you know, but I'm still willing to listen. And at first it was hard. I will admit it was hard because I've been so, you know, conservative minded more than anything. Right. But learning and listening and really kind of focusing in. But when you also talk about things and then saying, you know what, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it all the way. So I'm going to go look him up and see if he's telling me the truth, you know, and doing that. I encourage people, if you're a, you know, Donald Trump supporter or even just not, you know, conservative, go look it up. When he's telling this stuff, go look it up, you know, you'll see that he's not bullshitting with you. He's telling you the truth. And that's, you know, you got to sit down and do stuff like that. And that really helped a lot. And I appreciate you taking the time to do this, because then people like me get to learn and actually get educated, and we do actually change our minds once in a while.
Absolutely.
So you know that you are making a difference.
Absolutely. I appreciate you so much. Have a fantastic night, Charles. Have a fantastic night.
All right,
Absolutely.
brother. Thank you for letting me up and to hang out and let us know.
Appreciate you.
All right,
Appreciate
bye-bye.
you. Man of your word. Absolutely. W's for Charles in the comment section. That's incredible to hear. We absolutely love to hear that. Absolutely love to hear that. All right, let's get this next person up here. W's for them in the comment section. If you want to as well, make sure to tap that screen, share the lives, everyone. Yo, what's up, Howdy? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. 5 Angry, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, 5 Angry. There's another person who sent like $5. I couldn't see, though. I kind of have to go back and find it. But I will make sure to get to them. Cole, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
If I say why, are you just going to kick me?
Why? I don't know why you would have said that. That kind of makes me want to kick you right now.
It's not going to be anything.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to... I don't know why you just start with that. That was a horrible start. I mean, dude, if you're going to join my live, that is probably the worst thing you could have said. Like, I'm just going to, probably kick you, dude. Like, that was rough, dude. That was rough. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, Olga, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat. I love what you do. I'm just so sad what our country has become and how the immigrants in our country are being treated. Absolutely, Olga. Can we get some fucking W's for Olga in the comment section right now? That is fucking unbelievable. Olga W's in the comment section for the $100 YouTube super chat. Holy shit, I appreciate it, Olga. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. W's for Olga in the comment section right now. Absolute W's for Olga in the comment section right now. Absolute fucking W's. All right, let's get this next person up here. W's for Olga in the comment section. Seriously. I need to make sure I get to everything else as well, everyone, because I was a little bit behind. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All righty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. It was Pranav. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then 5 Angry. Thank you for the $10. Yo, MM with $101. Can we get some W's for MM in the comment section for the $101 on YouTube Super Chat? Holy shit, that is nuts. Thank you so much, MM. I really appreciate the $100. Can we get some fucking W's for MM in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, MM. That is nuts. That is nuts. Let's get this next person up here. Holy shit. Absolutely nuts. MM, thank you so much. And Olga, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, y'all. I appreciate that, y'all, so much. Unbelievable. Blanky, thank you so much for the $2.
Dude, I just wanted to say I love you, buddy. I know I say mega, but yeah, I love you, man.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, that is nuts. That is nuts. You can just ask Blinky right now. Go ahead. Just ask over any of them. And I'll answer if it's a YouTube super chat. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. What is going on? Coalition with $100, $101.69. What the fuck is going on YouTube super chat? Oh my God. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Kolish with the $101.69. Are they trying to beat each other out? That's crazy. What is going on right now? I see a trend is wild. It's diabolical. Can we get some fucking W's for MM? Kalish, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Olga, can we get some fucking W's? Literally everyone going fucking crazy. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Seriously, what is happening? That is wild. That is fucking wild. W's for them in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get it. Oh my God. Sid with $100 YouTube super chat for gotta keep the Parker love going. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the $100 YouTube super chat? What is going on? David with the $10 for the dono train. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Luffy, did you vote for Donald Trump? Oh, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live view on YouTube. Do make sure to like the stream. I appreciate all the support, everyone. Y'all are incredible.
Hey Parker, what's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? Oh, I'm 33. I live in Canada. I just want to say I love your TikTok videos.
Ah, appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think everyone in the chat answered, but my friend said said Trump is going to give $5,000 stimulus check. Is that true? Oh, Jesus Christ. No, definitely not. Definitely not. 5 angry. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do not worry about that. I just appreciate that y'all are here. I appreciate that y'all are here. Thank you so much, though. Seriously, that is incredibly kind of you. Y'all are so nice. Y'all have been so nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Honestly, it was more so a feeling-based thing, just because of what me and like personal people experienced within his first term. I feel as though he did good things, at least a little bit towards the economy, but I feel as though Biden did as well. I honestly requested to...
Wait, to clarify, you think he did good things for the economy. Have you been around the past few days?
No, I mean within his first term.
So, I mean, I took a few days off, but in the few days that I was off, he literally crashed the whole economy. Okay?
Yeah.
He crashed the economy while I was gone. I literally left for 3 days, dude. I don't take any breaks, typically, ever. I left for 3 days and this shit happened. Okay? Dude, that is diabolical. We can't just act like that didn't happen. I was literally in Iowa looking at the TVs in the middle of the grocery stores or wherever I was, seeing literally on the news channel down 5% for the day for the S&P 500.
The thing is that you asked me why I voted for him, not how do I feel about him right now.
Okay. I mean, but like, do you regret your vote then?
I wouldn't say I regret it, but I also like, regardless of who's the president, I'm gonna like take time for things to play out. Like even when Biden was president, there were different things that I didn't agree with, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna like hold that accountable for like his whole presidency and who he is like as a person. And
so like you're just like totally okay with Trump intentionally crashing the economy?
I feel as though there's been multiple times within like the U.S. history that forced recessions have been a thing.
Okay, we'll address this here in a second. Luke, thank you for the $10 for gave 10 to you to Dean. Now giving 10 to you. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Luke. I appreciate you so much. And Chance with $100 on YouTube Super Chat for keep it going. What is going on? Can we get some W's for Chance in the comment section for the $100 YouTube Super Chat? W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chance. W's for Chance in the comment section right now, as well as Kim. Thank you for the $23 for happy early birthday. You are changing the world better every day. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Lauren, thank you for the $23. Thank you so much. And Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Actually, I just took Accutane when I was younger. Priscilla, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. But yeah, you said, what was the reasoning you just gave?
Yeah, I just said I feel as though there's been multiple recessions within like the United States history that either could have been like, there could have been avoidance going into it, but the government just decided not to because there was like a future plan that was involved that we couldn't see within like the present or their present.
Okay, so you're saying that Trump has a plan and that's why he's crashing the economy?
I feel as though there has to be. I feel like as the president of the United States, you're not just going to
like just crash the economy for no reason. But if he did just crash the economy for no reason, what would you think?
That would be crazy.
I mean, that's literally what he did. Just letting you know.
But what do you mean for no reason? So
he literally just basically did it for no reason. Like you did not need to do tariffs on all countries like that. Like that's crazy.
Leah,
honestly, the $10. Thank you so much.
I feel as though what you're like, there's pros and cons to it. Like it's not just like a say all, be all, end all. I feel as though like tariffs offer like not only just like power within America, but it also just gives like diversity towards like small business groups and everything.
No,
How
No,
so?
it reduces competition. So
How so?
huge American companies will actually have a greater likelihood of being able to bring back production to the United States because they have more money to put into capital investment. If they have a higher capital investment, a greater ability to shift their production style, well, then they would benefit compared to smaller companies that it would take a long time for them to change their production from countries around the world to the United States.
Although, yeah, it will take time, but that's why I'm saying like there's pros and
Not
cons.
just
'Cause,
take time, it would destroy a lot of those markets, right? For example, a lot of the production processes of this country, even for goods that are produced in the United States, rely on materials that come from countries around the world. And if those materials come from countries around the world and those countries are tariffed at massive rates because Donald Trump thought he was doing reciprocal tariffs on a number that wasn't even the tariff number of the country, like did you see his tariff numbers?
Yeah, I did.
Did
And
you see
honestly,
the
I want to
numbers
be
he
more
said for
informed.
other
Yeah, that's
countries?
why I want to be more informed about that. Actually, like I'm not like I'm literally only here like
I got you. I'm informed on
yeah.
it. So they put all these numbers out saying these are
Yeah.
all the tariffs that they have on us. And they're like pretty high numbers. You look at it, you're like, oh shit. Like, did they have these high ass tariffs on us? Well, maybe it makes sense. You look into the numbers, they aren't even the tariffs. They're just
Yeah.
completely fake numbers. Like, you know what they did? They took the trade deficit divided by the number of imports. And that's it.
What formula is that? Like, what does that equal?
That's not even a formula I learned in economics. I have an economics degree.
Okay.
That's not even a formula. Like, that's just like the most random shit I've ever seen. And I literally learned this shit in school.
So you believe? Well, not even that you believe. That you know for a cold hard fact, like the numbers that they obtain is just arbitrary.
What do you mean by it?
Like, there's no sense of like basis behind it. There's no sense of like understanding where they got it from.
Yeah. Like I don't know why they picked those two numbers. Like, it
Because
really doesn't make sense.
I've been trying to honestly like find it somewhere online. Like, where can I find like the exact number that people like that different countries were putting tariffs on America, and I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, no, those numbers that they put out are just completely false numbers. A lot of those countries don't even have blanket tariffs on us. And especially the ones for the EU, those are all just like fake numbers. Like, it's literally, right, like a tariff is a tax on an imported good.
Mhm.
These aren't taxes on imported goods. It's trade deficit divided by imports. Like, that's just like, those numbers don't make any sense. They're just completely, like what you said, arbitrary in terms of the numbers they selected. And you know, some of the countries that got tariffs put on them are penguins. It's an island of just penguins. I'm not trolling. There's literally no people that live there, and there's no imports. There's no exports. It's just penguins.
So how would you? Because I've actually heard about that as well. What would you say to like the people that are saying that it's owned by believe they said Australia, and they could use that as a basically a loophole to go through the tariffs?
There's no imports. Push that mustache. There's no imports, exports. It's not applicable to any transactions.
Like ever?
Never. No. I don't think penguins. I don't think penguins are exporting stuff to the United States. I didn't know we were getting penguin products.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Because I'm not really too knowledgeable. But like a trade deficit, that's just
If it's a part of Australia, I just want to clarify, then the tax that we imposed on Australia would apply to that. So we wouldn't tariff the penguins. We would have just tariffed Australia, and it would have been applicable to them. But
Understood.
Jesse, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I know, right? Thank you so
and
much.
I'm not saying like I'm not asking or like telling you these things. Like I'm genuinely trying to like gain knowledge on this because I'm looking it up. Like I'm trying to find.
I understand. But the reason why I'm putting so much emphasis on it is because it's just so diabolically crazy. Like it's actually like when I saw it, I was like, there's no fucking way this is real. Like, there's actually no way. I'm like, we actually live in the dumbest timeline. Like, dude, we actually live in the dumbest timeline. It's so brutal. But yeah.
So you're saying that? Yeah. So you're saying that the numbers that they got are the trade deficit divided by what?
Divided by imports.
Divided by. I'm not really too like I don't understand what that means.
Do
Like
you
how?
do you know what an import is?
Yeah,
Goods brought into the country.
correct.
Yeah.
But how do you get a trade deficit from an import?
No, it's dividing the trade deficit from an import. But like trade deficit is just it's based upon the imports and exports, like the difference between them.
And then you divide that by
Yeah,
the
and then you
imports.
just divide it by imports. Yeah, like you see, it makes no sense for them to be doing
Yeah,
that to
I'm just really
calculate
trying to
tariffs.
understand.
Like tariffs are taxes on imports, so it's like,
Right.
yeah, it's just like it's literally just a random set of numbers that they picked. Lauren, think of the $10 to buy Penguin goods. Thank you so
So
much.
would you say that like tariffs are like just inherently bad?
Vislin, think of the $10. Leah, think of the $10. I think targeted tariffs are okay in some instances. Democrats agree with targeted tariffs. Zoe, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for
So
the YouTube super chat. And ask yourself, think of the $2. Thank you.
the instances that he's doing it on, because it's basically on every single product, correct?
Yeah, it's a blanket tariff.
And you believe that
I think that's ridiculous.
even from like, because we're a successful country, we have one of the highest GDPs out there. So like, how would that like be bad?
Because we get certain products from certain countries that make
But
better
what if-
products. Right? Like,
But what-
if, for example, like, do you want to tax agricultural goods coming from other countries to make it more expensive for people to buy groceries? Like, what's the beneficial nature of that? You're making it worse for American consumers.
But it's also enabled like other countries to basically downright and say like, hey, like, all right, we'll take away our tariffs. And
No.
other countries to come to the table and say like, hey, like, let's talk about a better deal for both of us.
Technically, they just impose more tariffs on us.
Some countries have done that, but haven't other countries talked to President Trump and asked for, like one-on-ones to have like those deals?
I mean, this would make sense if he did it section by section by section of the world instead of just doing it on everyone. He has no leverage. What leverage does he have against the entire world? And which countries right now we're talking about lowering tariffs given the implementation of his Liberation Day tariffs? Like the
You
largest,
said which?
Yeah, which countries? Because this is the largest tax increase in U.S. history.
I actually just read it today. I'm not entirely too sure, but I believe it's like a African country, if I'm not mistaken.
That's incredibly vague. That's like me asking you what state, and you said one of the U.S. states.
No, yeah, I understand. Let me just. Do you mind if I look it up?
Gotcha. Go for it.
All right.
In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen here on TikTok. Let's get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We're currently at 1.3 thousand likes. If you're on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to YouTube. YouTube is the place to be. I'm telling you, it is incredible. We have 125,000 subs there now. I've been posting every day, all the time. And you always get notifications. You also don't have to deal with the bans. The algorithm actually works. It's great. And also, I get paid for viewership. Like, literally, like, on TikTok, never get paid for viewership. But if you go on YouTube, I literally do get paid for it. Go ahead.
No, I just read a chat that said I have the loudest keyboard ever, so I have my phone right next to my keyboard.
You have blue keycaps, huh? Do you?
Blue keycaps? No, I just have a mechanical keyboard.
Okay.
Wait, what happened?
Blue keycaps are type of keycaps that you can have on a mechanical keyboard. Yeah. Like that's.
Yeah, I was saying I don't have any blue keycaps.
You got to pull off the keycap to be able to know, like, what.
Yeah, they're clear.
They're clear? Okay. Ask yourself, think of it, $2. So you got clear?
I believe so, yeah. I'm looking at one.
Sorry, I was saying keycaps. I meant to say switches. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the switches. Do you have blue switches?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. Well, have you ever taken off your keycaps?
I don't think so. No, I haven't, because I haven't really gone into that deep of a clean for it, and there's no need for me.
Yeah, it's probably dirty as fuck, bro.
Probably.
That shit's probably diabolical. Okay. Bunny, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat for love what you do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Bunny, for the $20. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I can't find it, but I feel as though it's because like 'cause it's not even just for this specific um thing, but as of right now, like there's so much like media posting on this topic that everything is just getting flooded and drowned, so I can't really find it.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I could talk to someone in the meantime while you keep looking. It's fine. I don't want to rush you.
Oh, I actually appreciate that.
Yeah,
That's
for sure, for sure. I'll make sure to get someone else up to help you out. Sarah, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
4 to 3.
How old? I was about to say like that was totally a minor. Let's get this next person up here. Do you tap that screen? Do you show the live event? Should up, get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I thought that tariffs could only be placed against products and like not countries.
Yeah. So, like, if you put a tariff on a country, that just means like a tariff on every product coming from that country. That's all what we mean when we say that.
Okay, because okay.
Yeah. So like.
So like what, when they say that there's like a tariff on Australia, like what products would that be?
That's any product that comes from Australia and goes into the United States.
Okay. Okay, I just thought, because wouldn't that just be placing a tariff on a country then? I thought like
No, because who pays that tax is going to inevitably be the American importing business, which will then be placed down to the American consumer.
Okay, because I saw someone saying the other day they were like an example would be like if China, for example, had a booming industry of like mattresses, then we would like put a tariff on mattresses if we wanted to like advance our mattress industry. I don't know. They were like
that would be
explaining it
an
that way.
example of targeted tariffs. Now we wouldn't have any utility of doing it in like a situation with mattresses. But like when we
Okay,
talk about
that was just like their example.
yeah, that would be like a targeted tariff. Again, that would be
Okay.
for a specific industry, right? So like for example, there's one on automakers, right, for China. So like EV cars from China have like 100% tariff on them.
Okay. Okay. I gotcha. So is that what it means when they say a blanket tariff then?
No, that's a targeted tariff.
Oh,
A
no,
blan-
I
a
mean
blanket.
what I mean like what he has right in place is a blanket tariff.
Yeah. Like on every good that's coming to the country from that country.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
it.
For sure. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All right. Hi. This is my first time doing this. I am 27 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but Charlie Kirk is coming to my university on Monday, and I would like to. I would like to talk to him about abortion. And I agree with you, but I need to be as prepared for that discussion as possible. And I think that you can argue the other side very well. Would you be willing to have a discussion like that where I argue the pro-choice and you argue the pro-life so I can...
No, because I'll make you look bad, and I don't want to do that in front of so many people because it wouldn't be good for like the education of that particular position. You want to make the pro-choice position always look better publicly, but I can tell you things that would be good pro-choice arguments to make, right? Like in terms of pro-choice, right? You want to ask Charlie Kirk, right? Is it murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? His response to that's going to be like, there's going to be some future subjective experience that comes from like the fetus or from the embryo, right? But that doesn't come from like a brain dead individual. So
Yeah, like Terry Schiavo. The abortion debate, I've been doing this for almost a decade, and I debate people quite literally all the time amongst my friend groups. I'm from a conservative state. And I'm very familiar with these, and we can run something. I promise. I don't think you'll make me look stupid. And if you do get something on me, I would like for you to point out what mistake I did make, or like anything that you can
I
get me.
understand, but that's also not what this live's about. I just want to clarify.
Oh no, that's totally cool then. I don't want to distract you from that, but I thought maybe it might be an interesting thing to go down. So if we're up for it,
I appreciate it. That's not what these lives are based on. But like again, I mean, if you do like think that you have a particular good argument or whatnot, or obviously go. But obviously, like if you feel like you don't have a particularly good argument, or you feel like he might be able to like cut you off insofar as that you don't have the ability to be able to get your argument out, right? Those are obviously concerns insofar as that you wouldn't want to debate them. But seemingly you have debate experience, so go for it.
Yes. Okay. So hi. My name is Ethan. I'm going on the faith of pro-choice, and the argument I'd like to make is that we.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why he's doing that. I literally just told him like. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Karine, you're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I think it was lag, so don't worry. And or misunderstanding, so you're fine. 5 Angry, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I am trying to get some debaters who are Trump supporters. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. He was causing it to lag. Yeah, I think that's the glitch happening. Some people who are guests just cause it to lag, and it's really weird. I actually don't know why it's doing that. Now, I would recommend everyone go over to my YouTube. Or again, YouTube is the best place to go. It's actually lagging right now. It still is. Leaving and joining YouTube because of lag. You know what? Maybe I should just let it do that, you know? Wait. I have a question. Yexual, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's not lagging for you at all, right?
No.
Isn't it so weird that it does that? Sorry, you can go back to researching. I just don't know why it's doing that, you know?
Okay, so I actually found a list of countries that either remained like neutral towards it or was ready to negotiate, like basically trade policies. One of them being South Korea. They agreed to have an exchange between their leaders and Donald Trump to have a revised version of the U.S.-South Korea free trade agreement. The United Kingdom spoke about how.
What did they get? What did the U.S. get from South Korea?
I'm not too sure. They're gonna engage in conversation.
Okay, should probably like look into that, see what we got, what conversation. Because I mean, the conversation could have just ended in like no negotiation.
All right, I'll look that up right now.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Yeah. Chat. Oh wait, my guess is totally fucked.
Oh yeah, so the conversation didn't happen just yet, but it's just a revision from talks about a revision for an agreement that happened in 2007.
Okay. All right. So like, would you support like free trade agreements that reduce tariffs?
I feel as though that's yes, and I feel as though that's
so
what.
you know that that's what the USMCA was with Mexico and Canada, and Donald Trump after that wanted to increase tariffs on them. So again, these aren't reciprocal tariffs to get trade agreements to reduce tariffs.
Mhm.
These are just like literally tariffs he wants to impose. He also like ran on like bringing back jobs to the United States by imposing tariffs. So how are they going to bring back jobs to the United States if they're not implemented?
Just from privately owned businesses that are moving manufacturing and basically dealerships towards America.
You're talking about for automakers?
Automakers and
That's targeted. That's a targeted tariff, and that's one that the Biden-Harris administration also implemented.
So how would that be negative then?
A targeted tariff, I'm not saying is negative.
Then what are you saying? I'm a little confused, sir.
I'm saying the universal tariffs supported by Donald Trump crashed the economy and are horrible.
I do agree that it does bring like a lot of like worry and wanting to understand like what's going on. But it just goes back to what I was saying about just like the controlled recessions that happen throughout all of United States history. Not all of, but that's happened sometimes within United States history.
Okay,
Whereas,
so
sorry, go ahead.
so you're saying some point in U.S. history. So repeat your statement. Actually, I want to clarify.
Yeah, so there's been times within U.S. history that the government could have done something to avoid a recession, or just simply like honestly just allowed recessions to happen. And in the time there was like short, not I won't even say short, there were just periods of, like hardship, but it then led to, I guess, a level of positivity and just like growth within the
Can you
country.
give me an example?
Just the recession with, I believe, like 1970. Within
Oh God, dude, you did not just advocate for stagflation. Oh Jesus Christ!
I didn't advocate for it.
You just
There were just
Are
that
you
could
s-
have
are you saying
that could have
that
been avoided.
How?
Just the same thing that you're saying right now, whereas that they could have had better either relations across like the world with other world leaders, or just simply
So to clarify, like threatening trade wars, does that increase the quality of the relationships or diminish them? Secondly,
that diminishes.
okay,
It diminishes them, but
secondly,
it also
is Donald Trump
yeah.
diminishing or strengthening our relationships with our allies?
He's holding our allies accountable, in my opinion.
Come on, dude. He talked about leaving NATO. He literally also brought up tariffs on all of our allied countries. He talked about annexing Canada and Mexico and Greenland and Panama.
Yeah,
and
but you
also owning
brought up leverage.
Gaza
I
long
feel
run
as
after ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people.
you brought up leverage, and like you asked, like what leverage does like that he has. What I feel as though being the president of the United States, you have like a lot of leverage because of how much.
Not against the world.
In some
If
cases,
you are against the entirety of the world, no, you will lose.
But there's certain countries that, like I just mentioned, South Korea, and then also Brazil,
Our
and even
allies?
Israel. Yeah.
So we want better conditions with our allies. So why are we threatening them? Sabrina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It is about power.
We're not. I would say to a certain. That's why I was talking about like leverage and everything. Like if you don't show that it's going to happen to everyone, then there's no real leverage in that. If that makes sense.
What do you mean? Like, so you think, oh, if you just impose a tariff and it doesn't go away, or it does go away for one, then everyone else is going to think it's going to go away?
Correct. Like,
okay, well then that's going to mean you
as in like
keep imposing the tariff and you don't get rid of it just because you get something small.
But I feel as though
it's
that would
unlikely that
hurt.
you'll get anything.
And that's like I feel like it's kind of unlikely for like the whole world to want to, because like we're already seeing like different countries not bend towards it, but also just like at least coming to the table to renegotiate certain trade deals.
Is it a majority of countries?
No, because it's only been a couple of days.
Okay, well then you should come back and wait. But like, not only that, but dude, do you really think that's even worth the crash of the economy that we saw? Like, did you see how much it went down?
Yeah, it was like
the
it was like
subscription.
the largest like single day loss in the history of the United States. Correct?
I don't know if it's in the history of the United States, but it was up there.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I completely agree. Like being scared and like being like uneasy about it and wanting to understand like the logic behind it, which I'm also in like the same boat. But I feel as though there's been, like I said, like there's been multiple times within United States history that a recession could have been avoided. The government didn't
Let's clarify.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, when he got in office, take a guess. What it was at?
What was that? The S&P 500?
Yeah.
Or I mean, that's hard to say. Just go ahead and tell me.
It was at 6,049. Guess what it is right now?
What?
5,074.
No, yeah, that's huge.
That's a pretty big drop.
No, yeah, that's huge.
in a few months, right?
Yeah.
And you know, the day he got in office was quite literally, oh, actually no, a month after he got in office was the highest it ever was for him, and then it's dropped. The day he got in office, oh, actually no, the day he, hold up,
Yeah, because there was a huge surge within like the first couple days, within the first like week, within he got into office.
it's just about, yeah, wait, the first day he got in office, it was literally like the highest point, essentially, and it's only gone down since then. So it's like, bro, he's fucking crashing the stock markets. He's destroying people's net worths.
Mm-hmm.
People are asking me to restart. I'll probably hit a restart. Everyone, go over to my YouTube. Everyone, can you tell people in the comment section in the TikTok comment section to go over to the YouTube? I'm gonna hit a restart real quick. Everyone, is there any last things you want to say?
I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I genuinely want to become more knowledgeable. I want to understand fully what's going on. I feel as though Google doesn't really do a good job at giving that information. So just having this opportunity to have like my thoughts challenged, to be educated, and honestly,
Of course,
just come within like this discourse.
I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, bro. Take care.
Take care. Take care. All right, everyone, gonna hit a restart. I love y'all so much. Peace out, y'all. Give me a second. Wow, it actually had push. I'm confused. I don't know why. It had okay push. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's fix it there. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that, y'all. I would really appreciate that so very much. So very much. Incredibly very much. You've never seen that before, I promise. Incredible levels. But yeah, do give it a second, y'all. Do give it a second. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second, everyone. What's up? What's up? What's up? Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I think we are currently, let me see how many likes we're at. We're currently at, hold up. 1.5 thousand likes. There's almost 3,000 people in the live. Let's get up to 3,000. Let's get up to 3,000. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
Why so?
Well, because I've been hearing over the past couple months that these tariffs are going to be terrible in the long term, but I actually think they're going to be beneficial for the economy in America.
You're trolling.
I swear I'm not. I swear I'm not.
Did you just see what happened, bro?
I think that you should tap in with fentanyl.
Oh my god, dude, I hate when that person's so disgusting. I really hope I got it quick enough. I got out quick enough. I'm so done with TikTok. I'm so done with TikTok. Did I get it off quick enough, chat? Did I get it off quick enough? I did it immediately. Yeah? The drug name is not what I'm worried about, chat. He literally mooned the chat. I got it quick enough. Fuck that guy. Yeah, I got it quick enough. Hey, thank you everyone for telling me, because I'm glad that I got it quick enough. That guy's a horrible person. What a fucking terrible person. They literally spam the comment section oh, this person's you're scared to debate me. They spam the comment section saying that. So weird, bro. What happened? They mooned the chat, but I got it off quick enough so no one saw. Should I just not go live again to keep the account safe? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. This account's not pushing anyway. Might as well just go to the other one. Here, let's do this and let's put back on our normal Wi-Fi. We'll go back to the other account. Person's so fucking disgusting, dude. Everyone here, do make sure to like the stream. Godzilla, thank you for $2. Thank you so much. YouTube's way better. You don't have to deal with any of that fucking horrible shit. All right. All right. We're on the account again. Do make sure to like the stream, everyone here on YouTube. Do make sure to share the live as well, everyone. I don't know how much longer I will be on the live, everyone. I do appreciate everyone. Tomorrow I will not be live, but I will be live the, what's it called? Emily, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I will be live the day after on my birthday. So I can't wait to see y'all then. Y'all, is my PayPal working? I literally feel like my PayPal's not working today. And by the way, Sheila, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sheila. Can we get some W's for Sheila in the comment section? W's for Sheila in the comment section. Happy early birthday, good sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Remember all the anxiety we had before the first ban. This time we didn't care. Yeah, I know, right? Jordan, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for keeping it up, bud. Donna, thank you so much for the $5. Is there a chat here on YouTube? That's why I see on TikTok, because I see the chat. Oh, yeah, there is a chat on YouTube. I'm looking at it right now. It should be on the right side of the screen. Why are you still trying? Trinity, can you just debate me already? Like, I'm sorry. Just, like, come on. Like, you literally, like, just trolled the chat for so long. Like, come on. Stop being scared and debate me. Trinity, you know what? If you do not debate me right now, I will make sure every single time I see you that you get blocked. I will not, in the future, just see your account and be like, whatever, I'll just leave it. I will block you every single time I see your account. So you better join my fucking live right now, or I will literally block your account every single time I see you in the chat. I will make it my mission to block every single one of your accounts. So get on the live right now, or you are going to be blocked repeatedly, over and over and over and over and over again, okay? Come on, Trinity. Come on, Trinity. Juan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It's like maybe we should just join people. Maybe we should just join people. Maybe that's the move tonight, chat. Maybe that's the move tonight. Is there anyone live? It's like Santana's live. Athena's live. We can join Athena. I think they're in different ones. We'll try, I think, or should we just try the third one? Actually, you know what? Let me see if I could try this. Someone said troll as MAGA. That's diabolical. Actually, we can do that a different day. I should just end the recording for there. On posted for tonight. Yeah, Trinity, that's unfortunate. Yeah, all right. This account's not working. Let me see if it's just like limited. Dude, everything I do is so bad on TikTok. It's just horrible. It just really isn't like me. Maybe you know what? Maybe I'll just do reactions. You know, let's do reactions tonight, and then we'll be back on debates. I think that's the move. I think we'll just do reactions for the rest of tonight. All right, everyone, go over to YouTube. We're going to just do reactions for the rest of tonight. If you have any videos you want me to watch, let me know in the comment section. Otherwise, I will be on YouTube, y'all. I love y'all so much. I'll be on YouTube. We'll finish the live doing reactions. Aaron, think of the $2. Thank you so much. And just talking to the chat. All right, love y'all. I will see y'all. Alrighty. For the people over on YouTube, how y'all doing? Let me know in the comment section what y'all want me to watch. What do y'all want me to watch? Alrighty. What's up? Oh, can y'all hear me? At least we got some content. It's just brutal. Alright, it should be a lot better now. Can y'all hear me? What are we watching? I don't know yet. Let me know. Let me know. What should I watch, chat? What should I watch? Let's see if we can find stuff. Emily, thank you for $2. Thank you. Any debates recently? We can watch Good Liars. I can't type because it's good. I can't even do that. I gotta open up the on-screen keyboard. The Good Liars. All right, let's watch that. That sounds fun. Alrighty. Let's see what they got here. Cedar on PBD. Oh, what's PBD? I don't even know. I can't watch any of the Jubilee videos. Tobias, think of the $5. Can you explain tariffs in simple words? I failed econ. Yes, any goods coming from countries around the world, right, to this country, those goods will be taxed. And who pays that tax is the American businesses importing the product. And then that's passed down to the consumer as it's a cost push, production side. Alrighty, let's. Some of these are like 9 minutes long. Here we go.
On the rhetoric, you all think.
Here, let's watch this. Mallory, think of the $7. Thank you so much. All right, screen capture. All right, there we are.
Do you all think Democrats should tone down the rhetoric? Yeah. Do you think Kamala Harris should go to prison? Yeah. We're living in the dumbest timeline right now.
That is actually fucking hilarious. I think I've seen that clip on the internet. That's fucking hilarious. That's a hilarious clip. That is a fucking hilarious clip, dude. You think Kamala Harris should go to prison? Yeah.
We are here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, outside a Trump rally, and we see we've got some bicyclists, some motorcyclists here gathered, showing their support. You can hear some of the engines revving behind me. It gets very, very loud as people rev their engines. Are you revving your engine for Donald Trump? Is that what's going on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can we get a rev? Oh, you can really feel it. You can really feel it.
Here's that one.
Is this one even louder? He said this one was even louder. Well, now.
I agree with him that he lost it by a whisker.
Correct. Okay. Who agrees with Donald Trump that he won the 2020?
It by a
20?
Do you agree with Donald Trump that the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you agree with Donald Trump that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election by a whisker?
I don't. He didn't lose the 2020. Yeah, he didn't lose. Yeah, he didn't lose it. Yeah.
But Trump said that he lost it by a whisker.
You know, there was a lot of things that went on behind the scenes. You know.
Well, which one do you agree with? That he won the 2020 election, or that he lost it by a whisker?
Oh, he won it. Yeah.
He won it. Okay. So you disagree with Donald Trump on that, but you agree with him on the fact that he won.
Won it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah.
But you disagree with him that he lost it by a whisker.
Correct.
Who agrees with Donald?
You can't even make this shit up. Confused. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Would you ever do reactions to live Senate hearings? Yes. I have done stuff like that in the past, like where Donald Trump has addressed Congress, and then also I did it with the Cory Booker thing. Typically, I don't know if it would just be like in typical Senate hearings. I don't know if people would be as interested in that as like those types of things that I was looking over, but we'll see. Millions of whiskers, incredibly large whiskers.
Donald Trump that he won the 2020 election. Who agrees with Donald Trump that he lost the 2020 election by a whisker?
No, you're not doing that today.
So tell us real quick about Bikers for Trump.
That's so brutal, dude. That's so brutal. Who agrees with Trump that he won the election? Dude, that's actually hilarious. Ethan, think of the $2. Thank you.
A bunch of guys that believe in the same thing. We believe in Trump. We like to ride bikes. We get together and let's have fun.
Fake news! Bye, all you fake news!
Why'd you call me fake news?
Because you fake news.
How do you know?
Because you're the kind that pick the fake news.
Okay. But how do you know that? Just by looking at me?
Just by looking at you, yes.
Just by looking at you.
Tell him fake news just by looking at me.
Yes.
What's the most important issue to you this election?
To get Trump back.
Who would you vote for, Kamala Harris or Vladimir Putin?
Neither. I'm voting for Trump.
If you had to pick Harris or Putin.
I honest to God, I think Putin would be a better decision than her.
So why are you here?
Bro, dude, why? I need to go to these Trump rallies. Oh my God, dude. How do they talk to these people, dude? Where are these people, dude? Where are they at? It's unbelievable. Discount name. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, Walter Masterson. We could do that.
I'm here because our generation, specifically Gen Z, these 20-year-old kids, they don't want to step out. They think this election's so shallow. Oh, I don't want to step out just because I'm not exactly sure. But we have to realize the deeper meaning behind this election. It's not just politics. This is truly evil. This is a spiritual war in our country.
It's almost difficult to come
What?
up with a tax plan
It's a spiritual war in this country.
that would
Go
raise
ahead.
taxes on most Americans, but still increase the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars a year. And that's what this does, talking about Donald Trump's tax plan, said Steve Wamhoff, the federal policy director at ITEP. Are you worried about a plan that would increase taxes on everybody but the top 5% of earners?
I'm not. I have faith in Donald Trump. He did it.
I have faith in Donald Trump. I'm not worried. I have faith in Donald Trump. What just happened recently? The tariffs destroyed the economy. I wonder what they would have to say now. Confused Penguin, think of the $10. Thank you so much. Yes, I mean typical Senate hearings. Yes, because no one thinks about that aspect when it comes to. Yeah, I definitely have to.
Devout
think
Christian,
about
I
doing
do
that.
believe 100% wholeheartedly that we are image bearers of Christ. And so in that, we can't destroy the image of Christ in the womb, out of the womb.
Oh,
You look at other
jeez.
countries and they're doing eugenics. This is going to
Dude,
happen
I
here.
wish I could debate these people, dude.
Abortion is just step one in that plan.
Eugenics? You mean like based on like genes, trying to get people with the same genes?
Yeah.
Did you hear Donald Trump saying 2 days ago that immigrants were people with bad genes?
I did not hear that, and I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I would say that all immigrants, no matter where you are, no matter what race you are, ethnicity, you are created in the image of God.
Do you think the 2020 election was fair?
It's like they didn't vote based on that.
I'm not really sure. We're supposed to have free and fair elections in this country, and
Company.
it didn't seem that it was too fair. So
So you don't feel that it was necessarily a free and fair election, 2020?
no, I don't.
Do you think 2024 will be free and fair?
I think they might try something sneaky, the Democrats, but
Will you trust the 2024 election if Donald Trump wins?
I will have to.
You'll have to?
Yeah, I have to trust the election whichever way it sways.
Dude, this is like me watching Jubilee. Like, I'll be watching Jubilee and I'm just like, every single one of these people, they're so dumb. They're so dumb. Like, I just want to debate them. And like, you know, I should just start trying to find these people and just debate them, you know? Maybe I should start doing that. Anyone who's on Jubilee, be like, yo, you can come on my platform and debate me. Should I just do that? Should I just try to go contact them? Aaron, think of the $2, and then Tobias, think of the $5. I feel like that might be a decent idea. Get a YouTube debate.
Will you trust the election if Kamala Harris wins?
I'm gonna have to trust it. This is my country. I have to.
Does it bother you that Donald Trump doesn't trust the 2020 election, that he has not accepted the results of it?
It doesn't bother me.
How would that not bother you? If it's your country, you got to accept the election results, but your candidate won't accept the election results.
Well, I mean, that's his choice. This is our country.
Do you all think President Obama was born in the United States of America? You don't think Obama was born in America? No. Where was he born? Hawaii? Who said Hawaii? You said Hawaii?
Yeah, Hawaii.
You think he was born in the United States of America?
Hawaii's in the United States of America.
So you disagree with everyone here?
Yeah.
Is a candidate
That's kind of a funny quote.
who makes that
All of those
choice
idiots. Who's saying that, dude?
a good candidate for president?
Yeah, he is. He's already proven.
You sounds like you're like a patriot, and you're like, we got to accept the results of our.
Ethan, think of the $2 for happy birthday, Parker. It is in 2 days. Blanky, think of the $2. Thank you. We can watch some of those.
Elections. Sounds like you feel like that's the foundation of democracy.
It is.
But your candidate doesn't want to accept the results of the election.
Well, I think he did accept them because here he is. Right.
Simple as that.
But he keeps saying that it was a fraud and he didn't lose.
Well, President Biden.
Chat, I don't know if I'm allowed to watch The Daily Show. That's the one thing.
Was
like
in
on
there.
these videos, like I can't react to it like that.
Wasn't he? He didn't try to stop it, did he? And January 6th is just a.
Yeah, you said January 6th. That's what I was going to say.
Has nothing to do with President Trump.
Still hung up on January 6th?
Wait. Sorry, I got to ask. January
You're still hung up on January 6th as if it didn't happen like fucking 4 years ago?
6 has nothing to do with Donald Trump?
No.
In what way?
Well, he said he wanted peaceful protests.
Well, he held a huge rally on the day of the certification of the presidential election. He felt, Donald Trump held a rally on the day of the certification, in the place of the certification, at the time of the certification, and then those people ended up inside the Capitol, and then Congress people had to run for their lives.
I don't know if they had to run for their lives. I mean.
Really? Have you seen the pictures?
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah.
I seen.
Yeah.
Do you think Donald Trump is picked by God?
I believe that everyone is. Just like Joe Biden being in office, I believe that God put him there for a reason.
Oh, that's rough. Bro's
I don't
arguing Joe Biden got put in office by God.
Coincidence, and God has everything that happens. He has planned, and he has prepared the steps.
So if Donald Trump were to lose,
So Hitler got into power because of God. He planned that step. Blank, you think of the $2. Hitler planned to put in power by God. God said Hitler is the one. He said he's that guy. Stalin, Mao, all of them selected by God. That's an insane take.
you'd accept the election results?
I would accept it, yeah. And I think that if Kamala gets in and our country plummets, which it will if she gets into office, I think that'll be judgment on our nation. And it's only a time for us to grow stronger in our beliefs in God, because as we can see, the world is evil. There is truly something anti-human, which is against our human nature. And so we have to realize that this is spiritual. And spiritual, the realm does exist. And so we have to realize that this isn't just all shallow like they want to make it seem.
That's been going on for 20 years, you said?
I would say, yeah. You know, if you look at the last 20-year elections.
So 2016 was only 8 years ago. What happened to the machine in 2016?
I don't think they were ready for the following that Trump was going to get.
You said your dead mother voted for Biden?
Yeah.
What?
She would have turned over in her grave if she knew.
Can you tell me about how you discovered that?
What?
Can you tell me about how you discovered that? That's an incredible thing to say.
No. No. How else would he win?
Well, is that true or not? It's not true.
So she was just lying?
Okay, so the election,
I'm so confused.
the conspiracy that you were saying about your dead mother voting for Biden, that was not true.
Conspiracy theories are correct in my book.
Sorry, what did you say? You said 100% of conspiracy theories are correct?
Yeah.
What's the wildest one?
She's totally trolling. She's totally trolling.
Roswell. All of our technology now is from aliens.
All of our technology now is from aliens?
Yeah, I agree.
And who won the 2020 election?
Trump.
And did we land on the moon?
Actually,
I'm
I
up
don't
in the air
know.
about that one. I'm not.
Who won the 2020 election?
I think she's not trolling.
And are there aliens?
Of course.
And in the government?
Yeah, they're all over.
There are aliens here in our government right now?
I dated an Air Force pilot that was an alien.
You dated an Air Force pilot that was an alien?
He had black eyes. He had no whites of his eyes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Trump.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
she's
There
there's
you
no way.
have it.
There's no
What do
way.
you think happened in the 2020 election?
The machine.
The machine, what does that mean?
You know what's crazy? They're literally in line, like for a Trump, like
Machine has been going on for 20 years at the minimum, probably a lot longer than
So
that.
what is the machine for people who don't know?
The machine is the workings of our current government, democratic.
It's been going on for about 20 years, you said, and the machine is on the side.
I got to
of
do
kind
this.
of the
I got to do this
Democrats
more. I got to
and the
just. I
establishment.
got to go in public and just debate people. Like
Plug and
this.
play. You know, they have the people behind the scenes, the people like Kamala.
We understand that you have a family who's here at this rally today. Who is that?
Yes, I do. It's Donald Trump. I'm a 13th cousin from what I.
Dude, I got to talk to these guys. How do they find these people? Blanky, think of the $5. Yes, I did hear about that one. Oh my gosh.
I understand. He's a 16th cousin to Queen Marguerite II of Denmark.
God, I'm going to cry myself to sleep. Thank you, Ask Yourself. Thank you for the $5. No, I actually have not.
And I'm a third cousin
Wow.
to Queen Marguerite II of Denmark.
So you are related to Donald Trump.
He doesn't know I exist.
Well,
but
maybe after this interview, people will know that Donald Trump's related to you.
who knows? I hope so. God bless him and his family. I pray for them every single day, several times.
I thought you just said that you're a part of his family. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Crystal, thank you for the $5. Thank you. That's so funny.
You are related to Donald Trump.
Yes.
He's a billionaire. Do you hope that maybe he'll give you some money? Do you think that would be in his nature?
You know what? He's a generous man, but I'm not asking for anything of that. I work for what I earn, and I'm just proud to be a cousin to him. Honored.
That's been going on for 20 years, you said?
I would say, yeah. You know, if you look at the last 20-year elections.
So 2016 was only 8 years ago. What happened to the machine in 2016?
I don't think they were ready for the following that Trump was going to get.
Why do you think Obama was born in Kenya?
You know, they rigged it, but they just weren't ready for the following. They rigged it. What?
His birth certificate is from. He doesn't want to show it, but that's where he's from.
Where did you hear this?
It's all over the news.
What news in particular?
Well, just listen to it. You'll see it.
What news?
But what news did you see that in? Because he was born in the United States of America.
No, he wasn't. Prove it.
He's released his birth certificate after Donald Trump made up a racist lie.
Never seen it.
Do you believe Donald Trump when he said that President
I would
Obama
ask, do you
wasn't
believe
born in
me?
the United States of America?
Yep. Even Obama said he wasn't. He said he was from Kenya. He was born in
No,
Kenya.
he didn't.
And his third term in his basement. That's what's happening now.
Aaron, think of the $2. These people, how do they find them? I'm sorry. There's no way. I understand they made this into one 14-minute video. This would be like 10 videos for me. Each of these people I would have talked to for like 15 minutes at least. You know what I'm saying? Like let's examine that a little bit further.
Oh.
So you agree with Trump that he was born in outside of the United States of America?
Absolutely.
Do you agree with Donald Trump that he was born in the United States of America, period?
Say that again, please.
Do you agree with Donald Trump when he says President Obama was born in the United States of America, period?
Nope. Don't agree. Nope.
You disagree with Donald Trump on that?
Yes.
But you were just saying there's a machine that is built to kind of prop up Democrats and win elections. But I guess I'm just wondering.
I want to talk to someone in real life who believes that they have weather machines.
And what happened in 2016 if this machine
Democrats
has been
are
around
causing
for 20
weather.
years?
Like I said, I
weather
think
issues.
because of different media ways to get their information, that's something that people started to say, hey, you know, what is really going on? Starting to really dive into the workings of how government works and the.
And how did that result in the 2016 election?
Well, I mean, in 2016 election was just overcome with people finally having enough and starting to make decisions other than what the government and the Democrats tell them.
But what happened to the machine then? The machine lost just that one?
Yeah, I think because of, you know, they thought Hillary had it in the bag, and she didn't.
I thought they rigged it. What prevented her from having it in the bag if they rigged it?
Most people thought, I think they were a little naive in thinking that they were just going to walk away with it and didn't really understand that the force of MAGA.
What the fuck is this, chat? There's no way this is... Do y'all see this in the background? What the fuck is this? Who the fuck made that? Who the fuck made that? What are these? What for?
Was coming in and really taking over.
What kind of...
Jordan, think of it, $2. Unbelievable. No way. Jordan, you got to tell me where they are.
The machine with that.
I'll debate them.
If you the way you overcome it is just by outvoting people. That would just be the election, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's voting.
Do you think there's a problem with misinformation out there?
Absolutely.
These people, dude. I just like... There's no way.
Yeah. Some people believe in things that are just not true?
Absolutely. 100%.
And where do you think Obama was born?
Kenya.
Case in point there.
You cannot make this shit up, chat. That was so brutal. That was like... that was horrible. The comment section is brutal. This is why graduating from 3rd grade is important. Quote unquote, we're living in the dumbest timeline right now. Yep, pretty much sums it up. Dude. Unbelievable. All right. What's it called? I gotta go find Walter Masterson now. We'll finish the Walter videos. By the way, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Everyone will probably not be much on much longer. I can't watch any of the surrounded videos because they will take down the video or the live stream. Alrighty, everyone. Give it a second, y'all. Give it a second. Do give it a minute, y'all. Alright, let's get this next video up
I just want to thank everyone here.
Alright.
Okay, there is a white supremacist by the name of Fuentes. All right, if people want to go,
Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Edward, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much, Edward. Can we some W's for Edward in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Edward.
I'm the biggest anti-Nick Fuentes human being.
My point
you
is
came
that
to
if
the
people
wrong place
want
with the
to
wrong.
take away their own rights and get with the party that wants to take away their own rights.
So
that's their problem.
Let me clarify this to you in case you don't know.
Nick
Walter,
Fuentes is a white supremacist, and his last name is Fuentes. Okay.
You came with the wrong pie to the wrong kitchen. I hate Nick Fuentes.
You guys are agreeing on something.
No,
Wow,
because it's because I don't live and look at the world from a vernacular of a skewed person who thinks everything is a monolith.
Dude, you not liking Nick Fuentes is not like a flex. That's the bare fucking minimum. I'm sorry. Imagine flexing not liking Nick Fuentes. Imagine flexing that. Of course you don't like Nick Fuentes.
That's how he lives. I can't live like that.
Tilly, think of the dollar.
Well, he's chosen one particular group to focus on.
And he thinks they live in unison and a monolith.
Nobody's a monolith,
it's not a deal breaker.
That's the thing.
Right? I mean, listen,
He
there's the
says that
saying
they're
goes.
okay with racism. Kind
That's
of
not
okay
true.
with
I'm
white
not okay with
supremacy.
racism.
You kind of are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm the first one. I'm not.
What? Wait.
to focus on.
And he thinks they live in unison and a monolith. And that's
Nobody's
not
a
true.
It's not a
monolith,
deal
though. That's the
breaker,
thing.
right? I mean, listen,
He
there's the
says they're
saying
kind of
goes.
okay with racism. Kind
That's
of
not
okay
true.
with
I'm
white
not okay with
supremacy.
racism.
You kind of are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm the first one. I'm
one particular group to focus on.
And he thinks they live in unison and a monolith. And that's
Nobody's
not
a
true.
It's not a
monolith,
deal
though. That's the
breaker,
thing.
right? I mean, listen,
He
there's the
says they're
saying
kind of
goes.
okay with racism. Kind
That's
of
not
okay
true.
with
I'm
white
not okay with
supremacy.
racism.
You kind of are.
No, I'm not.
She's calling him out. Sorry, I wasn't sure if she was talking about Nick Fuentes. Saying you should. Wow, dude.
I'm the first one. I'm
getting absolutely dog walked by his own co-host.
I'm not a racist person.
Listen, MAGA has no enemies to the right. The Democrats have no friends to the left. That's how the saying goes. Okay, that's all right. So you can be as right wing as you want in the Republican.
That's not
MAGA
true.
movement.
I disavow of that. I disagree. And you know what? I talk about this from a personal experience. I don't support anybody that goes far nuts, cuckoo crazy to the right. And I have friends on the Democrat side who served with me in Congress who also don't agree with the extremes of their left-wing party. So that's not true. There's a lot of us who like to talk in the middle and try to get things done.
That's what we're doing right now.
Acting like you're talking in the middle as someone who voted for MAGA is diabolically insane. Like, MAGA is an extremist party, point blank, period. The only reason it's treated that way is because it's been so normalized. But don't get it wrong. MAGA is absolutely and undeniably an extremist party. Blanky, thank you for the membership subscription.
No. No, this is cited a crowd to go to their house to protest.
Or
harass, as you said.
Okay, yeah, I said harass. Did I say go like throw a Molotov through your window?
Well, that's harass. That's a form of harassment for some.
Did I just accidentally click on to a different part?
Go do your dirty job for you, right?
For the record, George Santos understands stochastic terrorism. Is that the takeaway? Okay,
You can say whatever you want.
Okay, so that's not a question. It's a statement. George Santos understands stochastic terrorism.
All right, let's look for a different video. I think we can find another Walter video that would be interesting. Let's click on. We watched a lot of the trolling.
I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you for his support of Doge. Thank you for defunding Medicaid, Social Security. Those grandmothers don't need all that money. They can just buy dog food. Thank you everyone here for supporting President Musk, and a corporate oligarchy. You've done a great job. You're all true patriots. Get the fuck out of here. Wait. Put people over and over. Get off it.
This action just went from being an 85% chance of
This
getting
actually
to
sounds
the room
interesting.
to a
Everyone, do make sure to tap that screen,
But-
share the live as well. Let me see how many likes we're at right now. So I'm probably, I just want to say this might be one of the last videos I watch here. Might be one of the last videos I watch. Let me see. Blanky, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
But we might be able to still get some. So they met us at our meetup spot, and then they trailed us to the hotel. So we're going to try our best to get everybody in. That 85% chance of getting into that room has now dropped to probably about 10%, but, we're going to try our best.
So what you're saying is I am going in first and you guys are behind me.
And then we just keep going after you.
I mean, the whole plan is that we scatter to get into the room. Like you can scatter and then meet on the stage. Let's just assume they don't know all of our faces. They're expecting a group, so don't give them a group. They're just looking for people with blue hair at that point.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, right? They're cops. They're just going to grab anyone with blue hair and, keffiyeh or something.
Yeah. He might be speaking in the next, 5 minutes. So whatever we're going to have to make a plan, in the next 3 minutes.
I say we just bum rush.
I think, yeah.
So today we're going to congratulate Congressman Lawler for supporting Doge. These old people say they can't afford food without Social Security, but that's not true because dog food costs $2 at the supermarket. Yes, the police are there. Yes, they know what we're doing. So they don't know anything about preventing us from doing the nonviolent protest. That isn't a crime at all. But it sort of is a crime, I guess. I guess it depends on what you're protesting. You know, if you're protesting a genocide, that's a crime. We're just, you know, protesting Doge. I guess you could call that a crime too. But you can't directly link
Maybe
it.
not yet.
You can't directly link it to Hamas just yet. Give it a few months.
We don't have any Hamas flyers on us.
That's insane, bro.
I'd be happy to.
There's a lot of like stuff in between.
You know what? They can just buy dog food. Let's go. They can just buy all the dog food. Let's all suck off President Musk for all of defund.
Walter literally just has like no chill, bro. Walter has no chill. It's actually so funny. Like, I could not imagine doing that. Actually diabolical.
Everything.
Get out of here.
Get out
of here.
Can't do that.
I'm not.
No nervousness.
Get out of here.
Nope. Personal property.
Get out of here.
Do not touch my camera. Do not touch my camera.
Get out of here.
You know what? So, hey, you know what? Thank you for helping to defund all of Social Security,
Jordan, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Medicaid. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Calm down. This is not the place for this.
Lawless, Lawler!
Lawless, Lawler!
Lawless, Lawler.
Have you no shame, Lawler? Come on, grow a spine. Stop doing the bidding of corporate landlords. Start doing the bidding.
Dude, this is unhinged, low key. This is unhinged. This is unhinged. Oh my gosh, this is unhinged, chat.
People, shame on you.
Lawless, Lawler. Thank you, everyone here, for supporting President Musk. You know, and a corporate oligarchy. You've done a great job. You're all true patriots.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fucking over New Yorkers. Passing the Limit Save Grow Act, which expands work requirements for SNAP. Work requirements don't lift people out of poverty. It keeps eligible people from acquiring assistance and drive people deeper into poverty.
Oh yeah, hey, we're getting.
You just want to keep the poor poor, making the rich richer.
Blanky, think of the $2.
Shame on you.
We care so much about children. That's why they're getting rid of SNAP benefits.
serves the richest guy. Lawler serves the richest guy. Did you pay for a seat at this?
All right, so we're all paying every day.
Lawler serves the richest guy.
Hey, Lawler, get off it. Put people over profit. Hey, Lawler, get off it. Put people over. Hey, Lawler.
What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Of course, this part's the most replayed. Wild.
Paying every day.
Lawler serves the richest guy.
Hey, Lawler, get off it. Put people over profit. Hey, Lawler, get off it. Put people over. Hey, Lawler.
Dude, what the fuck?
Hey, Lawler, get off it. Put people over profit. Hey, Lawler, get off it. Put people over profit. Hey, Lawler, get off it.
Dude, in defense of Donald Trump is diabolical.
Get off it.
Literally assaulted someone.
People over profit. Hey, Lawler, shame on you for supporting this session.
Profit. Hey, Lawler.
Put people over profit. Hey, Lawler.
Get off it. People over profit.
Hey,
Lawler. Get off it. Hey, Doge.
They're literally saying people over profit. And
Three cheers for
they're like, dude, what?
For the oligarchy! Yeah!
Fuck the oligarchy! Fuck the people!
Yeah. Let's all suck off President Musk. Just to show you, cops don't prevent anything. I'm actually happy in this case.
Go back to the cars to the Westgate Hotel and get in go.
Danielle, can you get
What about getting assaulted?
It's only assault when we do it against them.
Protesters
Yeah,
attack,
it's
right?
not, yeah.
It's not when other people like attack us.
I got punched in the face. He
I know-
punched me in the
I know,
chest.
he punched, you were standing next to me and he punched you.
He punched me in
I
the
think
chest.
that's fucking
That is actually diabolical, you know?
weird. He literally punched you into me.
Yes.
No, where's the woman? How dare you?
Where's the women in this? Punching women.
Yeah.
So
Insane.
manly.
Good job. Give me a hug. There you go.
Hey, thanks, Walter.
There you go. There you go.
Long time no see.
How you doing, man?
Okay.
Good.
All right.
But you saw that, right?
I hope I have all of it on camera.
These thumbnails are crazy. There's so many.
As I'm editing this video, I'm seeing calls by top Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee calling for Hegseth and Waltz to resign for their group chat. On Ground News, you can see that with this story. Left-leaning media headlines are highlighting how Senator Mark Warner called these discussions careless and incompetent. Meanwhile, other sources are calling out Trump and Trump officials for trying to downplay the whole war plans group chat and how they're actually calling the whole convo deep and thoughtful. Oh, and let's not forget they're trashing the journalists that exposed all of this. While right-wing media is continuing to double down on how no classified information was leaked. I mean, yeah, they just, the planes they were using, the country they were bombing, the time that they were going to bomb it. Honestly, good on them. They know my aliases. Like, honestly, good on y'all for knowing the aliases. Like,
They have an ad middle of the video, damn. How many views does this video have? It has like 160K, dude. Like,
I got to take a basketball, so this is my level of fast.
he has ads? Dude, I just really don't do shit. I really like. Ark, think of the $2.
That's your
My
participation.
participation trophy. They had basketballs from Pay It, corporate sponsored, people that behave as if the police are here to serve them, not you. It's like, no.
That's privileged white people.
Yeah, they're like, they're here for us. I'm sorry.
The only ads I've ever had are the fucking YouTube ones that come with the monetization.
Yeah, we're not the only ones out here, you know? Yeah.
Wait, those were they with us?
Yes.
No.
I think they're just talking about it now. Let me close this. We'll try to get a different video. Let's see if we can find anything.
I wonder how long it's going to take for us to get thrown out. We just got here.
I'm the most recently released January 6th.
A lot of the J6ers are getting arrested for child porn.
No, what's a lot? There's 1,600 J6ers.
There's bound to be some child porn. Is there a problem, sir? I'm being kicked out.
Why are we being kicked out?
This is 54 minutes.
You think a man with the last name Nick Fuentes is qualified to be a white supremacist?
You could have like those ideologies and be any color.
We're trying to make it 2 days.
And put children first and actually put the teachers' needs first, then I think that
There's not a single piece of legislation that I have seen, especially in DeSantis, that puts the teachers' needs first. If I speak to teachers,
I don't.
It's a wealth transfer.
I mean, it's an edited video. It's 54 minutes
out of a
long.
burning
That's
building.
crazy.
When there's a wealth transfer, so if you're already sending your kid to private school and you're paying $40K a year, that voucher helps.
Not all schools cost $40K, and there are schools that work on a budget that is a lot less,
Great.
and they are turning out kids that can actually read.
Public education is education for all.
So
to
is
admit
school
them.
choice.
No,
Look,
no, school choice. Private school does not have to admit you. That's not a district. They can kick everyone out. They can just take
Medicaid
the middle
and
class.
Medicare have consumer-directed services. They have consumer-directed services.
The same people behind school choice are the same people that were against
in the future, chat, I wanna do events like this in person where I can talk to people like that. It has to be like a safe event and whatnot, and like they check you before. But like, dude, I would totally do that, chat. Like, imagine me going to one of these like big events like that and like just like going up to people and like interviewing and debating them in person.
Against forced busing. So they don't want your kid.
Not true.
They don't want your kid going to whatever school they
That is
want.
not true.
They
I
don't.
believe
They,
that
these are
that
the
is a misnomer that
these
you're
are the same people. These are the same people that were for educational segregation.
Have you ever looked in the eyes of a child that is crying, that is a young child that can't read? I recently was at a charter school in Washington, D.C. If you have ever looked in the eyes of a young child that is in the lower socioeconomic status, okay, if you want to go in that direction.
Trump
and
is getting rid of the Head Start program.
You tell them it is.
Okay, I mean, if I were Walter, you would make these different videos. I don't know why he only made this one video. There's just too much content where it's different conversations with people where it would have made way more sense to make a bunch of videos. Like 3 or 4 videos out of this. I don't know.
Is criminal, and that's all
that
I'm
would
gonna
no.
say.
Listen,
Have a good
Trump
day.
is trying to get. Trump has gotten rid of the Head Start program.
He did as well?
He has
Okay, I mean, if he did both, that makes sense.
The Republicans, by and large, in every district, are getting rid of the Head Start program. You cannot tell me that they care about educating young children if they're gutting the Head Start program.
You can't tell me that the Head Start is working.
Look me in the eyes and tell me that getting rid of the Head Start program
Look
is
me in
what.
the eyes and tell me that it actually works for children.
Yeah,
It's not
statistically, it has totally worked. It's hypocritical and it's a wealth transfer.
I'm going to continue the discussion later, but
He said he took off his glasses. He said, "Look me in the eye."
This union then weakens that union. Am I wrong?
I would say it seems like you're 50% correct.
We're fighting the same fight that you're fighting. The current, the president didn't cheat. But you know what?
Who cheated?
I'm going to watch a few more conversations, then I'll get off. Like a few more of this video.
The leftist Democrats cheated on the election. And actually, we tried to examine the election.
I think I'll watch up
the
to here.
President of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, tried to examine the election system, but the leftist, the Democrats.
He tried to make it like an autocracy. He wants to take over and be a dictator.
No.
He's like he's like a big incel.
No, that is the image portrayed by media, the leftified media. But the truth is, he tried to examine the election system, whether it's working well or not. But
so MAGA is coming to South Korea.
Yeah, that is same thing is happening in South Korea. So that's why we are here. We are fighting the same fight against the lies of socialists and the communists.
The same thing's happening in South Korea.
God bless you.
There you go. I love it. The MAGA movement's coming to South Korea, basically.
Yep, same way we did PA. We're leveraging AI and blockchain technology to do that.
There's a lot of areas of upstate New York.
These are not real people. They're not real, dude. Why? What is this outfit? What is this outfit? Okay. I'm sorry. Someone please explain to me. What the fuck? What the hell, man? Just no.
That are very red.
Yeah.
It's a huge state.
Yeah. It is. I mean, personally, we believe New York City should be a district. It should be cut off because why, upstate, we carry all those taxes, all the same laws, everything, but we don't have the same opportunity.
Listen, I'm from New York City. New York City, the money coming from New York City powers a lot of New York State.
What money?
What, the tax money? Like the
tax money. Yeah,
GDP.
This guy's brain does not function properly. A lot of the social programs that he relies on probably do in the funding for those county areas.
But tax. I mean, look at Kathy Hochul. I mean, Hochul, if you're listening to this, you're done. When it comes 2026, you're out. New Yorkers are sick of this shit. She's absolutely destroyed the state. You have immigrants coming in. Trump and all them are.
Wait, let's finish up one thing. I'm talking about the revenue from New York City powering New York State.
But it's not powering the people. You are taking income from the people. That's not powering.
He's right.
That's powering the machine.
New York City sends money to all.
Taking income from the people, dude.
I know.
Please let me debate
They
these
don't
people.
get back. Yeah. And the amount of money coming through New York City is immeasurable.
How does that
And
help
if you
the people?
cut, there's the tax revenue, tax base.
No, wait a minute. Tax base. Explain it to me. Get more granular.
Okay.
How's it helping the people?
So
By taxing them to death? What's the tax
we
rate?
are getting taxed. Like we almost have to sell our home. I own my own business, and we've gotten to a point where I no longer can fill my pockets with cash anymore. It doesn't happen. I'm at the point now where, babe, we have to sell the house. Can't afford groceries. Got to sell the truck. Like 6 years ago, I was good. I was great. I was able to buy, if I wanted a four-wheeler,
If you can't afford those things, that would mean that you benefit from Kamala Harris's tax plan as opposed to Trump. He's literally blaming Trump economic policy, bro.
I had four-wheeler. I had money in the bank. I had extra money in the bank. I was and there was hope for the future. In the past, our last presidency completely destroyed this point our ability to maintain our house, to maintain my business almost.
What's your business?
I'm in the automotive. And this isn't just me. If you talk to any one of my neighbors,
I talk to a lot of people.
What's the sentiment that you received?
I travel the entire country. I talk to people I agree with, people I disagree with. I talk to everyone. I'm not in the bubble. The sentiment is people are struggling. The average, what's the average salary that everyone makes? The average person, I think, makes what, 18K, 30K a year?
It's a joke.
I'm for things like
Yeah, it's definitely not even true.
raising the minimum wage. Someone should not make $7.50 an hour. That should be illegal.
But then everything at the store, all the prices go up. You raise minimum wage, it doesn't.
Okay, now he's like, prices go up. Prices go up way more because of tariffs. One. Two, as it relates to this, in terms of not just tariffs, minimum wage, it causes wages to go up across the entirety of the wage distribution. So it's like, it causes more of an increase in wages than it is going to hurt. Carly, thank you for the 1077. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W for Carly. W for Carly. Appreciate it. Thank you.
If someone is working 40 hours a week and they cannot pay their bills, then that employer is not an employer. They're doing that slave. They're another form of slavery.
I'm a business owner.
I'm a business owner.
If I were to employ people, the amount of money New York State would need from me for every little thing, every bureaucratic piece of bullshit, it makes a business owner pay just to have him work for me.
Yeah, there's basic scalability, but I'm just saying the concept of someone working 40 to 60 hours a week, they should be able to pay their bills. If they're not,
you're getting taxed on a percentage of it, so you make more than that.
If they are not being paid enough to pay their bills, then something's wrong. We're not even getting into political differences. If you're an employer and you cannot afford to pay someone enough to pay like basic bills, then something needs to be done.
So let me ask
if you qualify for food stamps and SNAP benefits at full-time employment, there's a problem.
If that type of business is not profitable enough in order to produce good enough quality of life for people, then that's just not a profitable business. Why would we prop that up?
Would be paying the people more, right?
I'm not talking
You
about
need to
small
be able
business.
to pay for things. Everyone deserves enough money to pay for things. That's the basic fucking necessities of the economy.
Big business owners. I'm talking about Amazon. We're not Amazon. I'm not Amazon. You're not Amazon. Right? I'm talking about the big dogs, the Amazons, the Microsofts. If they are not paying their workers enough to survive, That's a problem.
But those are operational costs, right? Every business to be successful has to reach a certain capital margin. If you don't make money, you can't do it. So when you raise all that, you are now taking away from that margin.
In theory, yes. Like if you as a small
You could
business
say that
owner,
to reduce the wages down to $1
if you
an
make
hour.
more money, you're going to try to scale. Perfect concept. However, in practice, for big business, they don't use that money to scale. They don't hire more people. They use it for stock buybacks.
Yeah, no.
What are stock buybacks?
That's partially true. Yeah, definitely. All right. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it there, everyone. I'm going to get off for now. Any last questions you can ask me? Otherwise, I'm about to get off here in a second, y'all. Getting kind of tired. Tomorrow, I will not be live, everyone. I'm going to be busy again tomorrow. But I will be back on the 7th, which is my birthday, everyone. I should be back then, back to daily streams. I've missed y'all so much. It was good being on today. The TikTok has been really annoying. So I'm sorry, everyone. TikTok has been very unfortunate. $2,000 a month for a kid to go to daycare is absolutely ridiculous. Literally, I believe in universal child care. No one should have to worry about that. That's ridiculous. That's so insane to like make sure that your kids are taken care of. Like you need that in order to like work, you know? Make society more productive to have universal child care as well. All right, everyone, I'm going to get off, y'all. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night. I love y'all so much. And peace out, y'all. Love y'all. Make sure to like the video I just watched. Also, like the video, like the stream. I love y'all. Like the stream. I think we have like 1,800 likes. If 200 of you can like the stream, we can get to 2,000 real quick. I would really appreciate it. Just 200 of you. Literally just need 200. All right. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. 200 people like the stream. Please, please, please. All right. I love y'all.